the item.
Right.
We'd be looking
Okay.
for your board to put that on the afternoon.
Very good, thank
So-
you. So I would look for a motion, please.
So I'll move that we add those items to the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion passes, and we'll determine the time after lunch. I believe we'll try to bring this on.
That would be fine. If your board wanted to set 1:30, that would be fine also.
Sure, let's set it for 1:30. We've got two 1:30s already, a 1 and a 2. Maybe if we can hear this one first, right after lunch, those could become 2 and 3. I'm just reordering the,
Yeah, that
The
would be fine
existing.
for having number one.
okay. All right. Very good. Okay, so we will move on to oral communications. And this is the public's time to, get up and speak, and whatever, you would like to speak about, that's fine. This is open. This is for items not on the agenda. And please remember, to be civil. Don't use any bad language. We may have differing opinions at times, but that doesn't mean that, we should be doing anything of that sort. So I'll open up oral communications, and if anybody would like to speak, please come forward. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Jerry Morrow, and I'm the president of the California County Plan Commission Association, and we represent the 58 counties in California. We are here today to thank the board for all the support that you have given to our association. And again, I want to thank our county administrator, Mrs. Riggs, and also our planning director, Quincy Yaley. We've been operating for 93 years now. And out of that 93 years, we've had a conference every year except 1 year for the conference that we had, everybody had COVID. So that 1 year we didn't. So our next conference is going to be in San Luis Obispo, and that will be on the October the 4th and the 5th. And I want to thank Supervisor Campbell and Supervisor Brandon. Last year, we tried to get the most brightest and knowledgeable on different things that we have speakers. And a lot of things that we have speakers do on agriculture, zoning changes, environmental, general plan, CEQA guidelines, Brown Act, rezoning, culture resources, and housing, and affordable housing. My vice president had another commitment today, so he couldn't be with us. But it's kind of ironic. You have a president and a vice president that's on the planning commission for this county, myself and my Commissioner Jordan. So we're honored to serve, and we have 13 executive board members. They work very diligently to plan this association. So without any further ado, we really appreciate being here today to address you, and thank you again. You guys hold the purse strings for us to go to the conferences. So thank you again.
Very good, and thank you for all your hard work. Anybody else like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. United we stand. Are we united? I'm not sure. It's a tricky question. One thing for sure is that humans have an unquenchable thirst to be united. This is evidenced by all the things we so readily unite around: music, sports, art, community, school, work, leaders, clothes, cars, etc., etc. From the mundane, like pictures of our food, to the tragic, like a shared cancer diagnosis, we are ready to unite with people on anything, just to feel like we are not alone. It drives much of what we do, and it exposes many vulnerabilities. The same enemies who seek to divide us also seek to unite us in ideas we should not be united in. Clearly, we should not be united in murder, genocide, rape, pedophilia, corruption, hatred, and lies. And yet, when we study history, we can see so many instances where massive swaths of societies have been swept up in unity with some of the most horrific ideas. The results were the murder of millions of people. So we must be careful with who and with what we offer our unity. So what should we be united in? So many of the ideas of humans are just not enduring. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are evil, but the music will stop, our team will lose, our work will end, our cars will break, our leaders will fail, and our clothes will not be cool anymore. So what then? My answer is God and Jesus. God is eternal, he never changes, and the teachings of Jesus will always remain the same. Furthermore, there is one thing that is offered to every human being on the planet, that is grace. The gift of grace in Jesus is offered to all. The Apostle Paul states that God's gift of grace is available to both Jew and Gentile, to every nation and every creed, even those who don't believe, who don't know, or have turned away. It's the only thing we can all claim, and I think that's worth uniting behind. However, as much as I might want everyone to believe in God, not everyone will. So I wrote a more secular list. Freedom, justice, liberty, truth, and love. How's that sound? Can we incorporate those things into how we run our lives in our county? Can we unify behind them? I think that would be a good start. Heavenly Father, I am so thankful for the people I have unity with in the name of Jesus. And Lord, I am hopeful that more and more people might find that unity as well. But you know me, Lord, and you know that I am also wanting unity with those who may not know you yet. I hope that's okay with you, Lord, as long as it's not centered on evil and things that will take away from you. Please help us find that balance. Guide us in what we should do. We need your help. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Good morning.
Morning. Sorry I haven't been here. Been working out of the country. Bruce Erickson, Sierra Biosystems in Sonora here, and K&A DNA synthesizers in Schaffheim, Germany. I wanted to talk with you about employment, and I put on your desks some transparency documents in terms of what we've been paying our administrators. We know that, for example, in colleges, that administration has really jacked up the cost of college. My daughter recently got a $800,000 grant to do some computational math work at the University of Oregon, and the university took 47% of that for administration, paper shuffling. We know what's going on at hospitals and why those costs are going up. We know this is true in terms of teaching administration, et cetera, and it's also happening in our bureaucracies, the apparatchniki, who actually do our work for us. So I give you that Transparency California document so that you can look and see what we're paying, which is exorbitant amounts for people who are oftentimes underqualified. Just as an example, we're paying Tracy over here over $400,000 a year with benefits. If you look on her 2 LinkedIn pages and you see the schools that she went to, the name of the American Public University system used to be the American Military University. This is a school that got sued by the state of Massachusetts for fraud, and the idea that she went there for a year and got a paper degree online and is qualified to do what she's doing is absolutely absurd, let alone making $400,000 a year. But it also cascades down into some of the real poverty that we've got in our county because we're making bad decisions about roads. I'm happy Kim has left. I think what happened with Tuolumne Road is been horrifying. I think what's happened with our roads in general is horrifying, and we're not going to get more money in the future because the taxes aren't going to get raised because our economics and the population of our county is going to be going down over the next few years. So if we're going to keep good people in, I would say let's take a real hard look at how we go ahead and promote people. Pulley did a great job. You gave him the tools to do a good job. And so Velasquez, who's coming in behind him, I think is a good choice because you've got to have continuity of service there. But in terms of our road department, we better watch what we're doing because we're putting in people in our road department and we're going to put them in place there to make more bad decisions that we've been making for the last decades. So please stop some of this stuff, or you won't get your new taxes.
Thank you. Additional public. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog, and good morning to County of Tuolumne. That's where I'm going to stop right there. And I want to talk about what happened on last Tuesday, February 27th. On the February 26th, the day before, I was dropping off my ballot. And on the way out, I read the bulletin board outside. It said there was a special meeting with the Board of Supervisors, and I'm assuming Sarah Cruller, Christopher Smith, Sheriff Bill Pooley, Under Sheriff Neil Evans, and Captain Vasquez. And they said someone said there was threats on, and this is what I was reading outside on Monday, February 26, 2024, that there were threats against county personnel, county buildings, and the courthouse. And I was trying to figure out, I was really concerned about that. And I was trying to figure out who. And then I thought of the U.S. Supreme Court ruling of December 23rd, 2023. And they had reinforcing New York Times versus another U.S. Supreme Court ruling, New York Times versus Sullivan, 1964. And I was thinking about Ty Robbins' postings on Tuolumne County scandals, and that did not apply to him. Whatever your meeting was didn't apply to him. So, and you also, then Mr. Goldenberg, and this meeting was closed to the general public. And I said, fine. So I started walking at 8 a.m. to come to the board meeting, and there would be an open meeting at 9 a.m., and then Pledge of Allegiance, public comment, and then at 10 a.m., congratulating Bill Pooley, Sheriff Bill Pooley, and we're leaving. And then you had Mr. Goldenberg, you said we'll have public comment. Well, there was no public comment. And then about 8-10 seconds later, Ms. Dow shows up, and she asked, and then there was a picture of her. Nobody's in the boardroom. There's always somebody here. Nobody. And it does, and she sits over there as a rule. And she took 8-10 seconds to come over. She requested that you put a restraining. She was colluding. 3 of you colluded with her. It's caught on video. I have it. It's on the website, Tuolumne County Scandals. And you also had, she asked for a restraining order against me because she's sick and tired of hearing what I have to say. If you're sick and tired of hearing what I have to say, Ms. Dow, go see a doctor or go on a vacation. Okay? That's all you have to do. You don't even have to come here. And,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Any additional members that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will close. I'm sorry. Oh. We got a couple. All right. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Lynn Roy. I just, for the first time, got involved in government and supporting a candidate, came to a lot of forums and learned the process. And my only regret is that I haven't done it sooner. So I'm glad to be here today. I, on Thursday, got my citizenship.
Hi, please,
born in England.
please address the
Oh,
board.
I was born in England and I got my citizenship on Thursday. So very happy to be here today. Thank you. Thank you. The one thing I found through all this process is that there has not been a lot of transparency, and all your constituents, I shouldn't say all, but a lot of people don't understand what's going on. I know a lot of it is probably because of lack of participation, but I would request that there would be more town halls, more openness to the public, as to like the budget. There was a lot of questions. Why is Pooley stepping down? And why is Vasquez being appointed? It was just a lot of unknowns. And there's still a lot of questions about that. And why isn't there a special election? I know in the agenda, it does talk about that. And I'm not against Vasquez. He seems like a very nice man. He has a great resume.
Excuse me, that, we do have that on the agenda.
Yes.
So this is to speak on items not on the agenda.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes. But so I'm talking about transparency and how we can accomplish that, how I can help to accomplish that with the board so the people feel well governed, because there's a lot of angst out there that they don't feel well governed. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I think it would be great if you took control of the meeting and did not allow someone to attack a private citizen from the pulpit here. Steve Machado is still doing his Age Well, Drive Smart classes. And you don't want any bad language, so I'm really disappointed I can't call our drivers assholes, but I'll respect that. His phone number to arrange these classes is 209-984-3944. We're having through Area 12 Agency on Aging, they're still doing the General Caregivers Support Group. And we have a lot of people being caregivers here. That's very difficult. The Area 12 Agency on Aging, along with Blue Zones, also did the Community Needs Survey saying our voice matters. So they usually get like maybe 20 to 40 responses. I personally gave out at least 100. So where's the results? I haven't seen them yet. And this was due in October. And Area 12 is still also doing the Alzheimer's and dementia caregiver education, and I'll leave that on the back table. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay. Now I'll close oral communications and look for staff reports.
Good morning, board. My name is Neil Evans, work for the Sheriff's Office. I'd like to point out a few things, a couple of divisions of our agency I'd like to publicly thank. One is our search and rescue team. Over the weekend, activated their swift water unit to save a man and his dogs that were trapped in a stream. Thankful for them, the hours and dedication and time and effort that they give to us yearly. They're really a fantastic group, so they don't get enough credit, so I'd like to publicly thank them. I'd also like to publicly thank our dispatchers who are at critical staffing levels, as you know, and working in conditions that are need to be improved, as you know. So we're going to come to you in the next few weeks and months with some creative ideas on how to help alleviate that. But it's a high-stress job, as you know. They're working a ton of hours because of our staffing levels. Emergency after emergency, they're dealing with fantastically. And I'd really like to publicly recognize them, thank them for their service, thank their families for the sacrifice they're giving by letting them serve the community on extended time. So thank you.
Good morning.
My husband's 6'2". I'm kind of not quite as tall as Neil, but I'm kind of used to that. Hi, guess what today is? It's election day. So if one hasn't voted and one still wants to vote, there's numerous ways one can achieve that today. But remember, today is it. So one can go to one of the 4 vote centers that are opened up all the way till 8 o'clock tonight and vote in person. So you could go to the Twain Harbor Bible Church, you can go to the Tuolumne Resilience Center, the Groveland Resilience Center, or the Jamestown Community Hall, or of course you can vote downstairs to South Green Street at my office. If one still has one's ballot and one wants to mail one's ballot, I highly recommend you use the drop-off boxes instead. But if you want to mail it, go inside the mail to the post office and ask them to postmark it. If for some reason your ballot gets stuck and doesn't get to Sacramento till tomorrow and is postmarked on the 6th, I am not legally allowed to count your ballot. So use one of the 10 drop-off boxes that we have, and we'll see how well I can do this. We have Miwok Library, we have Twain Hart Pharmacy, we have Willow Springs, the Junction, Sonora Library, Columbia Elementary, Roca Park, our office right downstairs, and the Groveland and Tuolumne Resilience Center all have drop-off boxes. They will be picked up tonight at 8 o'clock by, thank you, the sheriff's community service employees or volunteers. And then we could process your ballot tomorrow versus waiting for the mail. But if you want to mail it, you have the right, and I have to get it by March 12th, but it needs to be postmarked. So take advantage of any of those methods and please vote today. As of yesterday, the state of California, the turnout was 13.86%. For Tuolumne County, we're at 34%. That is still very low for us. I'm hoping we get into the 50s. So help me out so I can make that. Thank you.
Good morning.
We'll hit the medium point. Good morning. My name's Debbie Reagan. I'm Solid Waste Director for Tuolumne County. Just a few quick updates. One, we recently, under our Clean California grant, had a mascot contest, and thank you to those of you on the board who voted within that. We had over 200 schools participate. It was nice to see the community engage in this. That Don't Trash Tuolumne campaign will be having its first cleanup on April 13th. So it's nice to put it into what I call Earth Month, because Earth Day is every day. Another thing that's coming up is we're rebooting and having a pilot project for cleanup support on illegal dumping. While the county is constrained in how we do our cleanups on public lands, we have a good pilot project opportunity with the Sullivan Creek cleanup coming up this weekend, March 9th and 10th. We're using an aspect of our contract with Waste Management under our franchise agreement to support the dumping costs, the tipping fees for the waste that will be cleaned up. Estimate currently on that is 70 to 80 cubic yards of trash coming out of there. So I am pleased to see that we are using this as a pilot project and to bring the program up to a level where it's a nice routine process rather than one-offs and unusual ways of, or ruling by exception, I would say. My last bit that I have is we held a tire amnesty event. We do this 4 times a year, and it's not solid waste program. It's run by the Greater Valley Conservation Corps. 4 times a year, we promote it. GVCC runs it, and they, even with the weather we had this weekend, 500 tires came in legally. That was wonderful. That was the first sentence of the email I received yesterday. The second sentence was somebody dumped up to 100 tires illegally after the event. There are pictures. I'm a bit heartsick because that's not somebody that missed with their car, taking the rims off or where. There are 100 tires, they're big tires, they're specialty tires. Just a reminder, more to the community than the board, those events are for residents of Tuolumne County, not businesses. The smallest silver lining of this is they didn't go down a hillside somewhere to be illegally dumped that way. But honestly, this is the type of abuse of the system that can jeopardize the programs we're trying to do for the benefit of our residents. So I want to bring that to your attention. We are looking into it. There are unfortunately no cameras at the site, so I can't straight pick up who the bad actor is. but that is an unfortunate side effect of doing good things. Anyway, those are the issues we have. I'll have more to come as we bring other programs online. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hello, board. My name's Sean Scheimer. I'm with Animal Control. And we just wanted to report out our yearly rabies statistics. We're required to report them to California every year in March. So these are from 2023. We held 4 rabies vaccination clinics, and we will have a couple more coming up for this year in 2024. Those will be available to the public, the schedule for those soon. And we vaccinated 66 dogs and 3 cats at the vaccination clinics. We have currently 2,619 new, renewed, or continued dog licenses in the county. So it's kind of like just gives you some insight, I guess, as to how many dogs are in the county. If I were to kind of take a guess at how many people license their dogs, it would probably be something quite low, like 20 or 30% of people. So it kind of gives you like a idea of how many dogs and pets are in our county. And then let's see here. For 10-day quarantines initiated for biting dogs and cats, which is like the total bites that have occurred in the county in which we initiated a quarantine for. And these are dogs and cats that are biting people. We had 122 dog bites and 71 cat bites. We had 6 dog 30-day quarantines, that happens when dogs come into contact with potentially rabid wildlife. So we had 6 of those and 2 for cats. And we had 2 6-month quarantines for cats and 2 6-month quarantines for dogs in 2023. And then I always like to report how many stray dogs bites we had also. So just dogs that were unidentified, didn't have an owner to our knowledge, and were assumed as strays. So we had 13 in 2023 and 111 owned dog bites that had happened with people. And then only 25 bites were from vaccinated animals. So that's just some of the quarantines and animal bites that had occurred in 2023. And then we're also responsible for testing specimens that can be captured or recovered that could carry rabies that contact either people or animals. So we had 18 tests in 2023, 6 of which were bats, 1 of which was skunks, 5 cats, 3 dogs, 2 foxes, and 1 raccoon. And we have to transport all of those ourselves to the closest lab that's in Stockton. So yeah, that's just a quick summary of what we did as far as rabies control in 2023. And I just always like to report that so people kind of know some of what we do. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Blossom Scott-Heim, your Public Works Assistant Director, and I'm here today to introduce our new airport manager, Tanya Scheffner. We're very happy to have Tanya join the team. She brings an enthusiasm for all things airport, a strong background in property management and project development, and as a bonus, she's a professional geologist. So we're looking forward to watching the airports grow and succeed under her helm.
Hello, Board. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve our community as the new airport manager, and I don't think Blossom mentioned I'm also a user of the airport. Thanks.
Well, welcome aboard. Any other staff reports? Good morning.
Good morning, Board and members of the public. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Community Development Department Director. I just wanted to take this opportunity to let the public know that at the Planning Commission meeting, which will be held tomorrow night, March 6th at 6 p.m. in this room, we're going to be reviewing the update to the Title 17 zoning code. This is a project that is overhauling the zoning and land use regulations for here in Tuolumne County, addressing things like economic development and housing. And so we really hope that the public will come and join us. The documents are available online. If you go to the county's website and search in the search bar Title 17, you'll be able to locate the project webpage, which has all of the proposed changes on it. And of course, you can call me at my office, which is 209-533-5961 if you have any questions. Thank you.
Additional staff reports. Okay, seeing none, we'll close on the staff reports. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. Before I have the clerk read the calendar, I will advise that we are pulling item number 5 on the consent calendar, and we'll bring that back at a later date. So that won't be heard today. So if you could please read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the February 06, 2024, February 13, 2024, and February 27, 2024 meetings. Item number 2, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 2.04 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to supervisorial meetings. Item number 3, approving the reappointment of Maureen Woods with a term to expire March 5, 2027, and appointment of Marshall Romeo with a term to expire February 28, 2025 to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Board. Item number 4, waiving the second reading and repealing Chapter 3.44 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to charges reasonably necessary to recover costs of providing copies under the Public Records Act beyond direct costs of duplication. Item 5 has been pulled. Item 6, approving amendment number 3 with Lieber Cassidy Whitmore for labor and employment legal services not to exceed $250,000 annually. Item 7, approving the appointment of Nancy A. Reggio, representing District 4 to the Tuolumne County Committee on Aging with term to expire December 31, 2027. Item number 8, review of emergency actions ordered by the County Administrator's Office resulting from a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023 and determine there is a need to continue ongoing emergency actions under the California Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060. 4/5 vote required. And item number 9, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3447 was published on February 17, 2024 in the Union Democrat as required by law.
Thank you. Would any board member like to pull an item on the consent?
Yes, I would like to pull item number 4 and vote on that separately.
Okay. So item 4 pulled by Supervisor Half. Any additional? And any comments? Supervisor Campbell.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to comment on item 3 and express my deepest thanks to Maureen Woods for continuing her term on the Behavioral Health Board and to welcome Marshall Romeo for joining the Behavioral Health Board. A lot of major changes in the behavioral health sphere, and so glad to have the help and the people that volunteer in our community volunteer their time to help on those kind of issues.
Great. Any additional, board? I have one brief comment on item number 7 regarding Nancy Reggio. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. Anyways, coming on to the Committee on Aging, and just glad to see her coming on board, and welcome. Okay, so except for item number 4, I'd be looking for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Public comments on the consent calendar. Okay, seeing none. Now.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon,
I'll second.
second by Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so we will now discuss item number 4, and if the board clerk could please reread that item.
Okay, item number 4, waiving the second reading and repealing Chapter 3.44 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to charges reasonably necessary to recover costs of providing copies under the Public Records Act beyond direct costs of duplication.
Okay, Supervisor Haff.
Yeah, I wanted to, excuse me, vote on this separately because the Supreme Court has determined for us that any of our search time that staff takes to find files, to redact them, to serve them to the people that are requesting them, we have to pay for that. It's like an unfunded mandate. I don't know if the Supreme Court understood the ramifications of what this means to a smaller county that doesn't have enough discretionary money for even basic services. But this is one of those unfunded mandates. This one particularly is from the federal government and from the Supreme Court. And I feel they got it wrong. And so I will not be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments from board members?
Just to clarify as a question to staff, while the language still exists in the ordinance code saying that we collect fees, it's been the policy of the county to not collect those fees since 2019.
Right.
Is that
Correct. And to clarify, that's the California Supreme Court decision, not the federal Supreme Court.
I got that wrong. Sorry. It's the California Supreme Court. That makes sense.
so? But there's not going to be any actual change to the costs incurred by the county, not since we changed the policy, right, in 2019.
Well, since 2019, we've only charged copy reproduction cost, 10 cents per copy. We have not charged staff time. So just based on policy, there's no cost change.
Okay.
We're eliminating this chapter from the ordinance code. So it'll eliminate the ability to charge staff time and things like that. And so this will bring it in to be consistent with our policy.
Yeah, and I share your frustration, but I think that this is kind of more something that's already happened, and so making the ordinance code align with what our policy actually is, I think is valuable to the public at least, so that they're not seeing that inconsistency. So I guess that would be my point on it.
I understand that we are doing what's according to the law, and we have been in accordance with the law since 2019. I am opposing this on principle, that the Supreme Court got it wrong. That's it.
Okay.
Is it okay? I'd like to make the motion.
Yes,
to
please.
approve of item 4.
Public comment?
Oh, did we do public comment? You're right. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, public comment on this item. Item number 4 on the consent.
Why are we only charging 10 cents a copy? The library was charging 15 cents a copy, and they recently raised it to 20 cents a copy. So I think you should look at what your copying charge is.
Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none. Now I'll take it back to the board. I have a motion by,
The chair. Yeah, motion to approve on item 4.
so motion by Supervisor Brandon,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed
Opposed?
and abstain? None. Okay, motion carries 4-1. Supervisor Haff opposed. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to item 10. If Board Clerk could please read that item.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 07-24, proclaiming March 2024 as National Social Work Month.
Good morning.
Morning. Got to put my glasses on. Good morning, Chairman Goldenberg, members of the board. Michelle Clark, Assistant Health and Human Services Agency Director, new title, mouthful. I am honored to recognize and celebrate the invaluable contributions of social workers in Tuolumne County. March is a month dedicated to honoring these professionals who work tirelessly to enhance the overall well-being of individuals and communities. This year's theme, Empowering Social Workers, resonates deeply as we acknowledge the critical role they play in our society. Our community needs social workers more than ever. In today's world, where challenges like homelessness, the opioid crisis, increasing suicides, and the impacts of adverse childhood experiences are prevalent, the need for social workers has never been greater. They are the pillars of support, advocates for change, and champions of resilience for those in our community who are in need. Social workers are uniquely equipped with education, training, and compassion to tackle some of the most complex social issues of our time, including childhood trauma. Their commitment to the profession of helping others sets them apart as true agents of positive change. From social services to behavioral health, from schools to tribal communities, from hospitals to veteran services, social workers are present in every corner of our society. They work diligently to address and improve social determinants of health, striving to create a more equitable and just world for all. As the prominence of this profession continues to grow and the demand for social workers increases, it is imperative that we offer our unwavering support to those who choose to dedicate themselves to the field of social work. Despite the rising need, there remains a significant vacancy rate in this sector, with numerous local organizations vying for the specialized skill set social workers possess. As we reflect on the significance of Social Worker Month, let us not only recognize the vital contributions of these professionals, but also reaffirm our commitment to supporting them and empowering them in their mission. Their dedication, compassion, and resilience inspire us all to work towards a brighter future. Your Tuolumne County social work team perseveres diligently in supporting some of the most vulnerable and traumatized individuals in our community, demonstrating courage and dedication every single day. I've come to realize that grit is a core value that guides me through challenging and complex situations. One day, I stumbled upon this definition of grit. Grit is the mental toughness and passion that propels you toward achieving your vision for life. It's the key to remaining focused and motivated. Rather than courage or exceptional talent, grit is the tenacity, perseverance, resilience, and willingness to keep you going despite obstacles. It is quickly adapting to new circumstances and being committed to work hard for long periods, trusting that if you can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, you will light that sucker up yourself. Whenever I reread this definition of grit, particularly during tough times, I can't help but think of our team of social workers and their remarkable tenacity. They consistently show up and persevere, even when successes seem elusive. Vacancies persist, compensation may be a challenge, criticisms arise, and the workload becomes overwhelming. To all the social workers, thank you for your unwavering dedication and your tireless advocacy and your compassionate service. Your impact is immeasurable and your work is truly transformative. Now I would like to read a letter that was sent from me from a mother acknowledging an example of child welfare social workers and how they empowered her to take control of her safety, the safety of her child, and change her future, subsequently inspiring her to initiate change in others. To Tuolumne County CWS, I am writing this letter to reflect on the incredible experience I had while being served by the social workers of Tuolumne County. On September 28th, 2016, I delivered a baby girl in Sonora. I am not entirely sure how, but I delivered her without drugs in my system and was able to take her from the hospital without any intervention. Unfortunately, this meant bringing her back to an incredibly unstable and unsafe living situation. I returned to using methamphetamine when my daughter was about 6 weeks old. My daughter and I lived in complete chaos in borderline uninhabitable dwelling with many other people who were also using drugs. Social workers began to knock on our door periodically. My daughter is one of several siblings who have been detained by Child Welfare Services, and out of fear of losing my baby, I avoid asking for help. I knew that they were aware that intervention was necessary, but I was far too deep into my addiction to prioritize safety, health, or wellness. On February 1st, 2017, Tuolumne County social workers responded to a report and reached me by phone as I fled an unsafe situation. I'm gonna get through this without crying, I promise. At this time, these social workers offered to take me to breakfast, help me to develop a plan, and hopefully make next steps. What they didn't know was I was starving and probably hadn't eaten in days. The meal meant more to me than they could possibly imagine. Throughout the rest of the day, these social workers pulled together stakeholders from all of the county agencies that could possibly help us. We sat around a table for hours. We participated in a child and family team meeting and worked to identify my personal barriers to success. At that time, the people surrounding me no longer felt scary. They felt warm and reliable. I had never known support in the way that these people held me up at my darkest time. Eventually, after hours of collaboration, we were taken by car to an inpatient substance use program several hours away. The same social workers who responded first thing that morning were the same people to transport me straight to this facility way past working hours. Fast forward a few years, and here I am, recently celebrating 7 years of sobriety. In this time, I have been able to go to school, become a substance use counselor, enter a career that provides stability for myself and my daughter, and a dream of a job where I get to directly provide care to our perinatal population that struggles with substance use every day. I am now in school to become a social worker myself. My daughter is happy and healthy in a first grade program that is entirely Spanish speaking, is a Daisy Scout, has been in gymnastics for several years, and recently discovered she is incredibly talented at playing the drums. Because of Tuolumne County social workers, my daughter has never had to witness her mother engaged in unhealthy relationships, has never had to feel unsafe in her home, and has had the opportunity to grow and flourish in a way that would not have been possible without intervention. I am so incredibly grateful for the hard work and dedication of the Child Welfare Department. They taught me how to become a woman my daughter can look up to, and quite literally saved our lives. Thank you. Thank you for joining with me today in celebrating Social Worker Month 2024.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Heth.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. That was heartwarming. And I love your definition of grit. Made me laugh. I do have a question for you. I noted in the board memo that you produced that social work is projected to grow 7% between now and 2032. And that's faster than the average for all occupations. And so my question to you is, what's our plan? I know we're at a deficit right now. It's always hard to find social workers. What's our plan to incentivize social workers to want to come and work here in Tuolumne County? And how can the board help you with this?
Well, I think we are already doing some various things to incentivize it. I think the county and implementing HPO, I think, and inclusivity, those sorts of things I think really appeals. I also know telework appeals to this profession. We also provide our team with what is called reflective supervision and consultation that we already provide with an outside vendor, so they have a confidential kind of venue to work through some hard stuff with their peers. It's a coaching kind of mechanism, and so we already offer that, and I think we could market that better when we're recruiting. I think that we have a hiring incentive that does go out, if it's meeting that threshold, so I think that that's appealing. I think the more that we build around the wellness pieces, and we're already doing some work on that, I think is really appealing. I also think one of the tricky parts, and this year, part of this campaign for the nationwide, recognition of social workers, they're really looking at improving pay for social workers. That is something that, continues to be mentioned. And, we are in competition because social workers are being, kind of called upon in a variety of, entities. So, it's competitive work. It's competitive field. I think that the job is changing a little bit, and I think safety is becoming kind of an issue. Our social workers, go into some scary places. They're carrying Narcan now. And so I think if there's legislation that comes out around safety for social workers, I think that could be very supportive. And also, Supervisor Haff, you had sent us something on the student debt relief, and I know HR, Human Resources, is looking into that. So I think that would be appealing as well. So I think those are some things that we can do. I'm hoping I covered everything.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any more questions?
Any addition? Okay. Let me bring it out to the public for public comment here first.
I would like to also really fast, sorry, Supervisor Goldenberg, but we do have social workers in the audience today. I don't know if we want to ask them to stand and.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, if I can
Please.
have our social work team
Everyone's-
stand. There's just a few, some are
All right.
working and. Thank you, thank you.
So, excuse me. Any public comment? See,
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Haff. I think one thing you could do is stand up and speak out and support them. I came to your retreat and I asked you to make some of your priorities opioid addiction and our problem, and we need to become a trauma-informed community. And the 4 things that Michelle cited as being important, you didn't pick as any of your priorities. All you want to talk about is law enforcement and fire, which is nice, but I think some social priorities are in order too. And I think when she comes here to speak on this topic, your supervisors should remain in their seats and listen to them. Thank you.
welcome.
Cassandra Janicki, District Attorney for Tuolumne County. Our office was the last office in the state to represent foster youth in the dependency system. And our office stopped doing that just over a year ago, I think, just because of what staffing looked like in our office. But it was an incredibly unique opportunity that I had to get firsthand knowledge of what our social workers do for the child dependency system. I have never seen individuals work harder. I have never seen individuals be more empathetic, but hold people accountable. And we have what I can say is an incredible team of individuals fully committed to making our community better and to start doing that right at the beginning for our kids and for our families. Michelle read an incredible letter, and I can think of what case that was. And because of their intervention, it never got to court. It never had to get to the point where our office would have been involved. And those are the success stories. I will also tell you, as a child of the dependency system, I cannot state to you how incredibly important it is for you to have this team and for us to have social workers that change lives, because I wouldn't be here today without having had a social worker in my life. So, and then some of my best friends are social workers, and they're here in this room right now because they're just incredible people. And so I'm incredibly grateful to them, both as a staff member and then just as a human being. So thanks, guys, every day of the year, not just in the month of March.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board. My name is Michael Roberson, Tuolumne County Homeless Services Coordinator, which is a bit of a misnomer because I don't provide direct services. My job is to help increase housing capacity as a tool for the social workers who work in the unhoused unit at the Department of Social Services. And so I have shadowed them and I have watched their compassion and their passion and their difference-making kind of superhero skills. And I'm impressed to the core of who I am with the way that they model that. And I think that some data that supports that is last year, the social workers working as a team in the unhoused unit placed into permanent housing over 100 individuals and families who are now sort of self-sufficient and living independently. And that is even before we as a county have opened any of our housing initiatives. So their dogged dedication to the benefit of the people that they're serving is shown in that piece of data. And so I am impressed by you all. I'm very grateful.
Any additional? Okay, bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Campbell.
Oh, well, Michael said it best when he said that they're superheroes. I think it's pretty well known, I think, that people that choose social work as a calling are a special kind of person. But that is it's extremely true here in Tuolumne County. The direct connection between the community and our social worker team, they know everybody in the community is what I found. And when people call me, people will call me looking for help with their situation. I had somebody call me that was, she was living in housing, had 2 kids and was losing her housing and didn't know what to do. I mean, this was a deadline that was coming up within hours that she was going to have to find a situation. And so she called me. And of course, the first person I called was Rebecca at the time, who was our HSA director, but she got the person in touch with social services and with a social worker, and they were able to help that family who still lives in Tuolumne County today. And there are just countless stories. I mean, Michelle, you shared a perfect example of what social workers do in our community. But there are so many other stories that you or I will never even hear about, because these folks are back there doing their job day after day and giving of themselves to the community and sharing their expertise with how to help people. So I'm glad that we're taking this time to recognize that, because I know that is a job. It's more than a job. It's a calling, and you're not going to hear thank you 99% of the time throughout the year. But just know that I feel pretty comfortable speaking on that your entire board is grateful. And as representatives of our community, we're all very grateful for the work that you do. So please keep it up, and we're here to support you any way we can.
Any additional comments? I'd just like to echo onto Supervisor Campbell. So many of you, never hear about it because you're doing your jobs. And that's really so true, because all this work is going on and we don't generally see it. And a lot of times it's for good reason, right? I mean, with all kinds of privacy, things to look at. But just thank you very, very much for all that you guys do. And Supervisor Hack, did you have additional?
Yes, I did. Just briefly, I just wanted to thank you all for being here. Those of you who are in the profession, those of you who are not, to witness publicly what our social workers do. I want to especially thank DA Janicki for her testimony today. That was powerful. And I want to let the social workers here in the room know something that Michelle Clark said is probably the most important thing, and that's self-care. Especially for those of you who have been doing this for any length of time, self-care is essential. And I'm really happy to hear that our department is promoting that. And my hat is off to you, all of you, for the work that you do. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I just didn't want the moment to get away without saying thank you to you guys. I was a probation officer for a minute down in Merced and went out into the field several times with social workers, and it was the worst experience of my life. Going into homes, seeing these kids and the environments they were in and the brokenness. And I wanted to get the hell out of that situation. So when we talk about grit, I know I have grit in some areas, but when it comes to kids, it's too hard for me. So thank you guys for what you do. It takes a very special person to go into those environments and day after day after day, and the mental toll that takes on you guys. So be there and be strong, because I can't and lots of other people can't, but you guys are there for a reason. So just thank you, and you're in my prayers.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. Michelle, thank you for reading that story as well. That's really inspiring, and bringing your team here. Just want to say that not everybody obviously gets good places to grow up. Can't choose where you're born with that. I know that I was very lucky to have two parents that had a lot of love and were emotionally mature. But we lived in poverty and lived in a trailer park for quite a long time. Got in trouble with school, had a lot of emotional issues then. And I know that if any part of that didn't fit, where they were not there and able to handle that, or be able to pay their bills, and that was a bad situation, that not to say that any of this would have happened, or being able to, I think, make a difference or go to college or any of that. It didn't necessarily happen with my family going into that area, but there were other figures that stepped in and were really helpful to me. So I appreciate what our social workers do, and all of you do, because we do have to maintain, I think, the safety of the community. We have to be able to address the immediate issue, but we're talking about generations of kids growing up to be adults that never really dealt with those issues, and then have kids and in these kind of broken homes. You're the ones that actually help to put that back together and hopefully give them the tools that they need to handle it, and the kids a better path forward. So I really appreciate what you do, because this is a huge issue for our county, and it doesn't happen without the work of our social workers in particular.
I just want to say thank you again, supervisors, for recognizing and honoring our social workers, and for acknowledging that month is Social Worker Month. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the resolution. It's pretty short, and then I'll look for a motion to approve. Whereas National Association of Social Workers has proclaimed March 2024 National Social Worker Month, and whereas the theme for March 2024 National Social Worker Month is Empowering Social Workers, and whereas social workers strive to make a difference in the day-to-day lives of citizens by helping to build, support, and empower positive family and community relationships, and whereas social workers play an important role in the health and well-being of Tuolumne County citizens by working in behavioral health, clinics, hospitals, social services, child welfare, and educational settings, and whereas National Social Worker Month is a way to extend thanks and gratitude to the Tuolumne County social workers who strive to make positive changes for our families and community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors recognize March 2024 as National Social Worker Month in Tuolumne County, as proclaimed by the National Association of Social Workers.
So as a former social worker here in Tuolumne County, I would like to move that the board adopt the accompanying resolution to proclaim March 2024 as National Social Work Month in Tuolumne County, and call upon all citizens to celebrate those who serve in this noble profession.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Haff, a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion passes. And to the audience, my apologies. I was looking at 10 o'clock being regarding the item that is actually 9:30. So I jump-started a little bit early on an agenda item and cut that off. And I know a lot of you are here in the audience. So we will now take the 9:30 appointment. And if you could read that, please.
9:30 a.m. Consideration of public employee appointment and swearing in of Captain David Vasquez of the Sheriff Coroner as the Sheriff Coroner for the County of Tuolumne.
CAO Riggs, you're going.
get this arranged here. Sorry about that. All right, good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. Today marks the day that your board makes a decision on how you will choose to fill the vacancy of sheriff. On January 3rd, Sheriff Bill Pooley, our former Sheriff Bill Pooley, announced his intent to retire, and his last day of working for Tuolumne County was February 29th, although he is here with us this morning, as you can see. So what I wanted to do was take the time to talk about the process when an elected leaves their post or where the position in which they held, and what the process is for your board to appoint. So a vacancy in the office occurs upon the resignation of the elected official. Government Code Section 24105 provides that when a vacancy in the office of sheriff occurs, the duty shall be temporarily discharged by the undersheriff. So Undersheriff Evans right now is serving in that capacity. Government Code Section 25304 states that the Board of Supervisors shall fill by appointment all vacancies that occur in any office filled by the appointment of the board and elective county officers, except judge of the Superior Court and supervisors. The board may not fill the position until it is vacant. The process to fill a vacant elected position is similar to filling other appointed positions in that the board can direct an internal or external recruitment. However, in the case of an elected position, the interviews are held during an open session during a board meeting. So here is the 3 areas that your board has for decision points for filling this vacancy. You could do a direct appointment based on the recommendation of the sheriff and staff. You could do an internal recruitment, which also would require public interviews. You could do an external recruitment and also would require public interviews. You may know that, you do know that when the former Sheriff Bill Pooley retired, he did make a recommendation that Captain David Vasquez would be appointed as his successor, and that would be to fulfill his current term. You may also remember that during the last election when Sheriff Pooley was elected, that was a 6-year term. So this one is a bit different, is a bit longer. Normally when you fill, you might have, 2 to 3 years. This time you're going to have a little over 4 years, about almost 5 years. So this one is a bit different. However, the process is the same. What I wanted to do is provide some information that is in the memo for those listening and those in the room about Captain David Vasquez in case you choose to appoint. In the event that you do choose to appoint, Debbie, our Registrar of Voters, is sitting here next to me and she is ready to do a swearing in should you go that direction. I want to make sure everyone knows it is up to your board and the decision is only at your discretion of how you'll proceed with this vacancy. So with that being said, I want to go over some of the information about Captain Vasquez. So he began his career in law enforcement in 2001 when he enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps as a military police officer. He served as a patrol officer until being selected to the Specialized Canine Unit for explosive detection. I'm not going to read everything, but I think there's definitely some information that I'd like to highlight. He volunteered to serve forwardly in Operation Iraqi Freedom. He was assigned to the infantry and various teams in the Special Operations Unit as a canine handler. Their mission was to locate and facilitate the discretion of improvised explosive devices used against American troops. He also served on President George W. Bush's security detail for multiple West Coast operations, assisting in the U.S. Secret Service. Captain Vasquez received multiple promotions and was entrusted with the duties of Canine Kennel Master. He also he was charged with collaborating with federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies to directly support the interdiction of narcotics trafficking and human exploitation by transnational criminal organizations. Upon completion of his duty as kennel master, he was selected as drill instructor duty, and where he was charged with making the future generation of Marines. After drill instructor, Captain Vasquez completed his Marine Corps service as Special Reaction Team Commander. In 2009, he began working for the County of Tuolumne as a deputy sheriff assigned to patrol. After completing his field training, he was assigned to the patrol division where his peers selected him for award of Deputy of the Year. He was selected to join the Special Weapons and Tactics Team, SWAT, and served in all roles of the SWAT team, including commander. He was also promoted to detective in late 2012, where he served as a Tuolumne County narcotics detective. Captain Vasquez was then promoted to sergeant in 2015 and was assigned to lead deputies in the patrol division. He was selected by his fellow deputies to represent the Deputy Sheriff's Association as vice president. He was also selected to lead the boating enforcement division before being promoted to a lieutenant in 2018. He was entrusted then to command the Professional Standards Division as a lieutenant. The Professional Standards Division consisted of internal affairs, background investigations, records, communications, public information, and special operations. He then served also as the custodian of records and public safety communications manager. He was selected by the Tuolumne County Management Association to lead the association as their president, and was then promoted to captain in 2021, where he was entrusted to command the Bureau of Professional Standards and General Investigations. Captain Vasquez is highly engaged in his community. He served as a vice president of the Black Cat Foundation. He is a local nonprofit for local beneficiaries. He was elected to serve the special district of Curtis Creek Elementary and is in his 4th year as president of that term. He's also involved in local youth sports and has been actively engaged in county school and youth team sports for the last 13 years. He's a member of the Yes Partnership and Tuolumne County Resiliency Coalition. Captain Vasquez holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice management from Union University, a professional certificate in civic engagement from Pepperdine University, and a master's degree in executive leadership from the University of Southern California School of Public Policy. He's a member of the California State Sheriff's Association, California Public Employer Labor Relations Association, California School Board Association, and the California Association of Tactical Officers. Captain Vasquez is most proud of his beautiful wife, Jill, and their 2 daughters, Peyton and Kennedy. And one of the things I wanted to highlight when Sheriff Pooley made this recommendation and I decided to support his recommendation, it is based on the years I've been working with Captain Vasquez and watching his engagement, both internal to the organization and external to the community. I have watched him and his passion and dedication to serve. He remember that the sheriff serves as both the face and the heart of the sheriff's office, and they're a critical role in public safety in our community. I also wanted to highlight some of the things that have spoken to me that really helped me solidify that two things: my trust and respect for Bill Pooley. Also, I've watched David's engagement continue to grow over the years, and I'm going to give one example. I have to tell you, many of us in human resources, our office and county council will go, and you've heard me talk about this, CalPELRA, which is really an annual conference about public sector personnel law. He is the only other department head that I've ever seen, or other member of staff of department actually attend these. That doesn't mean they haven't in the past, but that's the first time in the 5 years that I have been going. And that spoke volumes. There were many courses we were in, sessions we were in together. He was engaged. He was really taking it all in. That conference is critical to understanding the risk associated with personnel, especially in the public sector. So with all that said, should the board move forward with appointing Captain Vasquez to fulfill the remaining term of the vacant sheriff position, as I said, Debbie Batista, our auditor, controller, and register of voters, is here to do the appointment and swear him in should your board make the appointment. And of course, you see there's a full room of those who support Captain Vasquez, and I know Sheriff Pooley is here, and if you should have any questions, we're happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, members of the board, do you have questions? Supervisor Kirk.
I have one question. It's a simple question and it's an obvious answer, but it's something that several people sent to me. With the election year, a lot of people are under the impression, why didn't somebody pull papers and run? But when is the next election cycle for the sheriff?
It would be in the November 2028, right?
It would be in June of well, it'll be because it's a It'll be because what the new law did was put the district attorney and the sheriff's office in the presidential primary. So it will be March of 2028.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from the board? Okay, look for public comment. Retired Sheriff Pooley.
Apparently I'm not doing retirement too well. I'm back here. Good morning, board. I thought it would be, since I retired and I kind of started all this, I thought it'd be great to come up and explain why I am recommending Captain David Vasquez for the position of sheriff and to serve out the remainder of my term. As you know, in the sheriff's office, you can't be sheriff forever. And as part of that, we have, over the past several years, even going back to when I was the undersheriff, we have developed a very strong succession plan. We have involved our command staff in almost every aspect of our office, from staffing, personnel issues, the budget, just to name a few. And there has been no one in our office that has strided or there's no one in our office who's demonstrated to me that they are prepared to be the sheriff more than David Vasquez. He has openly, and I'm sorry, I'm going to kind of repeat a little bit of what Tracy said. He's served in every aspect of our office. He has engaged in the community meetings when I've asked him to do so, and he's done an outstanding job at that. He is a member of the Curtis Creek School Board. I believe you are the president, correct? He has done so many things for our office. He's actively engaged in every aspect and every part of our decision-making that we've made over the years. Excuse me. Internally, he's been intimately involved with everything that we've done. He has the support of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. He has the support of our command staff. He has a clear vision of what it means to keep this community safe. Moving forward, I believe David will be absolutely the best choice for sheriff. I can't stress that enough. There's no one that has been more passionate about the office of the sheriff than I have. There's no one that's thought about this more than I have. And I am very, very comfortable in asking you to appoint Captain David Vasquez to replace me as sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment. Good morning.
Morning, Board. Dave Tichenal. I am no doubt that Mr. Vasquez is probably the best choice, and there's no reason why you shouldn't go ahead and appoint him, except the fact that we have a Constitution. The Constitution of California says that the position of sheriff is an elected position. If we go ahead and appoint him, it'll be in effect 22 years since we've had a real election for sheriff, back in 2006 when Sheriff Mealy ran against 3 other opponents. Yes, Pooley ran a while back unopposed, and so that wasn't really a true election. He was an incumbent, and nobody drew papers against him, which is no fault of his. And I don't fault him for wanting to retire early either. He's got grandkids he wants to be with, and I recently retired to be with my grandkids too. But what I'm wondering is that what happens in 2027 when Mr. Vasquez says, you know what, I've had enough too, I'm going to retire early. Board, appoint another sheriff. Are we going to continue to go on where the people of this county never have a chance to actually vote for what is the most powerful and the most important job in the county? That's where my concern is that we continue to move this along. And I'm going to say one more thing, and I'm going to say it 3 times so that everybody knows that, and I won't be misquoted, and that is, I do not believe there is anything, any corruption in the police department, or the sheriff's department. I'll say it again, I do not believe there is any corruption in the sheriff's department. And one more time, so I won't be misquoted, there is no corruption in the sheriff's department. But what if there was? How do you vet that out? How do you get that out if you continually to go internally without anybody ever having a look, ever having a real good back and forth, or bringing in other people, or really opening up that sheriff's department for transparency? That's another concern of mine. So the law says that you guys can't actually do a special election, and that's true. And I'm not asking you to do that, but I am asking that we at least I don't know what the hurry is, why we have to do this today. Debbie's here, sign him in, it's all over with. I understand that, but maybe we should have a more transparent question session so that the people, the constituents of yours, you guys all represent 1/5 of the population, the voting population of Tuolumne County, each one of you. Maybe we can hear the same things that you guys hear and what you're going to base your decision on. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My comments were going to be very similar to the previous speaker. I definitely have concerns with like a 4-year term with the electorate not really buying in. What I would like to suggest, I don't know if you can do it, apparently you can't have a special election, but for today, I would suggest only approving the term for 1 year. And then that will give a chance for the electorate to speak with the supervisors if we have problems, if we want to go a different direction. And then possibly in a year, in fact, from what I've heard today, I think quite likely in another year, we'd probably renew it for the rest of the term. But I think it's too quick right now to do it for a 4-year period. That's just too long without the electorate weighing in on their feelings of things. I would really like to just see it voted on in the November election, but I guess the system doesn't allow us to do that. But I think a 1 year, kind of like a 1 year trial. And from what I've heard, I don't think it'd be much of a trial. It would just be proof. And then it'd be very easy at the end of the year to continue on. Okay?
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Catherine Sari, and a couple of years ago, I learned that we had parted ways with several sheriff's deputies, and I know that we were all eager to find out the reasons behind the parting of ways. I understand that there was a public records request, and there is some information out there regarding the reasons, but it was quite a few sheriff's deputies. I don't know what costs that it incurred for Tuolumne, to recruit, train, and retain deputies is probably very pricey, and that's our taxpayer dollars at play here. I had some questions for the board. I sent it about a month and a half ago, and it was forwarded also to Sheriff Pooley. And my question was, why were these deputies, why did you part ways? Being told that they were bad apples wasn't enough for me. I feel like the public has a right to know. It is concerning for me
Excuse
also.
me. No, I'm going
Yes.
to interrupt you. So the public
Is my
comment.
time paused? Thank you. Okay.
The public comment is regarding the action that we're looking to possibly take.
Okay.
Not
So-
going into other
I
areas,
understand.
So please
So,
refrain from doing
all
that.
right. Being that Captain Vasquez was likely a part of the internal investigation that removed these deputies, I think we do need some more time. I like the recommendation that we have a year to have some more public discussion and some interviews. I'm not suggesting anything about anyone's character. I just feel like there has been a lack of transparency, and the public deserves some transparency because it's 4 more years now. We don't have an opportunity to elect. This isn't an appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional. Welcome.
Hello again. I would just like to just say how much respect I have and love for law enforcement. And I did have an opportunity this morning to speak to Carl Rodefer, who sort of cleared up some of the process for a few of us, and that was helpful. It's helpful to hear CAO Riggs, all of her positive comments. I'm thankful for that. And I just feel, I'm tempted to pray, but I just want Captain Vasquez to know there were 14 of us out in the park this morning. We prayed extensively for him. We also prayed for Sheriff Pooley in his retirement. I'm thankful for his service, and I do respect his recommendation. I think he's been a very constitutional sheriff. I'm thankful for that. And I just know that in addition to the 14 of us this morning, there are hundreds of people that I personally know who are praying for Captain Vasquez. And in my small world, that means there's probably thousands in this county who are doing that, and I just want him to know that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Board of Supervisors, my name is Joel Gorgon. I've been a proud member of Tuolumne County for 14 years. I would like to echo what the last gentleman said. My thoughts and prayers are with Captain. They're with retired Sheriff Pooley, and I also supported retired Sheriff Mealy. In fairness, I stand up before you not as just a member of Tuolumne County, the community, but also David Vasquez is a man I call my brother. I've called him my brother for 12 years. We met at a canine event, and I was allured by how he cared for the deputies, how he cared for the dogs, what he was trying to do with the community. And I have supported the canine efforts ever since, and I will continue to support the Tuolumne County Sheriff and the canine events into the future. As a brother, not by DNA, but I wish by DNA, I have stood beside this man in battle. I've stood beside this man in his home, cooking dinner with his children. I have been there to help support and see him support his kids with his wife Jill in science, technology, engineering, math, and arts, right? He's a firm believer of our community. He's a firm believer of STEM, of women in sciences, of kids in sciences, right? Look, you can't go wrong. I'm not going to waste your time, but I'm telling you, I would never, as the last gentleman just said in prayer, I would never stand up here in front of you unless I was completely committed to who this person is, what this person is, the humanity that this person has. David has all that, and I'm going to leave you this one thing. David's commitment is making a difference. You can't go wrong with that. This man, he wakes up every day, and that is his goal. I've sat in front of him countless times in breakfast. That is his goal, is to wake up and make a difference. Thank you for the time.
Welcome.
Cassandra Janicki, your district attorney. So I was in a slightly similar position to Captain Vasquez several years ago and had the opportunity to come before your board in a public interview, which is the alternative option that you have before you today. It isn't a question of whether or not we can put this to election. It is a question of whether or not you put the best person in the job that has been identified for you, not only by the administration of the county, by the former sheriff, but for those of you who can't see, I turn around and see what has to be over half of the department present before you today showing their support for Captain Vasquez. This isn't a conversation about transparency, quite frankly. This is a conversation about who the best person for the job is. And I can stand here before you today having been a partner with Captain Vasquez in a variety of really hard situations and tell you that there is not one person in the sheriff's department that I wouldn't go to battle with more than Captain Vasquez. That is the person that we want in that position. That is the person I want by my side as the lead law enforcement officer of this county. Anytime I have had an issue, and I have brought it to Captain Vasquez, the answer has always been, how do we fix it? What do we do? What are our next steps? When we look at the advances that we've made on our sexual assault response team, directly attributable to the actions of Captain Vasquez and his dedication to solving a problem when I brought it to him. The advancements that we have seen in professional standards as it relates to the sheriff's department, directly attributable to the grit, so to speak, of Captain Vasquez and the dedication he has to making this agency one of the premier agencies to work for in the state of California. I can stand here before you today knowing that the efforts of the Sheriff's Department to plan ahead and to make sure that public safety never suffered because the sheriff wanted to retire early is an incredible opportunity that your board has to support staff in succession planning. David Vasquez is the best person for this job. And I wouldn't stand up before you today, much like our speaker before us, and say that if I didn't have a 100% confidence that I could walk into battle with David Vasquez every day and walk away knowing that we had served justice. I heard from one of the individuals that was involved in a pretty serious response to a kidnapping case. And it was really interesting because it was only about 4 weeks ago. So Captain Vasquez is Captain Vasquez. And the comment that I heard from that person was, Captain Vasquez was right next to me as we were going to try to apprehend a very dangerous individual. That is what he does. He is beside his staff, and he always will be.
Thank you. Additional public comment.
Good morning, I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. I have a couple of questions for Captain Vasquez. Are you going to be a constitutional sheriff? Contact Sheriff Mack in Arizona immediately and learn how to be a constitutional sheriff. And to have your deputies all have a pocket constitutional handbook, anyone, any kind, just mine, and beat up, but I still use it. And inform, or are you going to be a corporate sheriff with the corporate sheriff association that will not adhere to the Constitution and will not protect anybody in the county? Or will it just go about whatever you want to, nilly-willy want to do? And by appointing him, I agree with the gentleman, I think that was Catherine Sari's husband, that he should be only appointed to 1 year, see how he works out. And if it doesn't work out, have an election, a real election, like Dave Tinchell said. So we should have an election. That's only fair. And let the people decide, not the whim of the Board of Supervisors to bypass everything. And that's not, you're supposed to be representing your constituents. You owe it to your constituents to have an election, because there is, I've been looking since June 1st for a deputy to run against Bill Pulley in 2026. That's what I was assuming the next, the John Birch Society is looking for a constitutional deputy. And to move here if need be and run. I want a real election. I want to hear their values on the Constitution and the people. Or will Captain Vasquez follow in this footstep of Bill Pulley right behind me and look the other way to child trafficking at the courthouse and child protective custody? Then there was Philip A. Pimentel, who is not licensed. He has resigned, but he didn't have a license to practice family law. And he was paid under the table by government, this government, for 6 years. Why?
Excuse me, we're talking about the matter before us.
Okay, all right, I got off. But I want to know if we're going to have, and could Captain Vasquez, could you confirm or deny, are you a member of the Freemason Society in this county? Or are you going to protect, are you going to be a constitutional sheriff or a corporate sheriff? Corporate sheriffs don't work with the Constitution. They don't care. Only constitutional sheriffs. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Additional public comment. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Steve Campbell, longtime resident here and business owner in Tuolumne County. And I would like to just start by expressing my sincere appreciation to Sheriff Pulley for his professional leadership over these past years and his sole dedication to keeping our community safe and to reinforce our quality of life. It's been very clear that he has done that. I'd also like to thank him for his recommendation and for staff's recommendation in support of that, of Captain Vasquez and his appointment today. In my professional and personal opinion, I can't imagine a better choice to continue on in the tradition that Sheriff Pulley has clearly established for his department and for our community. As far as the concern expressed about the process, I presume that what you're undertaking here, from what I hear, is consistent with current statute. If someone has concern about that, I would just urge them to look into what it takes to change those statutes, but we have to conform to the statutes today. And I'm certainly confident in seeing you undertake the vote today and your consideration. And I certainly urge you to approve Captain Vasquez's appointment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning. Prepared some notes here. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam CAO. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lieutenant James Riley, and I'm the commander, or one of the commanders of the Sheriff's Office. I'm here to express my support for appointing Captain David Vasquez as the next sheriff at Tuolumne County. I've been in public service for the last 20 years, from the military to law enforcement. In these years, I've worked for 3 different military divisions and 3 different law enforcement agencies. I've had countless supervisors, both exceptional and mediocre. In all my experience, I've never had a leader to the extent of Captain Vasquez.
Captain Vasquez is highly committed to integrity and has the highest standards of ethical conduct, ensuring the community's trust is earned and maintained. Captain Vasquez has a unique ability to become a subject matter expert in anything he does because he fully immerses himself in every aspect of the subject until he masters it. His dedication to transparency, fairness, and justice has earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues and subordinates, and this is evident by the outpouring of support of the letters of recommendation to appoint Captain Vasquez from his unified command staff, the Deputy Sheriff Association, the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office SWAT team, and every supervisor at the Sheriff's Office. I have worked for Captain Vasquez for the last 5 years. He is critical, he holds exceptionally high standards, and has a lot of those, and asks a lot of those under his command. Captain Vasquez has a mantra when expecting strong results. He would say, do better. When first hearing this, one would think do better would mean you never can fully achieve the desired goal. However, with Captain Vasquez, by do better is do better than you did yesterday. Always strive to better yourself, to learn, and to be a better version of yourself that you were the previous day. Do better every day and continue to grow. Captain Vasquez has mentored me and provided me with an example of what it truly means to lead, to be engaged, and for it to be meaningful. He constantly inspires me, and I would not be where I am without him. I am proud to call Captain Vasquez a friend and would be honored to call him our next sheriff. I can guarantee that Captain Vasquez, our sheriff, will continually strive to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional members of the public that would like to speak? Good day.
Might just well jump up here. The board knows me. My name's Terry Northcutt. I own Timberline Environmental Services here in town. Lifetime, participant of this county, should you say. Timberline, as such, we're contractors for Department of Defense. I have had the opportunity to work with every branch of the military. The epitome of the individuals we have worked with have been the United States Marines. For somebody to ask whether or not Mr. Vasquez will adhere to the Constitution, he picked up a weapon. He dedicated his life to the United States Marines. He is still a Marine. There's no such thing as a past Marine. You never leave that. For his training, abilities, and disciplines that he ascended up through the ranks within the Marine Corps, and in what he has brought to law enforcement within this community is incredible. For Mr. Vasquez, honor, discipline, and integrity is not just a tagline. That is David Vasquez. You talk about possibly postponing this or doing something different. Do not lose an opportunity to put this individual into the place where he can do the most benefit for Tuolumne County. I'll guarantee you there's a lot of boards within this county right now that would love to have the opportunity that sits before you today to appoint an individual like Mr. Vasquez. Don't lose that opportunity and don't ever question his dedication and integrity. I'll guarantee you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? All right, close public comment and bring it back to the board. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Kirk.
I want to jump in real quick. I think Campbell and I have been on the board a few years longer, and I know I've had plenty of opportunity to work with Vasquez, which is why this is so easy. I don't feel like I'm what's the word? Settling. A lot of people talk about transparency, and we know we can't have a special election, but maybe we should put everybody through the rigmarole of an open public, conversation and ask questions. And I get that, but I hate the word transparency, but I'm just honest when I say this. I don't need to do that because I've worked with Vasquez in the past, developed a working relationship with him. I'm confident he is absolutely the man for the job, and we're actually really lucky to have him in this department and to see all the support. So I just wanted to speak to a few things real quick. When you talk about the history of service, what was submitted and what was read by CIO Riggs, mind-boggling as far as how much he's done and how much he's committed to this community already. I was really glad, Terry, that you brought up the constitutionality and the fact of being a Marine, because I probably those who were speaking against that probably never served in the military is my guess. And the fact that he did, I don't know why we would ever question that. So thank you for bringing that up. I never served in the military, but I got a hell of a lot of respect for people who do. And if there's somebody who knows something about the Constitution, it's people who decided that they would maybe give up their life for it. Some people brought up some concerns, and these are legit, about, hey, there's been people fired in the sheriff's department, and what was that all about? I will tell you, there are people fired in the sheriff's department every day throughout the county, throughout the country, police departments, prisons. I don't know the law on it, but I know a lot of it is very hush hush, not just to protect the agency, but also those who may have been released. There's a lot more that, so when you request for information, you want to find out why people get fired. It's from my understanding, it's a no-go. And it's not something that Tuolumne County is trying to cover up, or the sheriff's department. I think what I want to just end with is real simply, when I look at the sheriff's department out here, I see some old mustaches, some gray hair, but I see the majority are pretty, sorry, Neil, you're probably gonna be gone in a few years too, huh? Or less. The majority of this sheriff's department appears to be pretty young. And I say that, I'm 39, I'm pretty young too, but like, David, you're gonna be around for a while, right? Good 10 years or so. So that makes me feel better, because you're young, you got a young department, you got young leaders. You guys have the ability to be innovative. You guys have the ability to affect change when you're raising families in a community that you're working in. Like, I'm looking at most of you guys in here. It sets you apart a little bit, and it gives you a little bit of an edge. So my ask to you is, go for it, do good things, be innovative. It's, one thing that's really frustrating for me is that, we've all talked about the raises that have been given out to the sheriff's department, and how, we're going to backfill that with TOT to keep you guys solvent for a while. And we talk about these positions coming online, and we want a lot of things out of that, but I'm also realistic to the fact that, hey, 20, 30 years ago, we had a lot more deputies. We had the 120 corridor more covered. We had 108 corridor more covered. And now here we are, and we feel like we're getting you back on track, but we're not really. We're just kind of getting you like to be workable. But with that, there's still things that we got to accomplish as a community, that we got to accomplish as a board. And so what I'm saying is, yeah, you guys have less, and you have more to do with less. And my commitment is to continually try to make, to fill these roles, and to get things up to 120 quarter, to get things up to 108 quarter. But that at the end of the day, I'm only one vote, and I can't do it all myself, and the community is going to have to rally behind that conversation into the future as far as really getting you guys solvent with funding. So I want to end it by saying, I don't know if there is any hesitancy by other board members, but my hope is, even if there is, if I don't know if 3 people who are supportive of this action want to speak up first, but my hope is that we leave today, whether or not we're united, which I'd love to see 5 votes, but even if we're not, whatever the vote is at the end, that you walk away, David, knowing that our board supports you, even if we get hung up on some of the technicalities of maybe how it all plays out, that we support you, that the community supports you, your sheriff's department supports you, and we're praying for you, because honestly, dude, it is a horrible day to be in law enforcement. If my kid wanted to do it, I'd say, hell no, not doing it. Whereas 20 years ago, I'd say, yeah, it's a good thing to do. But with, I say across the board, especially in California, it's not a good endeavor to get into. But I would say, maybe I would tell my son, only if you're in Tuolumne County. I think that's the only holdup I give. You can go, but only if you go through the sheriff's department. Otherwise, go be an engineer or something. So, all right. That's it.
I'd like to go to Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. It's been a great honor to work with you, Captain. I think that we, over the past 3 years, and under Sheriff Pooley's leadership, we've been able to fix a lot of issues together. I just would say, what's not to like with it. Through this process, I've been able to learn even more about your background than I already knew. But you exhibit what I would like to see in a sheriff of Tuolumne County, and a leader and a public representative. I want somebody who is outside of just the job, community minded, and who is thinking about the impacts of that, who's involved and engaged in it. And you're very clearly engaged in your community and stepping up to serve in other ways, holds high standards and a level of discipline within the department, experienced across all the different operations, not just the cool stuff too, but the boring paperwork, the conference on, legal personnel issues with the state of California every year and updates. Sounds like a really fun experience. that's an important thing for somebody who's running a department. Having the unified, I think, support of your coworkers and not just those that you directly work with or under you or above you, but those who work in social services, in the district attorney's office, in the county administration office is important. And most importantly, somebody who's level-headed, who's clear, who works with the board. As we also are an entity that we change, we have new people that are up here. It's a patient learning process with it. There's a lot of education that goes into here. It's extremely important, I think, for my position here to have somebody that's able to explain it and as a problem solver is able to lay out what the challenges are and suggest creative approaches to how we can fix it. Because that's how we do the good work of government is most of the time it's relatively quiet, it's conversational, it's not this, kind of pushback that a lot of people kind of think. It's really working hand in hand. So you've got my full faith and confidence. I think you're going to do a great job, and I look forward to hearing from the other comments from my board members as well.
Supervisor Heff.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on this most important decision that we have before us. Our DA talked about the interviews that we had several years ago now for the final DA candidate choice. We didn't have a clear person, so we did hold interviews in that case, and I can't remember if it was 5 or 6 people. They were all lined up right here and had to interview in public in front of God and everybody. It was crazy. It was humbling. It was frightful. It was grueling. And but we did it because we needed to. We needed to find the best candidate. This situation is not the same. We do have the best candidate. We have him right here in this room. And we also have a representative government. That means you elect us, the 5 of us, to represent you in matters such as this. Our laws allow us to either make this choice or go out to interviews. The other 2 choices are interviews. Why would we do that? Why would we go out when, well, in my case, I feel very convinced that we have a stellar candidate here who will continue the professionalism. I think with Sheriff Pooley, we had a turning point in professionalism within law enforcement here, and I have seen nothing but an upward trend with his office, and I expect nothing less if and when Captain Vasquez takes over as sheriff for this county. You have to know that somebody who works within internal affairs has to have that background of knowing what is professional behavior and what isn't. So I believe that Vasquez has very high standards along the lines of our former sheriff, and I no doubt that he will continue those standards that Sheriff Pooley has set. Let's see if I missed anything here. Hold on just a minute. Oh yeah, we've had succession planning. We've had quite a few years of succession planning within the Sheriff's Department. I would not want to throw this baby out with the bathwater. If we have a solid recommendation here, we ought to accept that this is the best choice. As far as that succession planning has given us. My other point is, why would we waste our time and our taxpayer money or any other resources? I do feel that David Vasquez will very quickly prove his worth, his integrity and experience in the coming months. And then the rest of us in this room will also have no doubt that he is and has been the best choice. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Well, and as often happens, my own views and opinions have been stated before me in a more clear and eloquent way. So I agree very much with the comments of my colleague, Supervisor Half. I think we are very fortunate in a very favorable position with the fact that there actually was succession planning done at the sheriff's office, which I think is a testament to Bill Pooley's leadership there, and which is not always the case. We have had instances where department heads have retired, gone on to another career or another position, and those departments have floundered for a period of time until we can rebuild it. And to me, the sheriff's office, we've made so many advances in such a short period of time that it's too important to leave that in limbo for any amount of time if we can help it. And if you look at the Board of Supervisors has broad authority to appoint a successor to the sheriff. However, the process by which that takes place is strictly limited by the law, by state statute. So there are things that we have control over, which is the appointment, but many, many things we don't, which is if a department head wants to retire, AB 759 was passed, which extended the election period. And, you know, I had a meeting with Captain Velasquez about that. And I talked to him about it. And I said, hey, look, you know, if first thing I asked was, if you are appointed, do you plan to run? And he said, absolutely. And so I'm going to hold him to that. He said he's in it for the long term, plans on running when the regular election comes up and letting the chips fall where they may. And then I asked him if the board was interested in going through an interview process, a public process, similar to what we did with the DA. And I agree with my colleagues' comments that it's not an apples to apples comparison, but I put that question to him. And I was kind of expecting, you know, an answer sort of like, you know, I'm willing to do it, but, you know, I'd prefer not to. I was expecting that. But what he said was bring it on. He was eager to have the opportunity to talk about his background, to talk about his service to the community, which is exemplary, and to have that public forum. And so that told me pretty much everything. All I needed to know is that he was in it for the long term, that he was willing to answer publicly to the community, to be representative of the community. And so to me, that exemplifies what so many folks here and others in the community have said. And having worked with Captain Velasquez, I can confirm that as well. His service to our community and to our country over the years is without question. So we have an excellent candidate here, and I think we would regret it if we didn't take advantage of the fact that we are in this position where we have somebody with so much community support, with so much experience, and the ability to come right in and take the reins and lead our sheriff's office into the future. We need to take advantage of that. So I'm very supportive of Captain Velasquez. I think that you know, it goes without saying that he would be an excellent sheriff with our community.
Okay, thank you. My turn. So, heard from all the board members except for myself, and there's a lot of really good points made. A steady person, young, problem solver, creative approach. I like both of those, especially. As Supervisor Half said, you know, we didn't have a very strong, clear candidate, you know, when we went through this process with the DA's office. Ability to take the reins now. And so my own, you know, stuff is, you know, I feel that clearly, David, that you're the best person for the job. And I borrowed from DA Cassandra in her words there, but she was correct. Your demeanor is really good, and that's important, being in that type of position. You've got all kinds of experience. You're well engaged in the community. And I just, you know, I've got a lot of respect for your honesty and for your being straightforward. You know, if something looks a little funny, you're not afraid to state that, and that's good. So I am also supportive, and as chair, I'm going to take the prerogative and make the motion. And my motion is consideration by board approval of public employee appointment and swearing in of Captain David Vasquez as the sheriff coroner for the county of Tuolumne. And I'll look for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
Speech.
Get up.
Wow, when just real quick before I get into the remarks that I want to say, I can't remember the last time I actually took a breath and I couldn't get a full breath in was when I heard everybody say aye at the same time. I know you've executed the full scope of your authority on behalf of the people today, and that's very special. I just want to highlight that before I get into my other comments and to say thank you for everybody who spoke today, those who were in support of this and those who were opposed as well, because what a great nation we live in that has been protected by all the men and women of the armed forces for us to have that right, to have civil discourse and to disagree in a public forum. We are lucky and we're fortunate for that. So thank you to everybody. This is a very big moment. And I've been telling myself, you know, you're going to say this or you should say these things. And I've had so many thoughts going through my mind. But I can't think of a better way to spend this moment than to talk about everybody who's been involved, who has supported me, people that I care about, people that I love very much. So I'm going to start with gratitude. That is first and foremost to my family, my beautiful wife, Jill, who this doesn't happen without you. Your love and support, your sacrifice. I love you so much. My girls, who are, if they were here, I would say, how much does Daddy love you? And they would say, like the stars. And that would be true. I know that they have also sacrificed a great deal, as has everybody standing behind me today who has taken on this duty. To the deputy sheriffs that staff our and patrol our streets, that staff our custody division, to our support staff, to our dispatchers who will always answer 911. Thank you, and to their families as well, because they too know exactly what that sacrifice means. They always answer the call, they always show up. When we talk about innovation, I can't think of a group of people who are more innovative than the people in this room who have come out today. They have learned to do so much with so little, they can do anything with nothing. And they've proven that time and time again. And they carry this office to greatness. Succession planning. This started long ago, many years ago, and I would just like to also thank retired Jim Mealy for promoting me to sergeant when he did. Because for those who've been here long enough know that he cut through some of the thickest culture I've ever been privy to by doing that. He also promoted me to lieutenant, and to now retired Sheriff Bill Pooley for promoting me to captain and making this recommendation. Again, a lot of these things don't happen without, nobody gets here on their own, is what I'm trying to say. To my undersheriff, Neil Evans, who, you're my ambassador of leadership, man. Thank you for seeing me before anybody else, always investing in me. Appreciate you. We've been through a lot together, and these last 13 years have been an absolute grind. The district attorney, for her kind words and her professionalism. We have gone into battle on a lot of things, and over the last especially 6 years having to navigate very complicated waters because we have absolutely shaken the pillars of our organization with internal affairs and other things that we've heard commonly referenced today. To our DA for also being a fierce advocate for law enforcement and everything else that she believes in and is willing to come up and speak. To my Curtis Creek family, who I will miss serving that community very much. I have learned so much, and I think the number one takeaway is that the people that we trust with our children, who are in charge of our future and that embrace that trust with that cradle of leadership, they have a very tough job, and I know exactly what that feels like. These last 3 years and going into the fourth as being their president, I have learned so much from the education world and from the administration. And please know that I will carry those experiences with me in the forefront of my mind when I'm making decisions on what it means to have a safe community and provide a safe community. I will always hold that first and foremost. To all my friends and partners that I've met in the youth sports realm, those people who volunteer their time to help coach and mentor our young children every day. Again, I will always take those experiences and make them forefront at all of my decision making. To my command staff who are here today that have always supported me, have even told me, you know, hey, maybe we go a different way on that, but have always stood their ground and dug their heels in when they needed to, when they knew what was best. And the culture that we have all created is very positive, and it's very vision oriented moving forward. I'm so grateful for Captain Jared Pippin, Lieutenant Bobby Nikifork, and Lieutenant James Riley, and Lieutenant Chris Hurtado. I saw him back there somewhere. Somebody asked me if I was nervous going into this, and with a little bit of healthy shame, I said, you know, for the first time in my life, I don't have nerves. I just want to make sure that everything that we do ensures that we are providing the best and safest community ever. But I know that with these people behind me, there is no failing in that. And it is why I feel so comfortable stepping into this role and willing to take on the challenges, because there isn't anything that we can't accomplish. So I hope that they know and feel that as we move forward. I just want to make sure that it's clear to everybody that this appointment, and there's been some questions about, you know, the Constitution. There is nothing that I believe in more than the Constitution of the United States. So much that when I was 17 years old, I did enlist into the Marine Corps. I still believe that today. It's not going to change tomorrow. And it's important that people know that that Constitution applies to everybody equally, and that will always be in the forefront of my mind with everything that we do, with a culture that resonates from the top down and from the bottom up. We're all in this together. And with that, I would just like to say, the governing board, thank you again, Madam CAO, for your recommendation and all the support from staff. And my sergeants, I know they're back there. I can't forget they are the backbone of this office. And again, I'm ready, they're ready, we're all ready, and this is going to be a great thing. And we have no issues with auditioning our capabilities, whether that's 1 year, 4 years, or 12 years, because I don't plan on going anywhere unless the people say so. Thank you very much. I do have one request, if that's okay, is that when I take this oath, I'd love it if my undersheriff and my command staff would stand behind me, with me, and if my wife Jill would come up here and take my left hand while I take this oath of office, please.
Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, David Leandro Vasquez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution, I shouldn't look at it, I know it by heart, to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely,
I take this obligation freely
without any obligation, or without any mental reservations
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well
and I will well
and faithfully
and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
of which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
That's not in there, that's in me.
It's in me too. Chair, Love, we've been on. Colors, please.
How about sign first?
I'll sign. Keep me in line.
Yes.
Okay.
Figured if you were a Marine, you'd do that. This military still says, so help me God.
We're going to take a recess. We'll come back at 11:30. 11:30. Okay, coming out of recess, 11:32. And can the clerk read our next agenda item?
10 a.m. Consideration of approving the mid-year budget adjustments, personnel changes, and updated capital projects list. For-fifths approval required.
And we have a presentation from Liz, it looks like here.
Good morning, Board. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. Okay. Yes, so I'm here today to request your board ultimately do three things. So we're looking to make some adjustments to the budget, and those are captured in summary in the memo, as well as in attachment A. Every single line item that we're looking for your board to make adjustments on is in attachment A. We're also looking for your board to approve an updated capital projects list. And this is reflective. You can see the reasons in the memo, and I'll go into it further. And this really just, this projects list is something that your board approved in at the adopted budget. But as things change throughout the year, it's helpful for, I think, all of us to keep this projects list updated so that we know what we're funding and how we're funding it. And then the last piece is there are some personnel actions that we are requesting your board approve here with the mid-year budget review. Okay. So everything we do here at the county, particularly with how your board allocates resources, is designed to achieve the vision, the mission, and the values of our organization. And so when we look at this mid-year budget review, that is no different. We are looking for your board to approve these budget changes that achieve the county's mission, which is providing exceptional services that create a healthy and safe community that exercise natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, that promote economic prosperity, and that enhance the quality of life. All right, so I just want to speak briefly about the budget timeline and the process. Your board, of course, is aware, but maybe for those listening or those in the audience. So your board adopted the budget on June 20th in 2023, and then the new fiscal year for that budget begins July 1st. And what's important to keep in mind, and we'll discuss this a few times throughout this presentation, is that the books, as we call them, the fiscal year had not been officially closed when your board adopted the budget in June 20th. And that's standard for a lot of counties. But what that means is that the mid-year review is a very crucial step in the budget process, and one that we haven't necessarily taken in a comprehensive way the past couple years, because we have done a recommended budget in June and then an adopted budget in September once the previous fiscal year closed. Well, we didn't have that this year. So that's what this mid-year review is all about. We will then in May, in just a couple months here, I'll be back to your board for a year-end budget review where we'll talk about where we project our ending fund balance will be, and any minor adjustments that we might need to make to the budget just to finish out the year. And then, of course, the fiscal year will officially end on June 30th, 2024. Okay, so the purpose of the mid-year budget review is really three main things. The first one is to analyze. So we analyze how the budget is trending, and we really look, and when I say we, I should clarify, this means every single department, every single cost center, every single department head analyzes their revenues and their expenditures, and looks at how are revenues coming in, how are expenses in line with what was budgeted, 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago. The second thing that the second purpose of the mid-year budget is to make adjustments, and those adjustments are based on the analyzation. So make any adjustments that are necessary that will help us finish out the rest of the fiscal year. That means increasing appropriations if necessary, which we will hear a lot about this morning. As well as recognizing unanticipated revenues. And so all of those adjustments are included in the budget. And then the last piece is to update or correct. And as I mentioned, because we did not have all of our, because the fiscal year had not ended when we adopted the budget, there were a variety of things that either were put in, I will admit, being new to the budget process, that things were done perhaps incorrectly or just needed to be updated. Also, as we closed out the fiscal year, and then we had to make some changes. And so this is also that opportunity to make those updates or corrections based on final fund balances, how they came in, as well as any additional changes from the adopted budget. So in summary, I just want to let your board know that while many cost centers will need increases in appropriations, there are offsetting revenues to cover the increased appropriations. The general fund will not need to use contingencies due to offsetting general revenues, or in a lot of other cases, offsetting departmental revenues. And we'll talk a little bit more about general revenues, because I do want your board to keep in mind that general revenues, while we have some opportunity to recognize additional general revenues, there may be other instances at year end where we're going to have to reduce what we anticipate general revenues to be, because they are not coming in at what we had originally projected. And again, I'll speak more about that in a bit. And then I do want to speak to the other funds. They all have revenues and or are requesting to pull from contingencies for various projects. In the instances where cost centers are requesting to pull from contingencies, it's not because of an issue of not having enough money, but it's rather to complete certain projects, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Okay, so I do want to talk about the analysis piece of the mid-year budget review. And so one one important component is that the general fund contingencies currently are budgeted at $784,079. Your board's budget policy says that they should be contingencies should be set at no less than 1% of the general fund, less our grant funded departments like our master stewardship agreement or some of those other large departments that are funded by grants. So that amount should have been $994,433.30. So just want to keep your board aware of where contingencies sit currently. Another piece to keep in mind, as I mentioned previously, is that general revenues are on track or low. So it looks like TOT may come in, and again, we'll talk in much more detail at year end, but it looks like TOT will come in on track or maybe a bit higher than what we had estimated. But sales tax, and we discussed this at your board's meeting last week when we talked about a sales tax measure, and we kind of looked at the sales tax history. Sales tax, we budgeted for that. This is an instance where we budgeted for what we thought might come in, but this was before we had closed the books. So we budgeted probably for more than what we should have based on what sales tax we actually collected last fiscal year. So in total, general revenues are on track. They're not significantly higher. That's all I want your board to be aware of. And then same with departmental revenues or allocations, as we often look at them. There are many instances in this mid-year budget where we are projecting decreases to departmental revenues because allocations, often state, sometimes federal, came in lower than what we had projected at adopted budget. So in most cases, they are on track. In some cases, they are low. We have had instances where departmental revenues are significantly higher than what we had originally budgeted. We aren't really seeing that this fiscal year. And I also want to highlight as a part of the analysis process of the mid-year budget review is vacancies are reducing in some cost centers, especially for public safety, specifically for the sheriff's office for patrol. That means that it's a great thing for our departments for just the organizational health and being able to provide services. But it also means that salary savings may not be available like they have been in the past. In the past, we have utilized salary savings as a way that we, fund a variety of things at year end or as we build beginning fund balance for next year's budget. So I want your board to be aware of that too. And then lastly, as a part of the capital projects list that your board will be approving today, we are making just some shifts to how we fund specifically the the courthouse construction. Your board made or authorized an internal loan for that. And so internal borrowing has begun or will be beginning when the item is approved for the Washington Street Courthouse. And so that means that we are now under obligation to pay that debt payment, and we will be budgeting for that for next fiscal year. So we have 5 years to pay back the internal loan that we have taken out. And so just want your board to be aware that that will be another piece of fund balance, likely fund balance or however, that we will be budgeting for next year. Okay, so in the general fund, these are listed in great detail in the memo and in attachment A. So I'm not going to go into significant detail about these increases in appropriations. I'm seeing now that the color is quite challenging to read, so I apologize for that. I kind of made some changes here where there's the increase in appropriations, the ones in black, need an increase in appropriations, and there is not offsetting revenue to cover that. And so that would be the recognizing additional general revenues from property tax and some franchise fees from PG&E. That would be used to cover those increases in appropriations. The ones in blue have some or complete offsetting revenue. So again, I apologize that the blue and black is kind of challenging to read. So a couple that I just want to highlight that maybe might be sticking out. The Master Stewardship Agreement, we are requesting that your board actually reduce appropriations by $9 million in that cost center. And that is because we had anticipated to complete some work this fiscal year based on funding that we had anticipated to receive in August. And we won't be receiving it. Well, we got word of receiving it last month. And so that just delayed everything, our ability to complete the work. So, so this is one of those adjustments that we talk about, those corrections that we make in mid-year. And then one of the others that I want to mention too is in the Office of Revenue Recovery. So we, let's see, where do we start here? So the county, the treasurer made notify the court that we would no longer be completing collections for the court, and the court is now doing their own collections as of January 1st, which means the Office of Revenue Recovery has been reduced significantly. Staff were notified that this would be taking place. We had intention of keeping a couple staff in the department just to continue doing some of the collections that the Office of Revenue Recovery still does for some of the county departments, like our ambulance department, for example. Those staff had the complete ability to pursue other job opportunities, and so they did. Some work here in the county, some work with our partner agencies outside of the county organization. And so we have one remaining employee. So we are proposing, this is part of the personnel actions that we'll discuss later, but we are proposing to take that one employee, move them to the treasurer's office instead. So out of the ORR cost center into the treasurer's cost center, still both in the general fund. So ultimately it's a wash as far as the expense goes. And so we are proposing to reduce significantly the Office of Revenue Recovery's expenses and their revenue overall. And you'll see the treasurer's increase in appropriations just above that. That balances with the reduction in expenses from the Office of Revenue Recovery, as well as the anticipated reduction in revenue in the Office of Revenue Recovery as well. So I hope that makes sense. So those are the major ones on that screen that I just wanted to highlight to you all. And then on this page too, I wanted to mention a couple things. So in the sheriff corner budget, this is unusual to see a reduction in appropriations. And this has to do with, we use, as your board knows, we use sheriff's staff to staff the courthouse. That is, we get funding for that from the courthouse. And so that is what the sheriff courtroom security increase is, that $433,000. So it's actually a like a savings or like a salary savings or a reimbursement into the sheriff's cost center. So while there are in attachment A, you can see the very specific line items that are going up and down. There are some line items that are going up in the sheriff's cost center, but because of that reimbursement from the court, it appears that there is a reduction in total appropriations to the sheriff when you do kind of the math. But it's not like he's saying he's not going to need to spend $150,000. I would just want to be very clear. It's not like he's, and that would be the same with the jail as well. So part of that courtroom security cost or benefit also goes in, or reimbursement, I'm sorry, goes into the jail as well.
Hey, Liz.
Yes.
Real quick, I just want to add something for the board to know. Part of that action is actually, I worked with the sheriff and undersheriff about unfreezing 4 of their 5 patrol positions, and that's part of the courts. They'll go to post their training. He's leveraging the revenues to get them trained and get them back in. But I also want to let you know, I know that you have some expectations for the sheriff's office. In order for them to meet those expectations as we move forward, unfreezing those 4 positions and getting them into the post academy is going to, I forget. Anyways, it's post-training. That will allow them to get them in the queue and get their training, and then also their training once they get out of there, to be able to start meeting some of those expectations that you've been discussing with him, like the some of the homeless issues and some of those other things. So I want to make sure that you know that 4 of the 5 in patrol have been unfrozen. And your board had given me authority to work with him during the adopted budget to make that happen if we could, and we were able to do that. So that's why you're seeing the majority of those changes are for those 4 positions.
Yes, thank you. And a couple other items that I just want to bring, again, the ones that are in blue have full or partial offsetting revenue. In the cases of this slide, almost all of them have full offsetting revenue, certainly probation, ag, air pollution, community development, and then the homeless advocacy. The homeless advocacy, the reason for the reduction is, again, just the reality of expenditures that we made up until the very end of last fiscal year. That's when we bought Oak Terrace, I believe. And so we had to budget ahead of time, not sure when we would be making that purchase. And so this is just to kind of clean up the reality of what we spent and when we spent it. The transfers out, I apologize on the slide, this is incorrect, but in your memo and in the attachment, it is correct. This is actually an increased transfers out of 159,000, and this is to capital. And then you can see there the general fund miscellaneous revenues that we are asking your board to recognize is 273,000. So in total in the general fund, this is a little wonky. In total, appropriations are going down by 8,793,000. But that is in large part because of these grants, primarily in the Master Stewardship Agreement and in Homeless Cost Center. So I think I have in the memo, I think I wrote it, if you take those two cost centers out, the general fund's appropriations and all of these other cost centers are actually increasing by 1,498,000. So yeah, I hope that's clear. Okay, so moving out of the general fund into our other funds. Let's talk about the capital funds. So appropriations let's start first with county capital, will be decreasing in total by $1.2 million. And this is also with a reduction in revenue by a little over $1 million. These adjustments really are just to codify the decisions that your board already made in November. This is just to add it to the budget to make sure that it's all in the budget the way that your board had approved it. And those actions in November were all based on what final fund balance was once we closed the books and we knew what we were ending with. There are some additional new changes requested, and that can be found on attachment B. And this includes a reduction in $400,000 transfer in from public health. And this is due to public health no longer moving into Tuolumne General. And so that fund is no longer going to pay for the repairs or the construction in Tuolumne General. It also includes an increase of $17,010 transfer in from behavioral health. And this is for additional costs related to the ramp for the behavioral health department. And then, of course, as I just mentioned, it includes an increase of $159,000 from the general fund. And this is from those general revenues. This increased transfer in will pay for an additional $6,200 that's needed to finish the construction documents for the Pereira House, where we hope to start to build a Columbia fire station, as well as to pay for access control for the community resilience centers. So, and as I mentioned, the details of all the capital projects included what was approved by the board in November, as well as these minor adjustments that I discussed today. Those are in attachment B, and the changes are in red, and I put them in red just to kind of bring to attention what is actually being changed. Capital housing, appropriations and matching revenue in this fund are proposed to be reduced by $952,876. This fund consists of two cost centers, the CARE funding that we received and the opioid funding that we received. So this action that we're requesting your board take today is to account for the actual balance of the CARE and opioid allocations. Again, as I mentioned, after this funding was used to purchase Oak Terrace Navigation Center, this is just to clean up and clarify what was actually spent after the adopted budget was approved. Additionally, this requested budget action includes a transfer of $6,000 to the Supportive Housing Fund, which is a new fund that we've set up, and we'll talk about in a little bit. And this is for utilities related to Columbia Way, as well as a transfer out to capital for the board-approved purchase of the Columbia Way House for veterans housing. And then lastly, in the capital funds for road capital, staff request appropriations in this fund be reduced by $18 million with matching reduction in revenue. These reductions are almost entirely from road construction projects in fiscal year 22-23 storms that were not able to be completed this fiscal year. We had high hopes when we budgeted, but it's just not going to happen this year. So that will be deferred into next year and rebudgeted. And then additionally, there is $120,000 that was a transfer in from the general fund that your board approved for the completion of Q and Mill Road. We're proposing that be reduced, $120,000 in this road capital fund, and it be added instead to the road maintenance fund. That's because we were able to do that work in-house with our staff instead of contracting out that work. And so we're just putting the expense where it needs to be in the appropriate cost center and the appropriate fund. Okay, now we're going to talk about the Health and Human Services Agency and those funds. So the health fund or the public health fund, it's requested that appropriations be reduced by $1,014,666 with a commensurate reduction in revenue. The main reduction in expenses comes from reducing salaries and benefits based on vacancies, reducing intra-fund transfers. This fund also is reducing, as I mentioned, their transfer out to capital of $400,000 because they will not be moving to Tuolumne General Hospital. And then additionally, staff is requesting to transfer $300,000 of 1991 realignment revenue to social services, as they believe this will be the most cost-effective use of available resources to maximize client outcomes. The Behavioral Health Fund needs an increase in appropriations of $266,859, primarily due to another $200,000 increase in transfer out to social services of 1999 realignment funding. And then the increase in appropriations will also be used to transfer out to supportive housing to pay for utilities for the new behavioral health housing that has been purchased. And then staff are also requesting that your board recognize the unanticipated revenue of $266,187 to balance the fund. The department has added drug, Medi-Cal, intergovernmental transfer revenue since the department is now drug Medi-Cal certified, and also seeks to recognize additional revenue to implement the Governor's Care Corps program. So that's where this revenue comes from. The Behavioral Health Housing Fund, in order to balance the fund, this is just a minor recommendation asking your board to decrease appropriations in contingencies by $17,989. This has to do with how final fund balance came in last year, the action that's being requested. And then in social services, it is requested that unanticipated revenue be recognized in this fund in the amount of $641,958. $500,000 of that comes from those transfers in that I just mentioned of public and behavioral health, and from 1991 realignment. Let's see here. And then additionally, appropriations are proposed to increase by $339,427. And this includes reducing contingencies by $119,444. This is in order to balance the fund. It increases the salary and benefit reimbursement from the ERF grant, which is the encampment resolution funding grant for to support homelessness and the homelessness services. And this is for social worker time spent on those programs. Okay, so the remaining governmental funds include the road fund, which consists of 4 cost centers, which is Public Works Administration, Road Maintenance, SB1, which is the county's gas tax revenue, and fleet services. In total, as you can see, appropriations in the road fund are requested to be increased by $785,973 with matching revenue. The majority of this increase comes from SB1, for the Phoenix Lake widening and Kewen Mill Road project closeouts. And this also includes a reduction in SB1 contingencies of $175,377. The county fire fund is on track for the year. While the fund will see a reduction in revenue of $150,000 due to a lack of reimbursement from the state for emergency firefighting, the board is requested to recognize $142,143 in additional refunds and reimbursements. So it's kind of, reduction in revenue on one and the increase in revenue on the other. In total, the fire fund will need an increase in appropriations of $1,710, and that's just to offset unanticipated revenue to keep the fund balanced. The NDRC fund, or the National Disaster Resiliency Competition Fund, this is the final, hopefully, action that your board takes related to this. This is just moving funding around from we have 2 cost centers in this fund, the NDRC and then the neighborhood stabilization. And this is making sure Mo Frank and Bobby Jo Donham in our office have worked tirelessly with the state to make sure that everything that we paid for related to the Groveland and Tuolumne Resilience Centers is paid for out of the appropriate cost center using the appropriate money that the state allocated to us. And so this action here, the requesting your board take, is codifying what they have worked tirelessly with the state on their reimbursements. So it's a reduction in appropriations overall in the NDRC fund most significantly. Okay, and then supportive housing. This is a new fund that I mentioned that has been established to budget for and track all of the county's newly purchased homes to support homeless as well as behavioral health populations. This fund includes the new Oak Terrace Navigation Center, as well as the newly purchased apartments and homes. Staff recommend increasing appropriations in this fund by a total of $111,125, with recognizing unanticipated offsetting revenue by the same amount. The offsetting revenue is coming from HAP 4, from the Department of Social Services, from behavioral health, and from opioid settlement funding. These expenses, or this whole fund, is intended to pay for the operational ongoing costs, or is set up to track those costs. And so these expenses specifically are going to pay for utilities while construction is underway, while we wait for individuals to move in and start paying their rent toward these ongoing operational costs. And then lastly, the American Rescue Plan. So all American Rescue Plan funds, including LATCF funds, have been obligated by your board. Staff are requesting unanticipated revenue of $5,216,439 be recognized, and that's because this was all fund balance. And so this is another one of those instances where we were sort of waiting to see how the year ended. So this is that action that we're requesting your board take, just to kind of codify and clean up. And then the appropriations be increased by $1 million, $1,068,130. And that increase in appropriations is a result of closing out, as I mentioned, fiscal year 22-23, and then needing to re-budget for the Q and Mill Road work that your board authorized, and that was not budgeted for this fiscal year. That was one of those instances where we weren't sure if it was going to happen last fiscal year or this fiscal year, and so that's what this action is. As well as the crime reporting software that your board had approved, that had not been budgeted this fiscal year either. It certainly had been obligated and approved by your board, but just didn't make it into the budget, and so that's what this purpose is. Okay, so moving to enterprise funds. These are the ones that will need changes in appropriations. So for the Columbia Airport, staff would like to increase appropriations by $5,999, primarily for costs related to hosting the Father's Day fly-in this year. And then to balance the fund, we are requesting your board recognize $2,000 of unanticipated revenues that we expect to generate from campground fees. And then in solid waste, we are requesting the board reduce contingencies by $982,220 because staff is requesting to add that in order to fully fund the Jamestown landfill closure and the Groveland landfill closure trust funds. The county will now no longer have a pledge of review with the trust funds being fully funded. So while there's no change in appropriations overall, we are requesting that your board approve the reduction in contingencies. And then in the ambulance fund, there are no proposed changes to appropriations similar to solid waste, but contingencies in the ambulance fund are proposed to be reduced by $2,560,451. That brings contingencies down to $865,000. Combined with also a reduction in $300,000 they had budgeted in land, for a total of about $2.8 million. All of that $2.8 million will go to the purchase and improvement of the new ambulance station at Cedar Road. Cedar Road, that's right, sorry. And the ambulance fund had been putting this money aside in anticipation for purchasing or needing to renovate a building for a while, and so that's what this action is. Okay, and then the internal service funds, these are the ones that need some changes to appropriations. The employee group insurance, I'm sorry. Okay, so staff requests this fund be increased by $41,000, and this is for medical eye service claims and for premiums related to voluntary accident and life insurance. Revenue had been budgeted for this at the adopted budget, but the expense was not budgeted. So the new fund balance for this employee group insurance fund is $2,546,772,000. And then leave liability, we anticipate some pretty significant leave cash outs related to some upcoming retirements. And so Debbie's office actually had made this request to increase appropriations by $115,000 to, again, in anticipation for these to get us through the rest of the fiscal year. So fund balance will now be $1,427,537. And then lastly, change to internal service fund is our information technology services. We're looking to increase appropriations by $185,000. And that is for $10,000 related to increases in costs to respond to alarm services, as well as $175,000 that is needed for additional firewalls. And I will want to mention that while this is a one-time cost, the $175,000, well, I shouldn't say that. This is a lump sum cost, but in the future it will get added into our our technology internal service fund and will be allocated out. So when we need to replace these firewalls in the future, in 10, 15, 20 years, whenever firewalls need to be replaced, I'm not exactly sure, that will be allocated out to the departments. So we won't see this one significant increase in the future. And as you can see, the remaining fund balance in that fund will now be $1,116,642. Okay.
Liz, before you go into the next part, I just want to make sure that we remember with the board that we did the adopted budget. We didn't go through a recommended and then the adopted. So what you're seeing now is a lot of what we're calling budget cleanup. And so that's why the nature of the types of changes you're seeing are a bit different than what you have seen in the past. So things that that we didn't know we estimated when we did the budget in June. We are doing the cleanup now when we know what the real data is, whether it's being fund balance, actual allocations. So normally you would see everything that's perfectly balanced. So it looks odd, but that's because we're doing the cleanup at this point. So that I just want to make sure you understand. It's totally different this year than what we've done in the past. And I mean, even I'm looking at this kind of, my brain's kind of like, okay, wait, no, that's cleanup. And then there's some things that like for ARP, it's not actually not unanticipated revenue. We're using the fund balance that because things did, for those, I'm mostly looking at, let's say, Ryan and Kathleen, you know that in our process that when we close the year-end financials, the actual accounting for the year, if we don't encumber, things have to be rebudgeted. So some of this is the analysis took place to see were things encumbered and if they weren't, we rebudget. So that's a perfect example in ARP. Your board obligated it. When we found the items didn't get encumbered for whatever reason, then we go back in and we actually budget for those items. We do that with every fund. And so that's some of the cleanup you're seeing here as well. Just want to make sure. And then if you have questions, Liz has the detail. And I think Supervisor Brandon has a question.
Yeah, it's very quick, just technical. So under IT, firewalls, are we talking literal firewalls or are we talking digital firewalls?
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to, that I think our IT director can speak to. Yeah.
Oh, I feel bad. I got to bring him a mic. Poor guy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Literal firewalls.
Okay.
Hardware firewalls. We have approximately, I think, 40 some firewalls throughout the county. Because of the last grand jury report, we did a major upgrade. The lifespan of the firewalls are about 7 years. So we start the replacement at 7 years. We're at 7 years now. And we have firewalls in multiple locations where there is redundancy, like Sheriff's Office, this building, and at the JDF. Most other locations just have one. Those 3 locations have 2 apiece. And we asked for the increase because we are moving to a different vendor, same product, different vendor. And if we do move, we'll get a significant decrease on the cost. About $160,000, $150,000 will be saved from what we were going to originally pay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Roger.
Let's see here. Okay. So moving to the requested personnel actions, and again, this is described in your board's memo, but I'll just go through these. So the first request is that your board add an administrative analyst 1-2 senior to the CAO cost center, and this would be a grant-funded position. This primarily it's kind of a twofold thing. So as your board is aware, the Master Stewardship Agreement, the funding that we have received has increased significantly. With that comes a significant increase in the projects that we're implementing, the overall program itself. That has meant that Katie Henry, who's doing a fantastic job, but she has been the only person really working in that kind of department, and so she has needed additional support. So we had another staff person that has been partially providing some fiscal support to that, but then was available to provide other budget and fiscal support for the rest of the office. Well, we have needed to shift her to provide full-time dedicated to support also to the master stewardship agreement. So we have always had 2 people in that cost center, and we're keeping them in that cost center, and they are working exclusively on that cost center's work. What that has meant is now we have a hole and a gap where we need some additional fiscal support in the office, primarily for capital and homeless, again, with all of the grants that we've been receiving. As well as needing some support for just budget in general. And so that's what the purpose of this addition is. It's really kind of this shifting of responsibilities to meet the immediate need. And then while we look at additional, what we expect to be longer term needs. So again, this would be a grant funded position. It would be funded by the admin that we have received from the Master Stewardship Agreement. The impact for this fiscal year, again, it's no impact to the general fund because it's grants. Cost would be about 29,000, almost 30,000 this fiscal year, about 133,000 if we hired a senior for the entire year.
And Liz, I just want to jump in just to give some more, some thought on this. So first of all, there's $1.3 million sitting in the admin trust fund that we have that pays for, it will pay for this position should your board approve it, but also pays for that position in county council that we added to give some more capacity for the amount of work that's going. In the past, the analyst that we hired that she spoke of that's in the office, that's not doing the direct but more the fiscal work, she was providing assistance for all of the opioid, all of the homeless grants, CARE Act, all of the stuff, their CDBG, HUD, NDRC, CS. So what I'm saying is we've had to pull her off. So in getting support for, say, Michael and Mo and all the grants they're doing, this person is getting pulled off of that, and we're looking to backfill it. We're being creative with the admin that we're pulling in for MSA. So just to make sure that you understand, there's just this need. The MSA being at over $100 million at this point, it demands and deserves its own direct staff, and so we're trying to leverage everything we can to also then get the fiscal support needed for those other grants that we're trying to oversee and we're administering.
The next, this is sort of what I spoke to in kind of a clunky way, but as I mentioned, the Office of Revenue Recovery, we are essentially eliminating that department. And so the one remaining staff member who's currently a collections officer 1, the cost for that person and the person themselves would go to, it's the same physical office space, to be clear. But they would then move to the treasurer's office and work as a fiscal tech. And so you can see while we're reducing the cost in one department, we're increasing the cost in the other for a total net of 0 in the general fund. Let's see, the next is the reclassifying the homeless services coordinator to a senior administrative analyst. And this is in the homeless services cost center. There is no financial impact on this because the position when it was created was always benchmarked at the senior administrative analyst. So this isn't a fiscal impact decision. This really has to do more with providing depth, redundancy, and the opportunity for succession planning, for capital projects, but lots of other work that's happening. It also offers more flexibility for this position to continue to work on projects outside the direct scope of homeless services. You've seen multiple instances of this position working on things like supporting behavioral health with purchasing property for behavioral health clients. It's not homeless clients, it's behavioral health clients. So there's no fiscal impact, as I mentioned, as the two are benchmarked together.
I did want to comment on this one as well. I was just reviewing again the class spec, and for those of you who've watched this class spec has changed in many times. It has also moved around a bit. So it started in say CIO's office, and then it moved to HHSA. Then it was brought back. This class spec as written does not allow for this individual to do capital. And that is mostly what we're doing here. I just want to point out that the work that Michael is doing, he's pulled in over $10 million in grant funds, yet those are mostly related to, they are services, that's capital. But what we've come to realize is, and this position provides no services directly. They really are in an administrative function doing mostly capital. The other thing is our capital projects director, Mo Frank, is at capacity and beyond it. I've been kind of going over some of the stuff. We also need to provide additional support to our facilities management when it comes to capital, and us pulling that item today is a perfect example. This allows for greater flexibility for, you all know this, but an analyst in our office can be assigned anywhere. It gives us utmost flexibility. But when we see on here, I just want to make sure you know that the general fund is picking up about $51,000 of this position. The annual cost is about $120,000. So we, like we do with any of our analysts who work on direct grants, we bill where we can directly to that grant. We pull in admin as well. And we will continue doing that. We expect the analysts in the office, for those who've been analysts in the office, you apply for grants constantly. We do not expect this to stop, but it does allow some capacity and backfill for Maureen Frank, who is over capacity and needs some assistance. And then just for learning, what Mo knows would take many, many years for anyone to step in and begin learning from her. And he has started that process. But just want to make sure that I highlight what some of those core differences. He is working out of class right now, and we're trying to fix that.
All right, so the next item, personnel action requesting, is your board to reclassify also the business manager to an agency fiscal officer in Public Works. This has to do with the number of cost centers that this position supports, as well as the reporting and compliance requirements that this position is responsible for. And to account for state and federal road funding. So the cost for this change has no impact this fiscal year due to salary savings, and it is expected that it will be a net increase of about $6,400 at the most in future years. And again, that is in the Public Works, in the road fund, not in the general fund.
I'm sorry, Liz. I just want to comment on this to add a little more context. We have one other agency fiscal officer, and that's in the Health and Human Services divisions. And what I want to highlight is this current incumbent right now, the way that your business manager, it's usually one fund, and this individual is overseeing multiple funds. So you've got Public Works, you've got solid waste, airports, they oversee a portion of the general fund for GIS. So this is taking into account that this individual is overseeing multiple divisions and agencies, not just Public Works, and we want to make sure we recognize that.
Okay, in fleet, we are requesting your board add one FTE. This would be a equipment tech apprentice. This position is intended to take on responsibilities of some of the some things like tire maintenance, oil changes, and then some assistance and some training. So the equipment tech apprentice position would allow existing senior equipment techs to prioritize and focus their time on repairing the county's fleet in a timely manner. And it is anticipated that this new position will generate some offsetting revenue. I'm not sure how much, so I didn't put any in there, but it's likely that there will be additional offsetting revenue in fleet just by adding capacity and being able to do more to serve more county departments and then pay for bill for their time. And so you can see this year there is not anticipated to be a fiscal impact because there are they had already budgeted for this position in their existing budget. But then next year you can see the full cost for the position would be $76,000. And again, that is in the fleet cost center, not in the general fund. And then lastly, staff are requesting to add one FTE airport tech to the Columbia Airport. This position will be funded with salary and benefit savings from what was the vacant airport manager position up until very recently, as you saw this morning. And then that will be offset in the future in part by approximately $21,000 of a reduction in part-time relief salaries. So we won't be needing those part-time relief salaries anymore. And so again, no expected increase or impact this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, about $58,000. And again, that is in the airport fund, in Columbia Airport specifically, and not in the general fund. Okay. So final recommendation, we are requesting your board approve the mid-year budget modifications as I described and as are detailed in attachment A. Also requesting your board approve the personnel changes that we just discussed, and then also looking for your board to approve the updated capital projects list, which can be found in attachment B. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
So, questions from the board? Supervisor Kirk?
going back to that last slide on the positions, I'm just going to ask some simple questions, but I want to be clear. For the equipment tech, did you say, is any part of that general fund, or is it separate funds, fleet services?
Yeah, it's separate. It's not in the general
Separate,
fund.
okay. So be clear. And then on the homeless services coordinator to senior administrative analyst, that is general fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we're going from, and is any of that current position grant funded, or is it 100% general funded right now?
No, it is.
So it's right now, what the net impact for that position is 51,000. And I had said, and when I was talking, it's 120,000 annual cost. Right now, the general fund is picking up 51,000. Since that position is being created, the general fund has picked up some portion of that grant.
So
I mean,
part
of
of
that
it-
position.
Part of it is grant funded?
Yes,
Okay.
part of it is grant funded. 2/3 of it is grant funded.
So moving forward, if we convert it, and I get why we're converting it, but if we convert it to this new position, are the grant funds eligible to still continue to
Yes.
help offset it?
Yep,
They are, okay.
yes.
Even though that position will be doing other things. We're just broadening the scope of work.
They just do a time study, like Mo does this on our time card. Many of our employees do this. They study their time. Almost every department has a time study that they do for the grants that they work on.
And if that individual is going to be doing work for, like we've been discussing, obviously they're doing work for other agencies. Is there not ways to get other agencies, like out of the public health or behavioral health, are they not able to help offset some of those costs as well if the work's being done on behalf of those agencies or departments?
In the past, that would be a policy decision by your board. In the past, we have never charged departments for administrative support. That's just what we're tasked to do. So we've never charged departments to do that.
Okay. So it's nothing new to be using general fund dollars for other departments who get funded?
Not for administrative support. That's
For
our core
administrative
mission. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is, I get the CIO analyst, that's great. It's grant funded. But what comes to mind too is, like, I know, for instance, like the DA's office, they've been struggling to get some positions in funding via, I think, trying to remember what the service was, but there was a grant position that they're going after. Was any of that discussed in, obviously, this mid-year, helping the DA's office out with a grant supported position?
So your board did obligate about $50,000 for our share of costs for a grant that she did get. So that's already included in the budget.
Okay.
But right now, we limited really we were trying to limit anything that impacted general fund net wise, other than some of those capital, like you'll see the capital includes the access control for the CRC. That's that transfer out that you saw. But yeah, we did not get into, we will begin those conversations for the next fiscal year very, very soon. We go right from here into year end and then looking at 24, 25. And that's when they will start bringing their requests for changes to us. And we've made a commitment with the district attorney to continue looking at their caseload and what they're dealing with over there.
Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up was, because it was new to me, I brought it up the other day, Tracy, was I heard, one of my first questions is, okay, did this go through the budget team? And my understanding is in the past, positions would, but for this and moving forward, I'm hearing that the budget team won't be speaking into actual positions, more about the general and broad. Can you kind of clarify that a little bit I don't know if I'm the only board member who's aware of that, but I just want to be clear, especially going into the next budget cycle. What is the purpose of the budget team? What are they actually speaking into? And why do we have it moving forward?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We did discuss this pretty significantly at the last budget team meeting. What we found last year at the budget team was that we, in an effort to be completely open and transparent and collaborative, that we started to have personnel conversations in a public meeting. Budget team, it can be up to 50 people that are in the room at a time. And it includes all department heads, often assistant and deputy department heads, and then their key fiscal staff. And so we were having conversations about personnel that were our county council advised was probably not, we shouldn't be having in that setting. And B, the budget team was really clear when we first established the budget team a couple years ago. unanimously, the group decided that no department should speak into the operations of another department. And when we were discussing last year, when we were discussing particularly like promotional opportunities or succession planning opportunities, the group, I remember Rebecca Espino, retired Health and Human Services Agency Director last year, specifically saying, I'm never going to tell another department whether they should add a new position or not. If they feel like they should, I'm always going to support it. I have nothing to add to that conversation. And that's kind of what we found, was that we were starting to have departments speaking into the operations of other departments. Let alone, setting aside kind of the legal issues of some personnel conversations that we should not be having in like that open forum. And so at this most recent budget team meeting, when we were discussing the mid-year changes, the team all agreed to not having those conversations about personnel with the budget team. And so the process now is that they meet with the CAO, the department head meets with the CAO, talks about the proposed changes, the CAO makes recommendations, works with HR, then works to put it in the budget, and then kind of do all of the process and then bring it to your board and include it that way. And I will say too that we also at the last budget team meeting, we brought proposed changes to your board's budget policy that speak to that and that codify that, and that we will be bringing that updated budget policy to your board for approval as well. Just because you're right, Supervisor, we have not brought that official change back to your board, and so we're kind of operating in a way that the budget team recommended we do, but without having brought it to you all first. So I apologize for that.
So we'll hear from that soon. And then I'm sorry, while you're speaking, one last thing that I wanted to just get clarification on the homeless service coordinator going to senior administrative analyst. We've obviously, our board's been purchasing homes. We're going through that process now. We're kind of in limbo waiting for things to come online. Is this kind of also an action or a conversation about kind of getting away from that work and that service and now focusing on, for instance, successive training, capital improvement? I guess what I'm saying to myself and to the public is it sounds like we're kind of done with purchasing. It's time to start working the services, and this is kind of an action to kind of step away from that a little bit. Am I being clear?
Correct. If we move to ultimate purchase of the Parrots Ferry, as your board directed last time, if we move, depending on all the work that they're doing right now, if we move and make that purchase, we will then stop looking at properties and begin looking and getting the renovations and the capital improvements made so we can get them open and begin operating those facilities. If your board, for whatever reason, the board decides not to move on the Parrot Ferry property, we will still need to find something but that will meet the need that we have. So yes, we will stop looking at properties. We will begin focusing on the renovations and the capital improvements and get those operating.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Supervisor Brendan.
Great, thank you. I hate to ask on it, but I wanted to ask with the physical firewalls, why something like that would expire after 7 years as a physical improvement. But I'm wondering if you would be willing to walk a mic back.
Oh, yeah.
That would be great, thank you. So I don't feel so bad.
He wants to come up.
It was just asking if we're talking physical fire barrier walls, why something like that would really have what seems like a fairly short shelf life for a construction material.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's not. It is a technology piece of equipment.
Oh, it is a digital.
It is digital.
I asked if it was a literal firewall.
When you said digital, I thought you were talking about software firewalls versus hardware firewalls. So they are hardware firewalls that are in place. Yes, and most of the vendors have an end of life.
Yeah.
So the end of life for these firewalls have been announced.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I thought you meant server room fire protections at the various facilities as literal firewall.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
No. Okay.
That's not good as the young guy up here not knowing what a firewall is. That's bad. Let's see. I also wanted to ask too, with the $18 million within the road fund. So to my understanding, that's because of the FEMA obligations not basically being met yet, right? with the money that we have set aside for those projects committed to reimbursement. I'm getting a head nod on it. Do we have, when we expect that to basically be expended, is there any indication FEMA is, I guess, not going to do it?
Sorry, we don't, Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, we don't actually have a timeline on when we are going to get these obligations. We just wanted to make sure that you guys understood that it wasn't that we're not choosing to do some of the work. If we do the work, it does come out of our current road fund, and we have no obligations other than a small amount, I believe 26,000, Dory, out
Okay.
of the $20 million.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about the water agency contract. We had kind of two votes on that. One was whether to continue forward with a particular consultant, and one was maintaining the basically fund to be able to pull together some type of maybe a grant application, professional services item. My understanding was a majority directed to maintain the item, but not with the past contractor. And so I'm wondering why that's being eliminated, the $32,498.
I wasn't aware that that was the direction. I'm sorry about that.
So it's, at this point, we don't have anything that, we don't believe we will expend that this fiscal year. So we don't have where we're looking right now. Sean is engaged with partners
Right.
and stuff. We just don't think that we'll need it this fiscal year. So if we want to look at certain, if we think we need consultant services beginning July 1st, then we would have those conversations and we could rebudget it.
And then if I can throw in on that, because I think there's been discussion about the idea of a more of a county-wide plan or some larger discussions. One thing that I've engaged with Sean on in particular is the Harvard Mine property that we own and the trust issue with 2026 and the court case. It's about yay thick. It's very fun to kind of flip through. But we're looking at what we can do to repurpose that site. Water is kind of the critical issue. This was a fund we discussed, especially since California Jobs First money looks pretty far out. Do we have another, if we need to do some type of professional services in that, there was a lack of clarity on whether we'd be able to use the environmental trust set aside there to be able to fund that type of study and get all the agreement of all the property owners. If we couldn't, or we couldn't get unanimous agreement, my understanding is this is the only fund we had available to look at our portion of that thing to basically plan and do a legal analysis.
Yeah, so we're currently having conversations, high level with the water board and Sarah with her water council on some options. Ultimately, what we would need to do when we get far enough along is we would take 1 to 2 board members. In the past, we used to take chair and vice chair down with us. We would begin engaging. Right now, we're having high level conversations about that. What is the water board willing to consider?
Right.
And then we will be then engaging further where we would be then asking, one of you or both of you to attend with us to begin having more in-depth conversations about that. But right now, we're just exploring it to see, are they even willing to consider to allow us to use that fund? And or we have the trustee that we have and working with the trustee. So we can have more conversations offline. We
Okay.
just don't see us needing this before the end of the year. That's all. That's the only
Okay.
reason that the adjustment's being made.
I'm fine with that, just that it might come up sooner, and if it does and we can't use that fund, then we're gonna have to figure out a way to pay for it, but I understand that might not happen before July, so.
Your board can make an adjustment to the budget at any time if needed as well.
Great, and then the last bit is related to the reclassification of the homeless services coordinator position. I can understand the working out of class issue, and needing to basically, fit the position to it, but this is taking kind of a specific position that seems like it's not quite what the job is, but putting it to now a very broad category that would work on any project kind of whatsoever, right? So my question is, if we're talking about still within homeless services, capital project type things, is there basically a different position besides senior administrative analyst that is making sure that the work matches it, but is not expanding the scope to be, it could be anything?
The only other position we have is your capital projects director. Your administrative analyst series is the one that gives the utmost flexibility. And For example, I've already assigned him, we're looking at the Stent Schoolhouse. So he and Leah are working on that process for surplus. So you could create a separate capital projects classification if you wanted. We just weren't looking at creating one. We
Well,
were just looking at what we have
And to
existing.
tag into it, I guess the question is, because this is homeless services coordinator didn't exist, we created that position.
Correct.
So the senior administrative analyst is a position we use regularly.
Correct.
Saying that can a position be added, created, converted exactly kind of like this into something of what you're mentioning that is working on capital projects and homeless services, but is not the broadly flexible, it could be literally any project that kind of comes up. That's what I'm getting to.
Yes.
Not existing positions, but converting a new position into a different new position that's more accurate.
Yes, we can, your board can approve any type of class spec that you would direct us to make.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Haff or Campbell, do you have any questions?
I'll just add to that conversation, just from my own experience. I was a senior staff analyst for the CAO's office, but I ran the Public Power Agency. I was the OES coordinator. I was the legislative analyst. I wore lots of different hats. So the senior analyst or just administrative analyst position, it gives you the broad range of things so that you have the flexibility. And I think that's what our CAO is going for, the flexibility in that. And it doesn't mean that this person won't continue to help with homeless services, but it gives a little bit more latitude to continue with the training into capital, which we need. We need that depth because Mo isn't going to be here forever. So I get it, but I just wanted to give you from my experience that we use that position for a wide range of things, and it's generally seen as helpful, not a hindrance.
I fully understand that. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell, do you have any questions? I've got a couple of questions, and I think they've been answered, but I just wanted to get confirmation. So for both that 9 million in MSA and the road capital 18 million roughly, both rough numbers, those are basically deferred into next fiscal year?
That's right.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. And when we looked at that one section on the supportive housing, the new fund that was created, I'm just trying to figure out what type of plan do we have to, show how much, and obviously every time you open up a new facility, you got to recalculate, but, to achieve this sustainable funding to keep these places running, both staffing as well as utilities and stuff. And
Yeah,
are we developing that type of plan that we can feed more money into this when available?
we are, yeah.
Okay.
We have some, for utilities, for example, we have past utility bills from some of the locations. And then ultimately, what we have been waiting for, why it might appear to be sort of piecemealed as far as the revenue goes, what we've been waiting for is our PLHA funding, which is ongoing funding. And that we have discussed that will be dedicated to where rent from folks doesn't cover, the PLHA will cover for these ongoing operational costs. We just were notified yesterday that they approved our budget. We've been going back and forth with the state on PLHA funding, so we were notified yesterday that will be coming in. So likely at year end, we will actually be making some further adjustments based on the reality of the revenue that we'll be paying for these supportive housing projects.
Okay, good. So at this point, I'll look for public comment and then we'll come back to the board still. I've got a couple of comments and maybe others, but so public, please.
I'm a retired systems engineer, so I have a lot of experience in IT, but not at the firewall. Supervisor Brandon, I think you were actually on to something about the physical IT thing. And they make what are called appliances. And I've only dealt mostly with like the $500 models or the multi-million-dollar ones like for Google. But I did look up on Cisco firewall. They cost between about $2,000 and $5,000. It's a physical box. And then usually there's like something that's important with those is the policy tables. You get day zero attacks, which is something brand new that came out. They didn't report it through legitimate chains where you get like 30 days to deal with it. And so you want to have like overnight policy tables in these appliances to be updated to block stuff. So I might just be totally clueless here. It's somewhat outside my scope, but I think there's some questions to ask. Are we using firewall appliances? You should be. Or are you putting the firewalls on individual machines and things? Usually not a good idea. Well, usually both are a good idea together. Okay.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for any final comments that you may have. Supervisor Kirk?
Thank you for answering my questions, Tracy and Liz. I think what I want to reiterate, the reason why I was asking about grant funding for the homeless thing was just as long as this position is if they're doing multiple things, but it also includes homeless. I know I may have voted no against this position years ago because I said there's so much grant money with homeless. I don't want to be using any general fund with it, which the board obviously took a different direction. Half of it's general fund, half of it's homeless. What I want to be clear on and sure of for myself moving forward is that as long as there's grant money, we're continuing to go after it. What I don't really want to see happen is this position get redefined and then a year goes by and now we've basically just put 1.2 million over the next 2 years into our general fund, which is a fire engine. So I'd rather it be 600,000 and have grant money from the homeless conversation taking place. So I guess that's my comment, but it's also a question. Do we know? I'm assuming there's just going to be continuous grant money for positions like this. The current grant that we have, how much longer will that sustain this position? Like, is it 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Do we know?
The problem is we have like 8 grants that he's working on, and he's brought in over 10 million so far in the 18 months he's been on. But then as he learns CDBG and all of the other things that Mo has been working on, he'll be able to bill some of his time to that. And as new grants come out, then we bill to those as well. Kind of like what Katie's doing at MSA, we did with Drought, OES, all those types of things. So we always look. I mean, this is why we highlight the amount of money that the office brings in grants, because we are, your analysts, not just here, but in other departments, are your grant writers, and we are always looking at grants, and that will never stop.
I think what I'll end with then is whenever we have budgets, I'll always be asking, are we using grant money for the billions of dollars for homeless stuff? Are we applying that to these positions that are working on homeless stuff? That'll be my ongoing conversations. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. A lot of these things are very routine, so I appreciate the thorough explanation, just kind of going through it too. We spent a lot of time on budget. I say we only spend a few hours on budget. You spend however many hundreds of hours actually compiling this, so thank you for all the work on it. The things that I would recommend in here, I guess I had one thought. One was related to the IT proposal. We've done a massive amount thanks to Roger's leadership on bringing forward kind of to put out, we were a Norton antivirus trial basically, and it seems like now we've got a very sophisticated system. But, I want to see a longer term plan of what that looks like, because it's kind of like, there's a level of protection that we need. And then there's probably a bunch beyond that may be a level of protection that we don't need or is not quite the level of threat. And I don't know where we stop. I don't know if what we already did, which was fairly substantial, is, we're now in that top tier of counties. How do we rate? NACO was talking about this a lot. Or if these are things that are like 20-year-old pieces of technology we own that we need to replace, it's a totally fundamental kind of foundational thing. I don't know if this is an improvement or a replacement, if we're adding something new into the system. So I would really like in the future for IT stuff to see kind of the larger plan of what things need to still be replaced. Why would we be doing, great that it is better, but we will at some point have to make some more priority decisions on, but is it more than we need? That's just a comment. It's not an issue with this, so don't worry about it. And the second was with the water agency. I'm okay with this moving forward. I would prefer to be able to keep that line item. I think that the discussions with the water board and what they will approve, those have been happening for a while. They've given some indication of some things they would approve. last conversations I had with Sean about this topic was what we really needed was a legal analysis based on early conversations of they are willing to entertain this, of what does that actually look like? Do the stakeholders support it? Anything from power generation to or electrolysis to even just replacing some type of pumping system. And what do we do moving forward? Because that timeline's coming on us. I mean, in July, that will be only, I think, 2 years away from expiration. And that's not counting having to actually get something in place. So, you know, the pressure feels kind of on there for it. But I'm willing to move forward with it. One thing, though, that I would ask would be considered separately. I think when we made the decision about the homeless service coordinator position initially, with the grant funding, and then to add it in with some of the general fund, that was to ensure basically higher, plus we did not have the same grants that were coming in. It wasn't the same situation as we're in right now. I understand wanting to change the classification, and I guess what I want to avoid is it to have maximum flexibility. The point of that position was for kind of homeless related housing capital projects and being able to make sure that those then get operational. And I don't want it to be drawn into whatever kind of the thing, because, you know, as Supervisor Happ mentioned, that's what a senior analyst does. There's whatever the new emergency is, that's where that position moves to. And over time, seeing this kind of be a scope creep away from why it was initially created. So I don't support that personnel change. I think we should create a position title that is appropriate to what we're actually saying, not kind of it could be to anything, and this might be the work, but it also might not. And we might have another position come up to create another, you know, for this. And now this new senior staff analyst is not working on those programs. So.
Supervisor Goldenberg, I just wanted to make sure, and just to highlight what I had spoke about earlier, is that the class spec right now does not speak to capital at all. That's the problem, one of the problems that we have, plus already working on capital projects outside of it. I just want to make sure that you remembered that. That's
and I could even, I mean, it could be homeless capital project coordinator in title change. And then, you know, it could be adding that as one of the responsibilities. That to me is addressing what you're saying, not what's here. So sorry to interrupt again.
No, that's okay. I wasn't going to start with this area, but I've heard it from several board members. I was thinking of a title change too, you know, senior administrative analyst -- homeless. I'm reluctant to take a position that was dedicated for homeless, and I know things are changing and evolving, and you know what Michael's been doing is great work, and getting into the capital area is already been occurring and needs to continue. But I really like to see somebody that's held responsible to that program area, and I think we could lose that if we don't have homeless in that title somehow.
Could I provide comments? Just first, I will have to pull back work he's doing, which means it won't get done. So Stent Schoolhouse is one of those. There's a couple he's working on because Mo doesn't have capacity, and I don't have capacity in the office for anyone else to take it. So just want to make sure your entire board is thinking, and we can do that. I can absolutely do it, but I also want to make sure this position does not do services at all. And that was something we originally kind of had thought they would be putting together. They have not been. It's HHSA that provides all the services. I just want to make sure that when we're looking at this, we look at it kind of holistically as the whole thing. And that's fine. Whatever you guys want us to do, we will do.
Totally understand that, you know, but you know, the expectation, you know, out there, you know, with a lot of different folks, whether they be, you know, other people that are involved in homeless efforts or people with interest, you know, in the public, is that we've got a homeless coordinator type of position. Now, if we need to tweak something on the administrative analyst classification, make that happen, that's fine. If we need to temporarily even make this change, if there's an immediate need to do something, but you know, my expectation would be that we work this out and figure out a way, you know, to give him the tools that he needs, that he's allowed to do, you know, in the position. Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry, Supervisor Campbell. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just, I mean, I have some other comments, but I just want to speak to that point since we're on it. the way I interpret that is that, so I remember the discussions we had about creating this position in the first place, and we weren't really sure at the time what it would mean and what it would entail and what that class spec would be. We kind of just picked a generic title that we thought would cover a lot of different areas. As over the past 18 months, the responsibilities have expanded and changed and moved to meet the need in the community. I think we've come up against a wall, and that's the way I interpret this proposal by the CAO to be, is to be able to continue meeting that need. And I feel that changing the title doesn't necessarily change what this board intends that position to be, because it assumes, like saying that if we change the title, it's no longer going to be exclusively focused on homelessness and the goals of the Board of Supervisors, but that neglects the element that we are engaged in this, and I'm fully confident that staff will carry out the goals that the board has set out. But unfortunately, some of those goals, I think, need the change in the class spec that Tracy's talking about in order for him to go down those areas. And like Supervisor Kirk, you mentioned not supporting it because of the general fund cost initially. But if you just look, in the past 18 months, it's like a $56,000 general fund investment for $10 million of grant funds that go to services that we otherwise would not be able to provide. And so if there are additional grants out there that require a change in the class spec or additional responsibilities that require that change in the class spec to continue on this path that we've set out, I'm not opposed to that. I think, call it whatever you want as far as I'm concerned, as long as it's bringing money in from grants and doing good in the community. You can call it whatever you want, and I'm going to want to see it expand to whatever's available.
Yeah, good, Supervisor Kirk.
I might be misinterpreting this, but what I'm hearing is if we don't change it, we'll have homeless service coordinator and then potentially another position to start succession training behind Mo. And I'm completely against that, because then I would be creating a position at 120,000 a year, 1.2 million over 10 years. So I'd rather have the fluidity of doing this as we phase out of the homeless purchasing part, instead of dedicating that name, that position, and that person, whoever it is, whether it's somebody else. I see better flexibility in the cost savings if we do it this way versus separating two positions out, unless I'm misinterpreting that.
Can I ask?
Yeah, well, I had just a couple of the comments, but.
Yeah, I had a couple other comments on the presentation too,
So,
but whenever.
Supervisor Brandon, did you have something directly for this that we can get through here?
And it's just a question to it. Mentioned that there's work happening, that this change is kind of needed for it. That work's already kind of being directed and happening as it is right now. So I'm wondering is, for example, we're going to have a meeting in 2 weeks, right? Roughly. If that was the direction, we could, within that 2 weeks, I assume it wouldn't be a full stop because of a 14-day period, to make it more specific to, say it's a capital projects, analyst or something that is a little more detailed. So would that be an appropriate kind of compromise if there is any heartburn or issue, to take some of this feedback, have this be pulled from that, and then in 2 weeks do just the same thing specific to that?
Yes, we could do that. I can't guarantee, because I have to work with HR and they are very impacted, whether or not they can write up a whole new class spec by the time, you realize that gives us 1 week. To get it posted for the next agenda, it has to be posted next week. So if that's your direction, we can go back. I have him working on more than I just use Stint Schoolhouse, because that's one we have some pressure on. We're trying to get done more quickly. But he has been working with Mo for some time, learning all the stuff that she does. We can do whichever your board, if you want it to be more specific to capital, we can make it specific to capital. It doesn't change what he can work on it will change, it will only keep him at capital. So if there's anything else where we need capacity to have someone help, that will keep us from doing that. So if I need just someone where I grab them and go, can you go help with that? That would limit that expanded role, but it could keep them just to capital.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Supervisor Campbell, you had some comments.
Just on the mid-year modifications in general, I mean, to me, these are quite consistent with the discussions we had last year, and more or less where I expected to be. So thank you to Tracy and to Liz for working on that. And I also do look forward to the conversation about what do we call it? The Budget Committee or Budget Congress? We called it Budget Congress at one point, and that sounded
It's
very
much not
highfalutin to me.
that anymore. It's budget
Yeah.
team, yes.
Okay. That was extremely helpful to me last year. So I would definitely want to be involved in whatever conversations we have about changing that. It is nice to kind of have that filtered, but a little bit unfiltered view from department heads, like a moderate amount of filter there about what the needs are. And, you know, if we can do it as a board, we will. If we can't, you know, we can't. And I think department heads are grown up enough to be able to accept that and understand that. But that input is extremely valuable. And then, yeah, on this last issue of the homeless coordinator position, to me, that is not, it's not a significant enough change to warrant taking it back, finding a different class spec, and then bringing it back to us again for another decision. I'd rather just approve what we have here today. And I have the full faith and confidence in staff that position will not wander outside of the guardrails that have been put in place by the board. But that's just how I feel about it.
Okay. You know, first of all, I appreciate all the efforts, you know, that goes into this, right? It's a lot of work to put together and get the information, and it's a constantly changing world day by day. So thank you there. What I really like seeing, you know, that we've seen more recently last couple of years is that we've got a pretty steady flow going, right? And before that, you know, we had a heck of a roller coaster, you know, and so I'm very appreciative of the efforts to steady things out. Larger discussion later when we get into budget talks is the amount of, you know, how much we're going to have in funds. You know, if we were sitting at 800,000 roughly, we're supposed to be a little over $1 million. A little over $1 million is way too low in my estimation, but that's something we need to keep working on. I do feel pretty strongly about this, you know, area on the homeless thing, the changes there. I would propose perhaps that as a board, if we could approve everything but that one item and bring it back in a couple of weeks, see if we have some more information, and take care of that one at that time, if the board would be in agreement with that. I'm getting.
I would recommend that I completely agree and we split the question.
Okay, as of right now, I'm seeing a 3-2. So we'll leave it as it is. This point, I would call for a motion to.
I'll move on staff recommendation
As I understand.
as presented.
And I'm sorry, did Supervisor Kirk seconded? Okay, motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Kirk.
I'd like to substitute in there a different motion to split this up, to have everything that is listed as we talked about minus that one personnel change, and be able to have that vote separately.
Can we even pull that out?
Yes,
So
you
made
can
a-
pull
you made
that
a
item out
substitute
and vote
motion,
on
so
everything else.
You would then ask for a second.
Right, so,
So my substitute motion would be to vote on all of this except for that position. And then we would, or that personnel change.
So you're just basically, and we had a case of this earlier on in our meeting today, looking for something on the record of having a vote.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
if it's not in the majority, if it's the majority, the 4/5 is the move forward, then that's fine. Sometimes where we've got 99% of this, I agree with, and one that don't, I think it's a lot easier to split that and simply do it. So, but unless my motion has a second, then, and that's that.
Okay, so the substitute motion failed for lack of a second, I guess.
Okay.
So I'll call for a vote on the initial motion then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? None. Okay, thank you. We need to break for lunch.
Yeah.
We're going to come back at 1:30, and sorry for the shortness. Okay, so we'll get started back up, continuing our Board of Supervisor meeting for today, the 5th of March. And Heather, if you can, this is the item we discussed this morning. It was placed on the agenda today as an emergency measure. So if you can brief us on that, please.
Okay, 1:30 p.m. Item 1, consideration of approving resolution 09-24 pursuant to section 22050 of the Public Contract Code and section 3.22.060 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, finding there is a need to take emergency actions to repair damage to county facilities, including Cedar Road campus and the library, as a result of a severe storm on or about March 1st, 2024, and delegating authority to the county administrator to order any necessary action to make necessary repairs without giving notice for bid to let contracts. 4/5 vote required.
Very good, thank you. And CEO Riggs, are you going to present on this or Cody? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Board. Cody Nesper, Deputy County Counsel. I just wanted to lead in with a little bit of the legal authorities here and the procedural aspects. As you know, ordinarily, the Public Contract Code requires the county to solicit bids, engage in competitive bidding for public projects over certain bid thresholds. There's an exception for that in the Public Contract Code in emergency circumstances. For the board to make the findings to allow for that emergency contracting, and it requires a 4/5 vote, as we've laid out in the memo attached to that we've provided to your board. And I've also provided copies of the memo and draft resolution on the table in the back for the public. So what we are going to be asking is that the board adopt a resolution finding that there is a need to take emergency actions to repair damage to county facilities, and also vote to delegate authority to the county administrator to take any necessary actions to make repairs without giving notice to bid. And now CIO Riggs will provide some of the substantial evidence your board can rely on.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so on Saturday evening, I had received an email from our facilities management director that we had significant flooding in the social services building, which is on Cedar Road. He had provided a map to Annie and I to let us know that 26 offices had been affected, as well as hallways, and that we would need to displace staff in order for him to be able to begin doing work. Now, he was already there at 11 o'clock still. He'd been there since, and he's here for any questions, I think around 4 or so. And then he was still there at 11 o'clock that night, and they worked through the weekend. So the other area is the library. We had some flooding in that area as well. So what we are asking your board is to approve this, which does allow us to bypass that public contract code and go immediately to getting the work completed, which he has actually started on Saturday evening because of significant flooding. We do have staff that are displaced, and Annie Hockett, our Health and Human Services Agency Director, has been working to get them moved to different locations and or telework until their offices can be inhabited again. And again, if you have any specific questions, Ed is here and he can answer those for you. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Supervisor.
I'm sorry,
were you-
Supervisor Goldberg. I just want to
Okay.
make sure I do let you know. At this point, we don't know when it comes to funding. That was one of the items in here. I don't know the significant, I don't know how significant the impact will be when it comes to fiscal impacts. We will keep that in check, but we will also be working with our insurance company on whether they will cover it. And if not, we will look to see if we're going to have any state or federal proclamations from a result of these storms like we've had in the past. But right now, I don't have a dollar amount for you. We will bring updates to you as we learn what those are, both in terms of what the impacts might be to the county fund, which we have a liability fund, or and or the claims that we're submitting for reimbursement.
Okay, thanks for the follow-up. Supervisor Hath.
Yeah, thank you. Ed, I'm just have a question for you, and I'll ask it while you're coming up, so no hurry. I'm visualizing the HHSA building, and I'm trying to figure out, in my mind, where's the low areas? Did it come in through the atrium or somewhere else?
Okay, so my name's Ed Hogue. I'm the Facilities Management Director. The water actually came through the east wall of the building that faces Kabazu Road. It came underneath the wall through the mud sill, and it also came through the back doors that face, I think that would be north, into the parking lot where the ADA parking spaces are. Yeah. So we have 26 offices, about 200 linear feet of hallways that were flooded, part of the server room, which did not damage any equipment, which we were very lucky. And also the break room and kitchen area were affected. So all that area right now, we're in the process of removing all of the furniture, IT equipment, and getting ready to finish the drying operations, which we actually started on Saturday night.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Campbell.
Yes, and this may be a question for Ed or Tracy, I'm not sure. So referencing the library, we've talked about this offline. There was some kind of damage to a piece of conduit in relation to the PG&E's installation of a generator that's going to serve that area. Or something of that nature.
Little clarification. So
yeah, well, so my question was, if that's the case, that the installation had some kind of was the cause of it, can we do the repair now because it's an emergency, and then go back to PG&E and say, hey, we incurred this cost, and try to get reimbursed for it?
So our assumption right now is it was actually a contractor that we have hired to install the generator for the senior center, library, and archives that was doing the underground construction there. And we are assuming that they damaged the PG&E conduit that serves the library building. Unfortunately, it's underneath everything that they've constructed there. And we are waiting for PG&E to actually do the disconnect so our contractor can finish their wiring project at the building. And when PG&E removes their conductors that go to the building, then we will have a chance to actually put a camera in the conduits, find out what exactly there is. And then the liability, in my opinion, would be on the contractor. PG&E did not have anything to do with this.
All right, but and I think that answers the question, so that we have the ability that, look, I don't care who wrecked what, we need to fix it right now. And so we're gonna do that, but then after it's fixed, we can go back to the contractor and look for reimbursement, so the taxpayers aren't paying for something that they did.
Yes.
Okay, that's answers my question. Thank you.
And if I could just interject, to be clear, this resolution would authorize emergency actions in response to the storm, but would not authorize repairing something that existed, pre-existed before the storm. So if for some reason, whatever, I'm not up to date on this damage, but if that allowed for increased flooding, this would allow for clearing the flooding, drying the property, whatever, to mitigate that damage from the storm. But it wouldn't allow necessarily repairing a pre-existing issue with the building. So
well, okay, as long as we're repairing what is ever causing the flooding, or stopping it from flooding again. Because see, I don't want to just clean up the results of the flooding of the last rainstorms, which really weren't that significant, to have caused the amount of flooding there is. I just want to see that if there is another rainstorm, that flooding isn't going to happen again.
And that's,
And if that's pre-existing, whatever it takes, just as long as it's not going to flood again.
sure. Yeah, I just want to make clear that that would be done under, you
Yeah.
have to comply with the public contract code.
And-
It
and
would be under a separate
But I
authority.
get that there's a high level of repair that needs to take place to resolve the actual issue, and that's fine if we can't get to that right away, that's okay. But just to whatever we have to do to prevent whatever that problem, that downstream problem is from leaking water into the library, will this go to that, to solve that?
This will go to solving the impacts from the storm, not necessarily repairing a pre-existing issue at the building. So that'll have to be done either through bid, depending on the cost of the work. It could be done in-house, could be done through informal bid. I don't know the details of that particular project, but this resolution is specific to impacts from the emergency and emergency actions that need to be taken immediately.
As long as when the next rainstorm comes, there's no more water coming in the library, I'm okay with that.
I think that's everyone's goal.
Okay, all right. As long as that's what we're talking about.
Any other questions from the board? I don't have any, so I'll put it out to public comment. Does anybody from the public want to speak on this matter? Not seeing any, so I'll bring it back to the board. If there's any discussion, if not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move we approve the resolution.
Second.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you. Appreciate all the hard work you had done being out there all those hours too. Okay, give me just a moment here.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, sorry for the delay. I'm just looking at our calendar here and anyways, we are going to do our 1:30 p.m. what was called the 1:30 p.m. 1. It's now basically 2 because we just did another one that we slipped in. So if I could get the clerk to please read that item.
1:30 p.m. Item 2, public hearing, Lorena Cruz, consideration of determining that the county's summary abatement actions on no legal address, Twain Hart, California, 95383, APN 023-490-007, located in the Mount Knight area of Tuolumne County, satisfy the conditions listed in Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 1.10.230A.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing, which I'll open at this time. And we have a presentation here. Do you guys need a minute or?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Getting there right now on the presentation. Mike, would you pull that up all the way, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Bell with the Community Development Department, here as your co-compliance officer this afternoon with my colleague, Michael Gillis. Because of the nature of this hearing, I have some information I'd like to provide to your board before we begin the presentation. Please be advised, this is a summary abatement hearing, not an appeal. Summary abatement is a procedure in our ordinance which permits the county to abate a property without notice or pre-abatement hearing, but only if conditions of the property at the time were an imminent threat to public health and safety. In those cases, the threat is eliminated to take care of the safety issue, and the notice and hearing process occurs after the abatement. In these cases, the ordinance requires a hearing whether the owner asks for one or not, and the owner, in this case, has not requested this hearing. The primary finding for this hearing, whether a threat to public health and safety was imminent, means that if during the pendency of regular code compliance notice and hearing procedures, the public would be subjected to potential harm of a serious nature, then the county may immediately abate the violations. The evidence presented by our department constitutes prima facie evidence, which means it is sufficient to establish a fact unless disproved or rebutted. The burden of proof is preponderance of evidence standard. This means that more than 50% of the evidence points to the existence of the violation. After our presentation, the property owner or person responsible for the violations, if any are present, may have an opportunity to present evidence in response. Your board can ask questions at any time. Although this is a hearing before the board, it is not a public hearing in the traditional sense. The public may comment after the parties present. However, the department and parties present should be given an opportunity to respond to public comment. After reviewing the presentation, evidence, and any public comment, your board will determine 1, whether the summary abatement met the standards outlined, that is, the conditions on the parcel in question were an imminent threat to the public, and if so, whether the violations as alleged existed on the property. If your board finds the county did not meet the imminent threat standard, then staff will close the matter and not recover abatement costs. If your board finds the standard was met and that some or all of the violations are true, then staff will present a final abatement order for your chair's signature, which includes the violations found to be true and corresponding abatement costs. Penalties are not sought. Because penalties require prior notice and because of the summary nature of this procedure, they will not be imposed. So thank you for allowing me to provide that information to you. One other bit of information I wanted to provide to the board and any member of the public. You will notice that a notification to the parcel owner was omitted from the board packet. However, copies of that notice to the board, property owner rather, are located at the table in the back should any member of the public choose to obtain a copy of that or read that information. So again, we are here today to hear the summary abatement case. I do want to read a couple of blurbs from the memo just to elaborate on the nature of our hearing before I get into the presentation itself. Again, this summary abatement determination, and we're asked the requested actions or the consideration of determining the county's summary abatement actions on no legal address in Twain Harte, California, parcel number 023-490-007, located in the Mount Knight area of Tuolumne County, satisfied the conditions listed in the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, section 1.10.230, subsection A, and direction to the code compliance officer to prepare a final abatement order for signature by the chair of the Board of Supervisors and to serve a demand on the property owner for payments of abatement costs. Your board may recall on October 3rd, 2023, that the Code Compliance Division presented your board with the summary abatement hearing. At that time, there was speculation regarding the accuracy of the parcel in question. Well, the hearing was postponed at that time for further evaluation to be conducted. Code Compliance then employed the services of an independent surveyor to go out and evaluate the property lines, and it was determined that the parcel in question was different than the one presented at that time. There is a copy of that exhibit map in this presentation that I'm more than happy to show to you at that time. So without further ado, we will move forward on that. Go ahead, please. The hearing review questions in and of themselves: did the violations exist? Who is responsible? Was the act of conducting a summary abatement justified under Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, section 1.10.230, subsection A? The standard, once again, is the preponderance of evidence. The burden is on the department, and our recommendations are that you find the violations existed, that the summary abatement was justified, that the parcel owner is liable, and that the penalties are automatic. Once again, the parcel information. Go ahead. Here is the exhibit map that was conducted and provided from our independent survey. you'll notice the dotted line in the upper center of the page comes across. That is the area that was burned during the Mount Knight fire. So you'll see how the lines were obscured as far as the violation location, which you'll see the hoop structures just over the property line there, approximately 30 feet. The burned area protruded onto the adjacent parcel, which has led to the confusion, of course, from our department's perspective on the parcel in question at the time. So we do appreciate the board's patience in us determining that information. But again, the survey does clarify that the parcel you're hearing today, again, parcel 07 to be clear, is the parcel in question that the violation existed on, and that was summarily abated. Again, the county does allege that numerous zoning, building, and solid waste code violations were on the site on an investigation that occurred on July 31st, 2023. The primary alleged violation is the illegal and unpermitted cultivation of 667 cannabis plants that were deemed to be an imminent hazard to the public, requiring summary abatement to be conducted. This case is limited to the administrative enforcement of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and its adopted regulations. Any and all state regulations regarding cannabis cooperatives do not apply. Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 17.67.050, subsection D, item 3, prohibits the outdoor cultivation of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a sensitive use. In this case, it was the federal lands identified as the sensitive use. Additionally, subsection A of that same section, that the cultivation of cannabis for personal, non-commercial use shall be restricted by zoning district. A20 has a maximum count of 12 outdoor cannabis plants with a doctor's recommendation. And once again, the total cannabis plant count on this parcel was 667. You will see in the preceding photographs evidence relative to the melted plastic of the hoop structures, the cannabis plants in and of themselves. Please continue. In addition to the work and structures that were conducted without valid permits in the various burned areas. Once again, indoor grows, areas that were unaffected. All of these plants were again abated as part of this summary abatement process. Section 1767, 67.050, subsection B, item 6. All structures and equipment used for cultivation, processing, or storing of cannabis for personal use shall comply with all applicable building, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and fire code regulations as adopted by the county and or the state of California. All 4 hoop structures were built without a permit. All plumbing and electrical for the cultivation of cannabis, once again, were conducted without permits. Continuing evidence from the site of the melted plastic, the various cannabis plants themselves, the electrical wiring you can see in the photographs, in addition to the plumbing and various distribution of infrastructure elements, waste containers of fertilizers and hazardous materials, irrigation tubing, various things in those photographs, of course. Once again, Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 7.30.020, subsection A, item 1, fails to arrange for the lawful disposal of solid waste generated on the premises which that person owns, occupies, or is the person responsible for day-to-day operations thereof. Illegal dumping of solid waste, putrescible waste, human biological waste, and hazardous waste, of course, were present. And once again, you'll see in subsection B, item 7, that the cultivation shall comply with all applicable requirements of the county, state, and federal environmental and water regulations related to the water usage, stormwater management, and fertilizer, pesticide, herbicide, rodenticide storage and use. Once again, illegal dumping, improper storage of fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, and rodenticides were present. Continue. Thank you. Again, various different debris, contaminants, putrescible waste located on the site during the summary abatement process. Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 1.10.230 subsection A states the following. If the department head determines with concurrence of the code compliance officer there exists a violation which is of such a nature as to be an imminent threat to the public health or safety, and if not abated, would, during the pendency of the proceedings, subject the public to potential harm of a serious nature, the same may be abated forthwith without compliance with the notice and pre-abatement hearing provisions of this chapter. When repair or removal of the condition is economically infeasible, abatement may include demolition of structures or destruction of real or personal property.
On July 31st, 2023, Tuolumne County Code Compliance investigators contacted the Tuolumne County Code Compliance officer to advise him of the violations that were identified in the parcel and asked if a summary abatement should be conducted for the illegal and unpermitted cannabis plants that were present on the parcel. The Code Compliance officer directed the Tuolumne County Code Compliance investigators to conduct the summary abatement of the 667 cannabis plants due to them being a health and hazard to the public. Once again, continued evidence of the on-site conditions. Your staff recommends to your supervisors today to find that the violations on the parcel existed, that the Tuolumne County Code Compliance was justified under the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 1.10.230 subsection A to conduct the summary abatement, that the parcel owner is responsible, that administrative penalties and summary abatement costs shall be imposed per ordinance, and that you concur with the issuance of a final abatement order. Last slide. That does conclude our formal presentation, and we are definitely available for any questions as necessary from your board.
So, first of all, turn this over to Supervisor Campbell for a moment.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start out and thank you for that presentation. Before I ask any questions, I need to say that I've been to the location in question. I've talked to some of the neighbors in the area, but I am able to remain impartial in this discussion as we go through it. The question I want to ask was, so we're not considering, so the abatement charge is what it is, and we're not considering penalties or anything.
I'm sorry, if I can just interrupt for 1 sec. Just double checking. So the property owner is not here today, is that correct?
I am unaware. I have not had a response from the property owner,
Okay.
nor do I recognize them in the audience. Sir.
All right. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, okay. That's a good question though. So so we're just considering the nature of the violation and whether or not CDD was justified and code compliance was justified to do the inspection and the abatement. We're not able to level any penalties or direct any other kind of action.
Well, there are some penalties associated with this abatement, not typically under the typical provisions of the ordinance code, but in a billing situation, if you will. You notice that an invoice was a portion of your board packet. In that invoice, it identifies the hourly costs as well as the base abatement costs set by board resolution that will be levied on this parcel. So the fines associated with each plant per day for a duration of day is not applicable because of the summary abatement action.
Right, and that was kind of what I was getting to, so thank you. All we're considering right now is the cost of the work that your office had to do to abate the property, and not that other element of the fact that it's illegal to cultivate cannabis in this way in Tuolumne County. Can you explain a little bit why we're doing it under this process instead of under that more fixed, I guess you'd call it an abatement process. It's not a summary abatement, it's just the standard abatement. But what we're doing right now is a summary abatement. Can you explain the difference, please?
Yes, sir. I will do my best to explain that, and I may look to counsel for better clarification. The summary abatement process in and of itself, maybe let me back that up. The typical abatement process follows typical noticing procedures. In our ordinance code, if it's a health and safety violation, such as cannabis cultivation, it's an immediate notice and order, which then identifies a certain duration to correct the violation and imposes fines on a daily basis per violation present. It is recognized that each cannabis plant itself is an independent violation, and therefore those fines are levied on each plant per day for that duration of 5 days per our current ordinance. So because the property owner was not given the benefit of noticing, because the summary abatement option was chosen based on the imminent hazard caused by the parcel relative to the Mountain Night fire and the ongoing issues out there on that parcel, that property owner was not given the opportunity, if you will, to remove or limit their fines. So fining them that total amount would be inappropriate based on the due process requirements.
Okay. And thank you. That explains that part of it. The other part I wanted to ask about was the fire that prompted this summary abatement. you know, I'm not a sheriff's deputy, but I'm gonna assume that if a fire started on my property, and I was aware of it, or people that were living on my property were aware of it, and they abandoned the fire and left the property knowing that that was happening, I imagine there's probably that might be illegal, that might be covered by some kind of law. I'm not sure, but it just seems like it's not the right thing to do. Have any of those details that you acquired through your investigation that might be of a criminal nature been conveyed to the sheriff's office, or is that what happens in these cases, or could that happen?
Code compliance itself has not forwarded any criminal charges or accusations to the district attorney's office at this time. The federal law enforcement was on site and were in command of that parcel at the time of the fire. It's my understanding they were the law enforcement responsible for any actions that were taking place at that time when it comes to any criminal activity or referral of charges, if you will.
Okay.
So at this time, no, code compliance has not undertaken any of that.
Okay. I'm just looking, is there anything, can we direct you to refer some of these details to law enforcement, or is that not our role or your role?
We always have the ability to refer criminal charges refer information to our district attorney to evaluate relative to any potential criminal charges that may be present. Your code compliance division is more than happy to follow any board direction to do so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Heth.
Yeah, I had questions along the same lines and had some email interaction with county council, and I'm still a little perplexed because we're not talking about a code compliance thing where somebody built a home without permits, and so it's unsafe, and so we're having to take it apart. We're talking about an illegal grow, and so yes, we had to come in and take it out. It was a health and safety hazard, but my mind is boggled as why we cannot also impose fines. Why would we, in our right minds, give I'll call him perpetrator or landowner, whoever it is, a chance to remedy the situation? I'm sorry, it's a criminal offense. So why aren't we levering fines, or what is the mechanism that prevents us from doing this, and how do we add fines? We need to send a message to other grows that Tuolumne County will not tolerate this, and besides having to pay for the cleanup, guess what, buddy, you're on the hook for fines too. So how do we do that?
Supervisor Half, if you wanted me to speak a bit more about the reasons why we're not imposing penalties, or why we can't impose penalties in this case.
Well, because you said you have to, because we went ahead and just took care of it for them and we didn't give them notice. But why do we give criminals notice?
It is one of the, one might say, downsides of summary abatement, because to impose penalties, it requires to go through the notice and order stage. Our ordinance code requires, pre-abatement hearings. So that's the reason we can't seek penalties here. I would note, as Code and Compliance mentioned, there will be a charge against the property owner based on the abatement costs, but that is separate from the penalties. It's really the summary abatement should be used in emergency situations where it needs to be abated immediately, but it does eliminate the ability to charge penalties.
Is there any remedy for that?
None that I'm aware of. Something we can certainly look into.
Another process that we can impose?
Yeah, I was going to say, going off of that question, is this a county rule, or is this a state rule that prohibits us from doing that?
Yeah.
Is this something we have the power to change ourselves, or?
I could do additional research on that, but I've been operating under the authority of the ordinance code. So this is the code that was in place when this alleged violation occurred. And it's the code that's in place that we have to operate under for this hearing, but it's something our office can certainly look into.
Yeah, we need to do something different with our ordinance code when a crime has been committed, because this is just not cutting it.
And I also would encourage your board, I recognize, there are potential criminal aspects to this, but we are talking about an administrative code compliance procedure, not a criminal procedure. So they really are kind of two separate issues. I understand the board's frustration in that, but
Yeah, because we need to see this thing in its entirety, not just piecemeal it, say, oh, well, because of this section here, we can only do this. We need to look at it globally.
So your board
Understood.
is aware. I'm here as co-compliance's attorney. And we advise the department to keep these types of cases to a minimum. There's not very many grows that would meet the imminent health and safety threat standard. So this is a very rare event because of the Mount Knight fire. So just your board is aware this is a rare occasion.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Board, before we move on to public comment, I would encourage to ask the audience again if the property owner is present, make sure that they have an opportunity to speak if they wish.
Okay, very good. Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is currently in a public hearing for Lorena Cruz concerning some violations and abatement. Is anybody from, is Lorena Cruz or anybody representing the family here? Okay, see none. So no other questions at this point from the board? So I'll open it up to public comment. Anybody like to speak on the matter? Okay, seeing none. Bring it back to the board here for any, well, I had a couple of questions. One, did we receive any communications from, on this matter? And
The clerks have not received any communications via mail or email or phone on this topic.
okay. So on that note, if there's no more questions, then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for looking for any final comments or a motion.
I'll start if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
And kind of going off of the discussion where we were at, and I agree with Supervisor Half's comments. If you took two identical properties with the same number of cannabis plants, one that was, still operating illegally, but had no issues, wasn't polluting, they would have to, what's the abatement fine per plant again?
Up to 5 days, it would be $130 per plant.
Is it? Yeah, so 100.
Sorry. $100 per day per plant.
Up to 5.
And then each day going up to 5 days, yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So potentially $500 per plant. And if you have, 600 plus, it's going to add up real quick.
Very significant, yes, sir.
Yeah. And that's a regular abatement. But if you have another property where there's a fire that nearly burns down the whole flipping mountain, and we do a summary abatement, those conditions don't apply. And I think that's the nature of our problem with this, is that you have, somebody that's operating illegally, but flying under the radar, not hurting anybody, faces multi-$1,000 abatement if we choose to do that. Whereas somebody that's dumping chemicals on the ground that we saw in the pictures, and the thing that prompted it was the fire. That was what made it an emergency, where the county actually had to come out there and do this work, and the fire department and law enforcement agencies. I mean, tens of thousands of dollars that costs the taxpayers to do that. And the fact that we're not able to recover that or impose penalties to prevent people from doing that in the future, it's crazy. This is so much worse than just your ordinary abatement of an illegal cannabis grow. So I guess that's where my confusion is. But I guess that's a broader, am I straying off the topic at hand? Because, this was very egregious. And, whatever, we have to go through this process. I understand it is the law, but man, if it's something that we can change in our county ordinance, I realize it is rare. So if it's just something that we can change the wording or just continue those regular fines that we would normally do, just apply them to this kind of a case, that I would be fine with that. But we need to do something to dissuade people from, having uncontrolled fires on their illegal cannabis grows. Probably shouldn't be happening. So.
Understood.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk.
I don't know if I heard the answer given earlier, but if she's on board and you're on board, I'm on board. Why don't we go back and update the ordinance? Is that the change?
You know, that
Well,
really
that's-
would be beyond the scope of this agenda item.
Right.
but
No, I know.
I am hearing the board loud and clear on that question, something that we can look at. But for the purposes of today, I mean, we're really just addressing whether the summary abatement conditions, were warranted.
So can I say postpone this, change the ordinance, and then bring this back?
No, this is gonna
It's not
have to
Okay,
be,
so then,
yeah.
if you're hearing us loud and clear, let's clean that up then, so this doesn't happen again. So that's my comment, thank you. And it's not directed at you, like it's your fault. We're the board, we do the ordinances, something we weren't aware about, but we want to correct it.
Understood.
Supervisor Brandon, do you have anything?
No, I didn't have any comments in the scope of this session. I agree with what was brought up there, and this seems to be pretty straightforward. And we asked a lot of questions last time, so.
Yep. Okay, I feel the same way. I think we're all in agreement there, so I would be looking for a motion.
I'll move that we,
Oh, can I make a motion?
oh, you did
Yeah.
already? Oh, then
no,
I'll second it.
It's in my district, so I'll make the motion.
Oh, sorry.
So I'll make the motion, I'll move that I find that the county Code Compliance and Community Development Department was justified under the ordinance code to conduct a summary abatement of the aforementioned parcel, and that the summary abatement was justified under 1.10.230A, the Code Compliance, and the officer to provide final abatement order for the chair's signature and serve a demand on the property owner for payment of the administration and summary abatement costs.
Very good. So we have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Haff. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
And also hearing the comments about contacting law enforcement.
Understood, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so are they ready to, looks like Lynn's getting. Okay. All right. Have a real short break while our next presenter just sets up. Stand by for a moment. So, welcome back after our break here. We'll get going. And Heather, could you please read our appointment?
1:30 p.m. Item number 3, presentation of Tuolumne County Broadband Planning and Feasibility Study by Golden State Finance Authority and potential action items requesting board direction.
All right. Well,
Good afternoon,
sent away.
Board.
Thank you.
I'm Len DeGrood, IT Project Manager working on broadband. And I'm here today with Barbara Hayes, who's the Chief Economic Development Officer of RCRC. She's going to be doing a presentation on the county's broadband feasibility and planning study. And I will be following that up with another quick thing, looking for direction from the board on some of the action items from the document. So without any further ado.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for having me. As Len mentioned, I'm Barbara Hayes. I'm the Chief Economic Development Officer at Rural County Representatives of California. And I'm here today to provide a report out on what you see there on the slide, the Tuolumne County Broadband Planning and Feasibility Study. This study was done in conjunction with one of our affiliate entities called Golden State Finance Authority. And you can see there on the slide that this project was made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration, and the County of Tuolumne provided a 20% match to the overall grant. And then, as I mentioned, RCRC affiliate Golden State Finance Authority provided contract management and grant administration over the course of the grant period. This will give you just kind of a down and dirty of the schedule and how this grant came to be and how the project was envisioned. And it really goes back to July of 2021 when the governor signed SB 156, which had unanimously passed both houses of the state legislature. SB 156 was historic in many means, not the least of which was $6 billion with a B of investment in broadband infrastructure across California. But perhaps for purposes of today's discussion, it was also historic in the sense that it, for the very first time ever, named counties as being able to own, operate, maintain broadband infrastructure in statute. So before SB 156, counties were not named. We could have moved forward with projects, but in all likelihood would have been sued by incumbent providers. So SB 156 was seminal in that manner, in that it did name counties as having that privilege and right going forward. Coming out of SB 156 with that in statute, RCRC and Golden State Finance Authority both represent 40 of the state's 58 member counties, including Tuolumne County, those that are among the most rural, of course, including Tuolumne. And we looked around and thought, okay, counties can now sit at the table and lead discussions and have a voice in this conversation. So what can we do to arm all of you, both elected and professional leadership at the county level, with the information you need to have constructive, informed conversations? I would, well, not to cast any dispersions about what happened here in Tuolumne County, because you are all very engaged, but I would bet before SB 156, most of your conversations about broadband were in a reactive mode in response to requests from incumbent providers, not going out to incumbent providers or being engaged in any other way about where you would like to see broadband deployed, and having a hand and a little bit of muscle behind that hand involved in it. So the thought was, let's develop a resource, a compendium, if you will, of information that can inform and serve as a resource to our local government officials, so that you all can sit at that table and speak from an informed position of power that you all hold. We wrote the grant and submitted it on September 3rd of 2021. It was submitted under Golden State Finance Authority because at that time, another one of our affiliates that you have all probably heard about, and I'll talk about at the very end here, Golden State Connect Authority, under which all of our broadband work falls, had not yet been created. So the grant was written, it was submitted on September 3rd, 2021. It took a week short of a year for EDA to approve that grant. So and you'll see there on the chart, in August of 22, the grant was approved. We went about releasing requests for proposals to select consultants. Len, on behalf of Tuolumne County, was part of that selection process. Consultants were selected, brought under contract by Golden State Finance Authority, and the work began in January of 2023. The final product is one that you have seen, and that is, I'm not sure if it's attached to your packet, but Len has routed it to all of you, and you've had a chance to review it. You all know at this point it's a tome. It's 250 pages, but it's loaded with information. And what you see here is really the table of contents. And I popped that up there on the off chance that you or a member of the public hasn't had a chance to read it. You can look at all of the different components of information that are included in this document. I'm going to provide a little overview and a little look into just a few of those in the next few slides. So this is a slide that was lifted out of the document, and it provides an overview of speeds and how speed equates to feasibility within residential settings, so within your household, if you will. And I'm going to talk about speeds as a minimum requirement of state and federal are in the 25 down, 3 up phase for the state. And at the federal level, it's 100 down and 20 up. Now, the down denotes when you download a document or a movie if you're streaming it, and the up is the reverse of that if you're uploading a document to be included in your board packet by way of example. So the speed, I think the 25.3 and the 100/20, both the state and federal requirements, you can see there what you can do or what is allowable at present within a residential setting at those speeds. And you can also see that 25.3 in a household of 4 really is a bare minimum and is considered by state standards, if it's less than 25.3, as being unserved. And similarly, if it's less than 100/20 or in that delta between 25.3 and 100/20, it's considered underserved. So what we're trying to do is move everybody up through Golden State Connect Authority. We really want to start the conversation at gig, not even at megabytes, but at gig connectivity, gig speeds, because as we all move to, smarter homes, where we're controlling our thermostat and downloading movies and streaming television, we're going to need to build infrastructure that can support that going forward, because those needs are only going to become more robust. This is just a quick overview of what solid broadband will get you. And you all probably are aware of the benefits. I'd like to kind of focus on the challenges associated with what have been the hindrances to getting gig speed broadband to every address in Tuolumne County through the years, in up to this point. Geography and geology play a big part in that. is middle mile access. Len and I were talking earlier, you have a little provider here that provides service in Tuolumne County that built last mile, which is from the middle mile, or if you think of it as a freeway and the freeway is the middle mile and then the off-ramp to your destination is last mile. They've built the last mile infrastructure but have no connection point into that middle mile. So in effect, they have a stranded asset. The state, through SB 156, is hopefully going to alleviate that particular issue over time. But that access to middle mile connection points has been a deterrent for smaller companies to expand their existing footprints. And then simply put, remote lifestyle choices, people that want to live on the top of a hill, and I did see a few of those on my drive down here today, and get those beautiful views and the quality of life that goes with it. That could be a lifestyle choice where they don't want connectivity, or that being that far away is hard to provide robust connectivity. There are also social and economic barriers, not the least of which is affordability. If you only have one choice and there's not competition, in all likelihood, that's going to cost you a little bit more than it does in a neighborhood where there are 3 or 4 providers to choose from. The digital literacy piece is a big one that the state is tackling now, and the federal government as well, which is how do we teach people how to use the internet for their greater good, to improve their quality of life. And then just another challenge has just been system economics. And this gets back to the providers. Up until, I would say, the passage of SB 156 and the invitation of local governments, counties among them, into the broadband space, it was private ISPs who were the only choice and the only way to get things done. And they just have a very distinct business model that has a profit component. So if the system isn't economically feasible to build based on a private sector model, that can be a hindrance as well, or a challenge. So looking forward, again, this chart is also in your report, and it's very small print up there, but the takeaways from this one are that in Tuolumne County, about 1/3 of the addresses in Tuolumne County are considered under state and federal standards as being unserved. And that's that they have perhaps service to their house or they don't, but in either case, if they have service, it's less than that 100/20 at the federal standard or 25.3 at the state standard. And then you can also see that within Tuolumne County, a little over 50% of the houses have a fixed wireless option. The alternate being what's called wireline, which is a DSL, a hardwire. Basically, it's a DSL, a cable, or a fiber connection point. That's really the gold standard, fiber. Fixed wireless is an absolutely great alternative, but we want to get fiber to as many houses as is feasibly possible, and then fill in with those fixed wireless providers for the more remote address, so that they can have quality service as well. This is just, boy, it's really small up there. This is just a synopsis of what that chart that I just had up there shows. And you can see there that it just doubles down on that many locations are critically unserved in Tuolumne County by state and federal standards. Again, that 25/3 and 100/20 service level. And that large areas, you can see down there at the bottom, the very last bullet, large areas do not have adequate wireline broadband service. So the question comes to, okay, what can we do about that? And the good news is that in 2023, as an outgrowth of SB 156, the programs that were included in SB 156 started to become available for use. And they were focused on largely on broadband deployment. So I had mentioned previously the $6 billion that was included in SB 156, and it really fell into 4 program buckets. The first was the Local Agency Technical Assistance Program. You see up there, it's referred to as LADA over on the far left of the slide. The SB 156 allocated $50 million to this program, and it was to be used for grants to local governments, tribes, and nonprofits for purposes of any kind of project development that was up to but not including shovels in the ground, so to speak, for broadband deployment. So any kind of pre-development work. Tuolumne County pursued and was awarded a $500 million no match required, I'm sorry, 500,000, thank you, boy, that was a look, $500,000 no match required grant. Wouldn't that be great? What we could do with 500 million. Tuolumne County has used that to complete an environmental impact study and do some network design. And we, through Golden State Connect Authority, are working with Lynn on behalf of Tuolumne on the network design portion of that grant. Another one of the 4 programs that was included in SB 156 was the next one there you see on the running along the bottom far left. It's the Federal Fund Account Last Mile Program, also known as FFA. There was allocated into that bucket $2 billion. And this is for last mile broadband deployment with a focus and emphasis on fiber deployment. So it's an enormous investment, really historic across the nation, but certainly for the state of California. The third program was the Loan Loss Reserve program, and you can see there the decision came down from the CPUC on the rules for that program in October, and we just received notice that that program will open for applications next Tuesday on March the 12th. This is a program that was originally allocated $750 million in the governor's budget. In January, it was reduced down to $500 million. But these dollars are to be used by local governments and tribes as securitization for broadband infrastructure deployment. So if you're issuing bonds or going after loans as a local government or a tribe to deploy broadband, you can apply for, and if awarded, receive these dollars to serve as securitization for that bond issuance or that loan. So kind of a loan guarantee of sorts backed by the state of California. And then the 4th program, let's see, I've got LADA, FFA. Oh, the 4th program was $3.25 billion. It's not on the timeline there, but it was $3.25 billion of the $6 billion that was allocated to the state for purposes of developing 10,000 miles of open access middle mile. And what that means is, of course, with open access, the state will own, operate, and maintain or lease and have access to those 10,000 miles, and anybody who is providing last mile service can connect to that middle mile for extension into last mile to delivery to the address. So that work is underway at the state level. You can see here just very quickly on the timeline, I mentioned Tuolumne County did receive a LADA grant and work is in progress. In fact, it's nearly done in the last few months under that grant. Let me talk for a moment about Golden State Connect Authority because it will dovetail nicely into those other programs and create a better understanding. So Golden State Connect Authority was created at the strategic direction of the RCRC board in December of 2021, again following the passage of SB 156 in summer of that year. All 40 RCRC member counties, again Tuolumne being one of those, are also members of Golden State Connect Authority. Golden State Connect Authority is a joint powers authority representing those 40 member counties with the direction to increase investment in broadband across those 40 member counties. Now, it doesn't have to be Golden State Connect increasing investment, but we want to encourage and assist private investment as well. That being said, we have 3 areas of focus under Golden State Connect. One was the study that we talked about earlier and getting you armed with the information that could come from that as a resource. The second of the 3 areas of direction are to provide technical assistance, and we have done so throughout all of these program drops and assisted Len with connecting with resources and keeping on top of through both my work on the operational side and my colleagues' help on the lobbying and advocacy side of RCRC with policies and programs that might be available for broadband investment. And then the third and final and the largest undertaking of Golden State Connect Authority is we plan to finance, construct, own, operate, and maintain an open access last mile fiber municipal network. So open access I've explained, but basically we will build the infrastructure and then invite providers on to that network to compete for service. It will be a fiber network. We will build out the edges of every project area such that they are robust enough to be able to support quality fixed wireless to get to that house on the mountaintop that we mentioned earlier, that perhaps it's not financially feasible to run a fiber line up to that home, but we want to ensure that the opportunity for quality broadband is available for that homeowner or that business owner should they desire it. Municipal is in the lineup of things that we're going to be doing because we are a JPA and we represent counties. So we enjoy the benefits of that position. And as such, part of the financing structure that we will be undertaking involves the issuance of tax exempt bonds by and for Golden State Connect Authority, which will serve as the foundational piece of every project area that we build. And the difference between what's financeable based on assumed take rates, very conservative ones of people that will sign up for and avail themselves of the service under Golden State Connect Authority, the difference between what's financeable and the total project area cost will be filled in by grant dollars, the first of which you see up there, which is the FFA Last Mile program. Again, one of the 4 programs from SB 156. Last September, we submitted 37 applications to that program for just over $815 million. Project areas that were identified in Tuolumne County through work done under the LADA grant were included as one of those 37 applications. And the CPUC is currently reviewing those applications and has given themselves until the end of June to make decisions on applications. And just to give you an idea of who applied in Tuolumne County, this is what it looks like as far as who the applicants were for these dollars. So you can see GSCA, that's our application. AT&T also applied, Comcast and Sierra Nevada Communications. Those $2 billion, it should be said, were divvied up across the 58 counties based on unserved addresses within each of those counties. So the money doesn't come to the county. I know you know that by now, but I like to say it all the time just to dispel any myths. The money didn't come to the county. It goes to the awardees who applied for projects that hit those unserved locations within the county. And when I say within county, that includes incorporated and unincorporated areas within each of the 58 counties. So you guys are lucky in that you had a lot of interest. So it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out when the CPC is done with their rating and ranking. And then this is just, I want to wrap up. This is my second to last slide, but the last one involving the study. These are some of the recommendations for, as you see there, the title, the opportunities to expand broadband within Tuolumne County. So best in class, you have already, and you have a Len DeGroot. So you have, and that is not true across all 40 of our counties, I'm here to tell you. So you are very lucky in that regard. But having a point person dedicated to broadband who can stay involved and stay up to speed on all of the opportunities and network across other counties to ensure that nothing is missed is really, we say, best in class up there. It's really the best thing that you can do. The others there, I'm not going to read out. You can all see what they are, and I'm sure you've looked at them in the study. And I know Len's going to follow up here to take some strategic direction from you all about the recommendations. I will just finish on the study, and then one more slide. Finish by saying that really this was meant to be a study to provide a lot of information, serve as a resource, but also kind of kick up some of these strategic opportunities so that you at the local level can decide what's important and what's needed in your communities and allow you to pick the strategic path forward. And the last slide I have, it really, we talked about Golden State Connect Authority, but just a quick map up there to give you an idea of the 40 counties. Again, it mirrors the RCRC membership. And then the last 3 bullets down there on the bottom are the 3 strategic priorities that the board has created for us. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Ask any questions? Okay.
No questions? Supervisor Brand.
Great, thank you. And I really appreciate the presentation too. I think moment you said that, I was thinking the Marvel movie thing. And they're like, we have, I don't know, an armada. And they're like, we've got a Hulk, And the best decision we ever made on broadband, I think, was hiring Len. And that's been not just helpful for us, but I think regionally too. So we laud praise on him every time and embarrass him and take great pride in that. So it's really great to see that a lot of these things we've already kind of had come before our board, presented, we're hopefully in a good spot with. The question that I wanted to get to was, and it's been very much ongoing since a National Association of Counties meeting where USDA Rural Development went and spoke and said, the president said connect every household, not connect most households. And we're all just sitting there being like, yeah, okay, yeah, you have no idea how much that costs. But we do have some very difficult to reach, especially in the unserved category, places that are probably not going to be viable for even aerial fiber, much less in-ground fiber. So I wanted to ask, how is it being approached with this related to systems like fixed wireless, which I think we'll probably be seeing some permit streamlining coming in to be able to roll that out easier, as maybe it's not quite as fast, but a very practical measure for especially remote communities.
Anyone else? Okay, well, with that, I guess we can jump into the action items.
Oh, there we go. Never mind.
Can I give you my 2 cents?
Sure, go for it.
Mind? So thank you for your statement, Supervisor. So I agree, and that's why I mentioned we have designed all of our project areas with robust connectivity around the perimeter for the specific purpose of fixed wireless. There absolutely 100% is a role and a place, and we need fixed wireless to get to those more remote addresses. I would mention what's not up there on the timeline, or maybe it was and I just didn't touch on it, is the BEAD financing. So this is an allocation of $42.5 billion under the rescue plan. I think it was under the American Rescue Plan, federal dollars that were allocated to NTIA, the National Telecommunication Information Agency, for dispersion across the United States for purposes of that get every address connected. The difference between, and by the way, California is due to receive 1.86 billion of that 42.5 billion. We are in the process of developing a state plan right now that must be submitted and approved, accepted by NTIA, and then the dollars will be released and come to California. The CPUC is currently going through rulemaking such that they have the ability to, mold the program for California against the backdrop of the federal regulations. So there's a little bit of conflict right now between the state and the Fed in the rulemaking process, but we'll get through it. It'll just take time. Those dollars will probably drop, I'm told by my colleague on the government affairs side of the House, probably in 2025. We most likely will not see them here. The interesting thing about those dollars, though, is while FFA, the state money that we applied for last spring, really focused on and emphasized fiber deployment, BEAD is broader. BEAD funding will invite applications from fiber providers as well as fixed wireless providers. So it's specifically fixed wireless providers in that licensed area of spectrum. So the unlicensed fixed wireless are still kind of, left out per se, but that BEAD opportunity coming down is one we're looking at for how do we get further into those unserved areas that make sense for fiber. So again, we can build up along our perimeter the infrastructure that will allow the strength of those fixed wireless providers to be able to peel off.
That's great. Yeah, I'm excited about seeing what B can do with that. And then also the kind of general commitment to, I've always been, I think, technology agnostic, right? It's whatever is going to serve that area the best. So good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, we ready for action items? Great. Okay. So as mentioned, there's a lot that's already been done. So we have me, broadband specialist. We've created a dedicated web page, and we've developed our funding strategies and our project strategies. Ongoing, we've done a lot of work already, right, to ensure that we've done a lot of work on the maps it's going to have a big impact on BEAD. And I think it's already reflected in this report. It's much more accurate than something we got a year and a half ago. That really reflects more of the reality on the ground. There's been a lot of work to make the deployment environment more attractive to ISPs, and that includes everything from the EIR to our permitting moving online. All of those things really make Tuolumne County a much better place to build for ISPs. We've, as Barbara said, we identified some infrastructure projects. We've done the same thing with multiple ISPs, not just Golden State. We've done the same thing. I've talked to Comcast and talked to Sierra Nevada Communications and all of, so we're really trying to bring in as many people as possible. We're working on leveraging municipal assets and developing those partnerships, extending those partnerships for BEAD submissions as well when that time comes. So some of the other potential things that we could do that are listed in this report is a lot of it revolves around permitting and doing what we can to make it easier for our ISPs to get through the permitting process. And so that could be several things, right? It could be revising policies if we need to revise policies. It could be developing sort of a guide for ISPs so that when they come to go through the process, they know exactly what they need to bring, how to navigate the process in a way that's actually going to be beneficial to public works and getting the permitting done quickly and efficiently. And then, documenting the information about the fiber and the infrastructure that's already here, and then infrastructure as it gets built, so that going forward, we build sort of a robust way of knowing what we have and where we need to develop. So those are basically the potential items for guidance. We're looking for direction on that and anything else that you would like to see addressed.
Okay, who wants to start off? Anybody? Supervisor Half.
That's easy. Yes, yes, and yes.
Let me write that
And I know you're already doing some of this, like we've talked about, you, putting together the manual for the ISP, so I know you're already doing that or starting to work on it. And I imagine it would take a group to revise the policies to facilitate the infrastructure deployment. I'd like to hear your ideas on that. And then, when you say document information about fiber, conduit, and other broadband assets, I imagine you're talking about GIS.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I have a question with that because we can document what we know that we put in, but what do we do about the ISPs and some of the utility companies who consider this proprietary information and they don't want to tell us?
Well, so I'll just run down the list of the
Yeah.
things that you mentioned, and I'll try to get to all of them. So if I miss any, let me know. In terms of local policy, I want to make sure that I don't think that there's anything wrong with local policies, but there have been things like the state enacted something last October that requires batch permitting at the local level, right? And so there are some things to work through there, right? So there are new things that keep bubbling up, and we need to sort of stay on top of those things. In terms of sort of getting ISPs to play, right, we can create incentives perhaps, right? And I would look to my colleagues in community development and public works to like sort of inspire and sort of, provide direction on what would be worthwhile along those lines, to where we can say, we're providing you, this EIR that is going to save you a ton of time. And what we would like in exchange is as-built GIS files so that we know where the infrastructure is. So the next time more infrastructure work needs to get done, we don't have people cutting through your lines, right? I think that there's things like that we can work on. And that's making it an incentive and worthwhile to ISPs is probably the best way to get them to share that information.
So will you be coming back and making a presentation about all of these ideas, or what do you need from us exactly?
Well, just direction to proceed. And honestly, I need to meet with, with my colleagues.
Sure.
And it's like sort of brainstorm what, would be best for them, what's going to help them facilitate things, and how I can help ISPs work better with them as well.
So another one of the work groups that our coach is putting together possibly to do something like this? Okay,
Sure.
Great. My last question about what do we do about those private corporations that really don't want to play? They don't want to let us know where their assets are. What do you have any ideas about that?
I mean, I hesitate
Something
telling
to
a
be aware
private company
I know.
that they have to play our way. I think that because they are a private entity, right? I think that when we can incentivize the sharing of information, that's our best path forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Supervisor Brennan.
Great, thank you. Just want to ask too, and I know you're in regular communication, but in particular where it comes to like wireless or any of these smaller ones that may be a little more familiar with our county codes because they work more predominantly here. Have we asked them to kind of provide a list of what challenges, barriers they've had that they'd like to see streamlined in particular?
So yeah, we have, and as part of the EIR process, we held a public meeting where we had a wireless provider, and we also had one of our local providers show up and offer sort of their insights on the things that would make things work better for them, right? And that included some things that are already listed in our code, like requiring co-location on towers, right? Some of those things, but so we sort of have a list. We got some feedback in that way, and I talk to them on a regular basis. I'm constantly reaching out and pinging them and sending them updates when new funding opportunities show up, or I'm constantly reaching out to them. So
Great, yeah.
Yep.
Wanted us to, this is something that initially coming onto the board, we were talking a lot about building streamlining, but looking at wireless towers in particular. I know there's a state model ordinance. I think it's through the Advanced Services Fund. Somebody created one. Still had a lot of other stuff in it. What I would at least recommend is I would like to see what a minimal ordinance looks like when it comes to wireless towers, with only the most important things kind of in there. As an example, there's a $12,000 bonding requirement in case we ever have to take it down. Well, we don't do that with houses or other buildings or anything else. And so that's 12,000 per tower that prevents them from coming out. Or being able to group permits together for 5 towers, as an example, was brought up. So that's what I personally would like to see. I believe it's under Title 17, but it's kind of its own little thing. And so reviewing what we have coming up for Title 17 to make sure it maybe fits that, if that's in agreement with the board. Micro trenching as well, I know we've talked about wherever we can avoid hitting rocks. That's a fear that I have, especially with the roads that, maybe they dug down as far as they could, hit a rock, put some dirt back over, and then kind of did it 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Are we going to be able to utilize that type of technology?
Micro trenching is a challenge for us because there's a lot of infrastructure in the ground and we don't necessarily have good digital files of where it's at, right? So, I think that the experts in community development and public works really need to lead on that. I think that in industry wide, it hasn't become sort of the go-to technology, right? It's tending to be used in smaller special case uses, right? Where the roads, may be more amenable to something like that, or where they know where the infrastructure is. The benefit to it is if you know that you have a policy where all of your infrastructure is down 3 feet, this only goes, micro trenching only goes down 2 feet, right? So you have a higher confidence you're not going to run through a sewer line or something like that. But yeah, I think that's certainly worthy of discussion.
Okay, cool. Just continues to interest me with that.
Yeah.
I want to ask too about Main Street areas. So I know coming from Columbia, driving to Sonora, service just dies.
Yes.
Most of the time, and for no good reason, because there is plenty of internet. I think the same too, where we're talking about Columbia, we're making some progress there. Jamestown, again, Main Street service is kind of low. It's not necessarily rolling out basic connectivity, but any consideration of having more reliable access in our main streets as we're considering for commercial use and tourism, I think would be really helpful. Identifying if there's any opportunities for data centers or nodes coming up this way too. And I don't know if it's just, what's the state plans, where are those facilities located? But with the growth of how much data is being transmitted and the distance, I would assume that they would need some coming into maybe this area, and not just kind of only in the urban spaces as well. And then the last one I wanted to kind of throw out as an idea, we've heard the idea of like rails to trails and that. So where we're digging up and doing, and you had worked a lot on the Dig Once policy way back too. The idea, if there's any possibility that some of these might be, and the problem is that the permitting is all different, the regulatory agencies are all different, but PG&E doing undergrounding, where there's maybe a space that could be co-located in some way. Or maybe it's an area that doesn't have water and sewer and can co-locate, a utility pipe with it. And then even where we might be digging the whole thing up, if that fits a trail system we're already planning, is there a way to be able to get some type of cost savings, rather than if we put the broadband in and it's the Gold Rush Trail, and in 6 years, we finally get the grant for that section of it. We're now tearing up what was the best place to build for both things if it could have been kind of expedited at first.
Right.
And so I don't know how that works, again, because that's so many different timelines and, again, agencies and processes. But if there's some way to try and align some of it, it seems like it'd be a good idea.
Sure, and I think that there are some opportunities around coordinating with road projects, right? So that we're trying to get infrastructure in before road projects are done, so that the cost to, if someone's going to trench, it's not as expensive if it's already a poor quality road and road reconstruction is planned, right? That can save costs all the way down the line. So yeah, I think that's.
So maybe just as soon as we get extremely detailed info on this is like within a couple feet where this line is going to be, especially for in-ground, if we're able to kind of keep informed and solicit any ideas from those partners and encourage them to say, hey, if you have an idea this aligns with any of your plans, we'd love to hear it and try to make that work. And we may get nothing back, or we may get something that's really good.
Right. I mean, for example, with the road, last year, Public Works has an annual meeting with, where they talk about road projects. And I took that list and I sent it out to all the ISPs so that they knew where stuff was happening. So they had that opportunity to at least know that, here's an opportunity where you know they're going to be doing road work or road work is planned. So you can start looking at this for your projects, right? So I think that's should be part of like our communication
Awesome.
with ISPs.
And that's why I had one last thing. It's on the same thing, but it was an example. Out at anchor institutions like Columbia College, there are projects being proposed for housing or for commercial. I mean, different things. The big challenge is the water utilities. Obviously, that is, I think we're putting a main line in there. We're talking about making sure it's connected and better. That's a perfect, very specific example where a quarter mile of reduced utility cost could also help us with the economic development, lodging side, and housing side. And I bet there's other gems like that. So,
Right.
Great. Okay. Supervisor Kirk, do you have opinions on this here?
Sure. Yes. And I'm just sitting here because I hear like these hard to reach places, and I've been doing this for 5 years, and I know things take time. I have no idea when these action items are actually going to take place, but thank you for the work. But I was doing a little bit of math, and I heard the word 6 billion, and there's 1.8 million rural people in California. So if we took 6 billion divided by 1.8 million, we'd have $333 per person. We could get them sign up with Starlink and then pay for Starlink for 22 months. So I don't know, this is taking a long time, but
What I would posit back for consideration is that fiber infrastructure will last for 20, 30 years.
but how will it take 20 or 30 years to get there?
Well, yes. I mean, it's a balance, right? So, yeah.
Supervisor Campbell.
Ditto. I agree. One thing I did want to say is I really appreciate that this has been a long conversation that's occurred over many months, and so just what we're discussing today isn't the whole picture. But I really appreciate how Barbara at RCRC and Len, how you've kind of gone with the flow and molded our county's plan based on what's available, and not necessarily, what the pie in the sky idea is. And this is really, we're getting closer to actually having real concrete movement on this as an issue in our community than I've ever seen. And I can remember a time when people were saying exactly the same thing about broadband, and nothing happened over and over again. And we're actually at a point where we're having discussions with ISPs and looking at routes, and that's so much further than we ever have been in a decade. So, so really great job. And I think you're on the right path, and you have my support 100%.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, Dave, can I make one more comment?
Sure.
'Cause I kind of ended that on the wrong note. You're doing great. I think what I've noticed is when we put some resources and personnel, like with you and with the housing conversation, we're seeing things move.
Yeah.
So thank you for moving things along.
Thank you.
And I concur with all the comments, looking at the action items. The first one, revise local policies to facilitate deployment. It's pretty generic, right? So, but the important thing is that it's being looked at, and then once you start doing it in one area, then you can, send that same information out and save a lot of people a lot of hard work, by not having to go through all the pains that somebody else goes through. So, so I think you've got what you need here.
Yep. I've got a list.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just tremendous progress has been made. It's a long conversation, as Supervisor Campbell said, but look what's been done, especially the last couple of years. I mean, wow. So, okay, great.
And I just wanted to say thank you, Barbara, for coming to Tuolumne County.
And if I can add too, I know we're also thanking Len, and Len has been absolutely the keystone to this, but that there's been a lot of other staff involved, from legal counsel to community development to admin to public works. I mean, this is a team effort too, and so thank you for everybody that's supporting Len as well in all this work.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we're going to move on to our 2 p.m. appointment. So if the clerk could please read that item.
2:30 p.m. Consideration of providing direction regarding a study of short-term rental impacts on housing and neighborhoods.
And David, I have to bring up something real quick. Just so you guys know, I do have on my personal property a short-term rental that I built a couple of years ago. So I am able to participate in this conversation today. It's just talking about a study, but County Council is talking or going to be talking with FPPC just to make sure moving forward that, you know, I'm not stepping over any lines. So I'm disclosing that. And then also disclosing I have to leave today at 4. I'm sorry. If you want to know, you can ask Tracy, but dealing with something with my daughter medically. So we're working on getting things going. So I got to leave at 4 to take care of that. So.
Okay, well, looking forward to this conversation.
F8. F8. Duplicate. There you go. You wanted, I don't know. Good afternoon. I'm Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director with Tamara Blankenship, our Housing Development Specialist. And we're excited to start a conversation with the board and the public and our fellow county departments regarding short-term rentals. I know that this has been on your radar screen a little bit in terms of fire inspections in this. And so we're going to talk a little bit about some of the other aspects that your board may want staff to look into. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tamara. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about short-term rentals and housing today. It's not working. All right. Okay, so as Quincy mentioned, this item, a study of short-term rental impacts on housing, was included in the board's objectives and priorities. This action item was not completed. Items that were identified as having a higher priority at this point have been completed or are well underway. And so at this point, we feel that we have the capacity to go ahead and begin work on this item. So what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about short-term rentals, just very high level, talk about some of the impacts that I think would be important to consider and propose an outline or a framework for a study that could be done that could provide the board with some information about local impacts and some possible suggestions for your consideration for responses to the impacts that are identified during the study. So, you know, first of all, a short-term rental, what are we talking about here? So we're talking about either a whole home, a room, or maybe an ADU that's rented for less than 30 days at a time. And these are commonly rented on platforms like Airbnb or VRBO or Vrbo. And they can be owned by an individual, owned and operated by an individual or a business. Pretty broad definition, but generally we're talking about dwellings that are rented for less than 30 days. So in my time here looking at housing, I've heard a lot of feedback around short-term rentals. I've had the opportunity to host community meetings, to attend community meetings, to talk to a lot of community members and stakeholders about housing. And even though short-term rentals has not been a focus of mine up to this point, it's something that I do get a lot of feedback about and that I hear a lot about. And so the feedback is really wide ranging.
there are very positive feedback about impacts and also some negative. So these are some of the common ones that we hear, that short-term rentals make housing less available. On the other hand, we hear that short-term rentals provide another use for a vacation home that may sit empty for long periods. We hear that short-term rentals make housing more expensive. And on the other hand, we hear that short-term rentals are a really important source of income for local residents. We hear that they create nuisances in the neighborhood. They also encourage people to visit Tuolumne County, and they bring tourist dollars to local businesses. So the feedback is really both positive and negative. And so I want to give an idea of just kind of the scope of what we're talking about here. So we have, over 31,000 homes. This is census data in the county, and also census data that under 9,000 of those, between 8,000 and 9,000, are vacant. And so when we look at active short-term rentals, we at any given time right now have probably just under 1,000. And that's based on the most recent data that we have from a service that the assessor's office has contracted with to provide us good real-time data. So we're fairly confident in these numbers. So just want to give you an idea of the scope of what we're talking about. So there are three areas that I think, if we want to study this and really look at the local impacts, that we would want to consider. And the first would be housing availability and affordability. So in the last 10 to 15 years, we've really seen an increase in short-term rental popularity. At the same time, during the same period of time, we've seen a decrease in housing production and an increase in housing costs. And one of the things I think is really important to remember, that correlation doesn't equal causation, that these things have happened at the same time, but we don't know if these things are, if one is causing the other. And so I think the first question, and one of the most important questions to dig into, is to really look at the data and try to understand better in Tuolumne County, specifically here, do short-term rentals have a negative impact on housing availability and affordability in Tuolumne County? The second aspect are really the economic impacts. And again, this isn't something that's just positive or just negative. There are really wide-ranging economic impacts from short-term rentals. We have the kind of profit motive that somebody might choose to rent their unit short-term rather than long-term. We have economic considerations for homeowners regarding the cost of mortgage, insurance, maintenance, visitor dollars to local businesses, transient occupancy tax, long-term rental prices may be impacted, home prices, if those are impacted, a source of income for people who use this as a way to add to their income. And, what does this do to property values? I think those are all really important data points to look at and consider. And third, we have the quality of life impacts. And so this is another one that I hear a lot about, are the impacts of short-term rentals on neighborhood quality of life. And these are the types of things that get mentioned. What are the demands on infrastructure? What are the demands on the environment? They create noise and trash. Do they make neighborhoods less safe, or do they make neighborhoods more safe with more eyes on properties in neighborhoods that might otherwise have a lot of vacant rentals? Relationships and belonging in neighborhoods, if you feel like your long-term neighbors have been replaced by kind of short-term visitors. This is a concern that people have about neighborhood quality of life. So these are all really important things for us to look at, I think. So one thing that I really want to stress is that short-term rental impacts are very specific to the local conditions that they exist in. And so every day, because this is something I'm interested in, the algorithm chooses to push me lots of news articles about short-term rentals. And because it's something I'm interested in, I see a lot of these kind of stories and different perspectives about how short-term rentals impact different areas. And they really are truly different. I don't think there's any jurisdictions that are all the same, or any one strategy that you could just pick that because it's been successful somewhere and drop it into Tuolumne County and have it be successful, or for us to know what the outcomes are going to be. So I just really want to stress that it's really important to understand the local conditions, the local data, the local impacts, so that when considering solutions or strategies, that they are really intended and likely to have the outcome that you're looking for. And we have the benefit of so many jurisdictions that have tried so many different things, and they've been studied. They've had years of outcomes to kind of consider. We know that unintended consequences are often part of this process. So we get the benefit of the experiences of other places that have gone before. And we can kind of look at some of those and consider that based on our local conditions, the data that we are able to collect, what is likely to have the intended response or consequence here. So this is what I'm proposing, and today what I'm hoping for is some feedback about one, do you want us to proceed with doing a study of short-term rental impacts? And two, this is our proposal, and any feedback on that proposal is appreciated, and anything you can add to it would also be appreciated. This is a high-level overview or outline, and we're looking for you to contribute aspects of it that may be important to you. So the first thing I want to note is that this would be completed with county staff time, mostly mine. And we have an intern who will be assisting, which will be a great experience for her as well. But we won't have to contract out for this study. We'll collect quantitative and qualitative data. We have access to really great data. The assessor's office has some great resources. We have Visit Tuolumne County has great resources. The Realtor Association has great data. There are a lot of good places that we can get local data from that I think will give you a really comprehensive picture. But also that qualitative data, the information that our local residents are providing about the impacts, I think is also very important. We have a list of stakeholders. This is not exhaustive, but these are some of the stakeholders that are kind of top of mind that will be included. But this isn't to limit it in any way. Anyone else that identifies as a stakeholder is welcome to join this conversation. And I definitely feel like the more information we have, the better. And I would really look forward to doing community listening sessions, especially in the areas that are most heavily impacted. We do have the data that shows where most of these rentals are located. We know which neighborhoods are most impacted. And so we'd love to give an opportunity for those communities to share their experiences, their feelings about how this impacts their neighborhood, the benefits. We want short-term rental owners to participate in these conversations. We really want a wide range of participants in these community listening sessions. And we don't just want to limit it there. Of course, we want to talk to residents throughout the county because I think it really does impact the entire county. And these are the three questions we really, the three areas that we really want to look at: housing availability and affordability, the economic impacts, and neighborhood quality of life. And there'll be some overlap, I imagine, among those. We had planned to bring this to you last month, so we've already started kind of laying some groundwork for this, and we would anticipate being done in June. And what we would expect to bring back to you, in addition to some really good, rich, descriptive data, is some a framework for maybe responses or solutions that you might want to consider based on that data. Along the left, we might consider, there are some interesting incentive-based programs out there that would incentivize people who have short-term rentals to convert them to long-term rentals. Maybe that's something that your board would like to consider. There are prohibitions, regulations, fees or permitting processes, caps. Those are common strategies that jurisdictions use. There's also a status quo response, which says, we understand the impacts, and we want to consider what happens if we don't take one of these actions in either direction. I think that's important to keep in mind, that you always have that option. And for each of those options, we'd want to look at what can you expect the benefits to be based on our local conditions, what the research says about these approaches, what other places have experienced when they've tried these. The anticipated costs or burdens with anything that you adopt other than status quo. You'll be taking on some cost of administering a program or enforcement. We want to know what those are up front and be really upfront about those, but also the unintended but possible effects. And we can reasonably kind of deduce this by looking at the experiences of other jurisdictions who've tried similar strategies and have similar conditions to ours, and feasibility. Just overall, what is the feasibility of this approach? And with a matrix or something that would be like this to kind of give you a menu of options with the information you would need about those strategies, that would really be the goal of what we would bring back to you for your consideration. And just a roadmap, we would hope to do some, data collection, something that we can be doing that I've started a little bit now digging into to prepare community listening sessions in April through May and June, really working on identifying that range of strategies and drafting a report and returning to you in July. This is a modest timeline. If the board were interested in having it more quickly, certainly if that's a priority, it could be done faster. This is just scheduled out in a way that complements all of our other housing initiatives that we're working on. And this is a way that it can be done that doesn't overtake any other actions that or initiatives that we're working on at this point, and could be a nice complement to the other work that's being done around housing. And that's all I have for you, and I appreciate any questions or direction that the board has.
Supervisor Campbell.
Well, thank you very much. Very organized, and you and I have had a couple of discussions, shared some emails about it. So I think you more or less have. I think we've gone back and forth about the direction I would have. Primarily, what I would be looking for in a passive way, receiving information would be how many Airbnbs do we have? Where are they? The costs involved. So how much does it cost? What's the average rental cost? The average TOT, average cost to provide services, those types of figures, that type of data is what I'd be looking for receiving. And then what I would like also is to get an idea of what other communities are doing. One thing I've looked into this a fair amount just because of some of the feedback I've gotten from community members and what other communities do in relation to Airbnbs is across the board. Like I haven't really found any universal plan that any community takes with respect to Airbnbs. Some are highly restrictive and some like us are not restrictive at all. And then there's everything in between. So kind of a cross section of what are other communities doing and how can that inform what we choose to do, if anything, related to long-term or short-term rentals. I honestly just want an answer to the question, is it a net positive or a net negative for our community in the broad sense, not just related to housing, but TOT revenue. Some of you mentioned all the things, so I just kind of getting an idea: is it a net positive or negative? Which I think is should be the overarching goal of this. And then I would say for our board, what we need to be prepared for is when you ask a question like this, we got to be prepared for the answer, because it might not be an answer we like, and if it isn't an answer if it's an answer we don't like, we have to be prepared to do something about it. And I'm just speaking for myself. I think we should trust where this study goes, and if you come back with data that confirms some of the things that community members or we've experienced, that's good. And if the data refutes some of our pre-existing notions about it, then we need to accept that as well. So I think this is the time's come for this kind of an in-depth look. I think the community is asking for it, and so I'm glad. I think we have the right person on the case. So I support your work in this, and hopefully those are some details that you're able to look into. So thank you.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
And I knew there was a reason I picked you to go first. No, you went down and laid that out very nicely. Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I really agree with that too. I've had that same conversation where there are clear positives on what this revenue creates and generates and we're able to put back into the community. and then I think pressures, and then the question is how many of these would have actually turned into residential units? And I can't say. So I think this is really useful. I do think we should move forward with the study. And I'd like to know kind of definitively whether it's good or bad, and then also, you know, what can we do to improve it? I'm not necessarily for terribly hard restrictions, but housing is my primary focus with this. So I think we need data, and that includes stakeholder data that, you know, people that own these, what percentage would actually consider, especially post-COVID, doing, you know, a room rental in their house or a lease for the home that they own versus having a short-term rental where there is a much less relationship commitment. There's no eviction issue. They're not really living there, right? I think that's going to be very key to avoiding unanticipated consequences of it. Because let's say they're all gotten rid of and none of them turn back into housing. It might be that people don't want, they're doing this, but they would not move up to that level, or we couldn't convince them. They're not going to hear that. I have a huge concern, and I've thought this for a while, seeing that a fourth of our county is empty buildings when we talk about it, right? And I know this is, I think in particular, up the hill, right? Because I remember I went to a school that doesn't exist up there, Black Oak, right? And closed down. They had to build a second school for all the families that were in that area, and now we're seeing it decline. And I know that our population hasn't grown, but it has shifted. Our schools have kind of been in Columbia and Jamestown growing quite a bit, and I think that's been a people moving around with it. So housing's my big focus. I think this lays out very well that the vacant homes are a much bigger issue than potentially the short-term rentals. They also don't really create anything, in my opinion. You get a second home here, they don't produce sales tax. I think they're owned a lot longer than other homes, so property tax may be low. You're talking about a property that very likely could have been inherited. They don't shop here, they don't pay TOT, they don't rent it out, they don't create housing, and we still have to serve that if it catches on fire. We still have to maintain the road that goes to it. We're talking broadband. I mean, whatever it is, we still have to pay for that. So vacation homes, to me, that's a huge concern. I also suspect that they're not maintained well. And I know this is a little different than the STR discussion, but I see it as related. We talk about vegetation management, taking care of your property. It's an ongoing effort. Trees can sometimes be beautiful and sometimes they can be weeds. If you're not living up there and you visit 2 weeks a year, you're probably not maintaining your property and keeping it fire safe. So I would love to see something come back on vacation homes and options. And I know other areas that are resort areas in particular are looking at different vacancy type measures, for the reason being that some of the beauty and charm of this area in that way works against us. I worry about a second part of that, which is corporate ownership over residential markets. We're seeing this in resort areas where banks and financial institutions are parking assets in residential markets and driving up prices, which increase the asset value, using them sometimes as these income producing properties. And I very much worry that we could be kind of on that list. Who's to stop a bank or investment firm from coming in and buying 500 homes? So the ownership to me is also interesting, because I'd love to be able to disprove that and say it's not happening, but I don't know. It seems like a pretty sound, scary strategy to make wealth for Wall Street. So overall, I think that short-term rentals should have a business license regardless of the type. I would especially say for non-owner occupied ones. I think that they need to have a check for fire safe yards under 4291 and be able to pay for that inspection, Everbridge posted, OES information posted, that type of stuff should be a requirement. It doesn't have to be business license, but some enforcement tool to make sure that we check that. I mean, smoke alarms are there, they've got fire extinguishers, just basic stuff. There's a huge two-tiered system that I live in a house that used to be a bed and breakfast. If I wanted to go restart that as a bed and breakfast, I'd probably have to jump through all kinds of hoops. Now, I've got parking built for all of that and everything, but for another place, they would probably get maybe rejected based on parking requirements or expected occupancy. And yet, if you just had that as a residential property with the same things and you go Airbnb, it's like if taxi drivers were licensed, insured, and all this stuff. And what's it take to become an Uber driver? You sign up on an app and send a one-page form, and then issues come out because there's no accountability in that. So I would like to see something that makes sure that we can alleviate that disparity between appropriate bed and breakfast type things and non-owner occupied units. I'd love to see it be easier to create a bed and breakfast, but harder for non-owner occupied units to get developed without needing, I would say, at least a conditional use permit that allows a planning review to say, you know, the parking's not appropriate, it's not built in a safe way, you know, these things need to be modified. It's probably hard to make a one size fits all standard, but to make it as close to B&B stuff as possible. I also think for non-owner occupied units, it needs to have a 24/7 reachable host. So if they don't live here and they can't respond in a reasonable amount of time, then they need to hire a property management company that can be reached. And in particular, again, with non-owner occupied units, where we may be going out for public services and we're talking about noise complaints happening, maybe, you know, on the criminal side, not civil, looking at, you know, trash or vandalism or anything like that. I think there's a reasonable amount to expect, but after that, similar as we're talking about with like ambulatory services at some of the senior care facilities or something like that, where, you know, there's a reasonable amount of why that may be free, but then sometimes that can get abused. If we're going out 6 times, 10 times a year to the same property for an owner that is not managing it well, I think there should be some consequences to that. So whether that's we pull a business license or we're able to put a lien that is cost recovery on it, there should be some incentive that if an owner is profiting off this, they have to manage it and take care of it. That would be, I think, really important as well. I'll add kind of like one last thing too. I think we have major lodging, of course, within the county. It's great. It's got its own marketing. It's got spas and resorts, and they're really nice. They're in a whole different category than Airbnbs. My district does not have so many of those. One very large one is coming in, but mostly it's small historic hotel operations. These are the ones, in my opinion, that get hit the absolute hardest by kind of the Airbnb market. And so what can we do to basically make it not so much toxic competition there, because they have they just got an advantage from a regulatory perspective, and a bed and breakfast has to go through having their kitchen inspected, or, you know, for food service, and they have to go through a variety of licensing processes. And I think that makes it extremely hard. And I know that this has probably had an impact within my district and other districts too. So anyway, I'm in support of looking into it. Those are kind of all my thoughts for it. I think if you're renting rooms in your house, we should be relatively hands-off, even if it's 2-3 rooms. But if you don't live there and it is an income property, I would be on the other side of, we should be coming down a lot harder on those, because those are coming out of the housing market, most likely. And they're not the senior just making some money at their home off, you know, their kids moved out. This is somebody who probably from the Bay bought extra homes up here, rented them out, and it's just going into an account. And I just don't think that's right when we have a housing crisis.
Supervisor Kirk, you've got quite a few of these in your district.
Yeah, I get hit hard. And like I said at the retreat, you know, I've been getting hit up from people from my district ever since I ran for office, and, you know, told them it hasn't made it on the priority yet, but I think we're all have been hearing loud and clear, which is obviously why we're having this discussion. This was actually put on our priority list 2 years ago to start this conversation, but we didn't have the resources in place. So here we are today, so thank you. A few things in it, Brandon, it kind of sounded like you want to, maybe we should enforce short-term rentals on vacant homes. It almost sounded like that kind of an idea. I'm joking. We have so many vacant homes, right? 8,000. It's almost like we need to tell them to turn them into short-term rentals because they're sitting there doing nothing, which to me was kind of shocking that we have so many. And you brought up incentives about potentially turning more housing, potentially short-term rentals into housing, but could you look into, are there incentives for people who just have housing and we want them to get it on the market, like these vacant homes? I'd be curious if there's anything we can do to get them, because they're 800% of the problem, whereas the short-term rentals appear to be, you know, the other 100%. So that's something that came to mind. On the stakeholders thing, I'm sure it's in there, but I'm just gonna bring up again solid waste. I get a lot of complaints from people who own and operate these, they're dumping their trash everywhere and they need to have trash services provided. That's a big complaint that I get. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware that Burt Whistle's office got some software for sure. Okay, so that's being utilized. One of the things that Supervisor Brandon brought up that I had written down earlier was with the 2 casinos that we have, but specifically the new one coming in. I think we're also missing part of the conversation, which is those are going to take up rentals that would have gone to short-term rentals or local. We're missing, what I'm saying is our TOT is about to get smashed because of that casino. We're kind of used to Black Oak being online because they've been around for years, but I think we're going to see our TOT decrease because obviously they don't have to pay TOT tax. So I think we need to maybe get an idea of how many rooms are coming on board. And I know they have investments in other places up to 120 corridor. I'm curious if those still have the same TOT. Are those going to be paying TOT, Quincy? I know. Okay. So then my question would be, if they have 500 rooms and you times that by over the course of a year, that's TOT deduction that we're going to lose out on. So we need to keep that in the conversation too, when you're talking about like the bottom line and how much revenue is coming in from TOT, because I think that's going to be impacted. Options for community. A question I had was, I doubt this is an option, but when you look at other counties and how they put ordinances in place, are there counties that have put ordinance in place specifically for communities? Like Tweenheart, we're going to have a set of rules over here. Sonora, we're going to have a set of rules over here. Because obviously, if somebody wants to put an Airbnb up or a short-term rental in Tuolumne City, no one really cares. It's like, I don't know if there might be 1 or 2, but if you're going to put 10 more in Tuolumne, people are freaking out. So I don't know if there's options for like community pockets. Curious if there is. Something that I would really like to know, Brandon kind of touched on this a little bit, is there any way to find out if the owners of short-term rentals are local residents or outside of county? I think that might have influenced some decisions into the future. And then I will say 2 more things. I think obviously it's going to be really important to go out into the communities and hear from them. I'm just telling you something that I've heard already, and it resonates with a lot of people, is maybe not if there wasn't a ban, but if there was an ordinance where it's like a 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out. I think Supervisor Brandon kind of alluded to that a little bit, where there's teeth into something where there's, I forget exactly what you said, but I wrote down 1, 2, 3 type strikes you're out type thing. I don't know if that's a noise. I don't know if that's, a house built for 5 people and there's 20 people in there and are obviously overloading the septic system. It's like, okay, you've had 3 opportunities to knock it off. So I know that's gonna come from Tweenheart, but I'm kind of curious if that's an option that could be part of your option packet in the future. And then as far as July timetable, my question, I would like to see it sooner, but Quincy, if something comes back, this is a bunch of what ifs. And if we put something into an ordinance with what you have on the table, with everything we have going on, an honest, realistic time frame, because if I tell her bring it back in May and rush and do all this stuff, but we know it's going to take another 6 months to do an ordinance, we're going to be into 2025. What's your idea on a time frame, realistically, as far as getting an ordinance in place if we were to go down that path?
It's going to take another 6 months and you're going to be into 2025 because we're going to need county council to work with us, plus fire, plus sheriff, plus all those departments. And so putting something on our plate with a timeline, put something on their plate with a timeline. And the plate's only so big.
All right. So I would say May, June, I don't know if the rest of the board cares about that, just knowing that it's going to be another push out. But if you guys are fine with July, but I would say June for me, May, June. So those are my comments.
Supervisor Heth.
Thank you. Okay, so we're here today not to start listing conditions, right? We're here today to give you our authorization to go out and seek and find. Basically, hear the whole gamut of the stories from providers, from neighbors, from tourists, from, everybody. So I'm not going to give you what you should and shouldn't do, because I want to hear that from the community. I want to hear that from landlords. I want to hear their data put together. I would suggest that you take into consideration lessons learned from the city of Sonora, because they have had an ordinance, and I hear talk more than one time that they are reconsidering. And so I'd like to know why they're reconsidering, what they're reconsidering, and, you know, their whole reasoning. One of the reasons why I'm not going to tell you to change your timeline, because you've got a lot of things to do. You kind of outlined it very broadly, but I'm sure you've got a lot of little steps in there about what you'd like to do that will take time. And I'm going to suggest one right now. And that is that not only I would like to see you reaching out in town halls to neighbors and people who live here who have Airbnbs and VRBOs, but I'd like to see you take the time to reach out to landlords that are not in the county. And that will take some time. You'll have to probably reach out to them via USPS, possibly email if you have them. So that's going to take some time. Because I'd like to know, like somebody else said, how many out-of-county landlords we have that are in this business of short-term rentals. All of this being said, we all need to acknowledge that there's property rights here. So we have to be mindful of those, and it's a delicate balance, what you're going to be doing. You're going to be gathering all this information, and then I assume you're going to be creating some findings, and it could go a lot of different ways. So I'm remaining open to see what you come up with. But I would like to insert one other thing. You had mentioned quality of life, and right up there on the top in one of those bubbles was noise. And oh my gosh, when you talk about Airbnbs, and I think I share with Supervisor Kirk, his District 3, my District 4 in Groveland, so many Airbnb complaints have to do with noise. So if we're considering doing something with short-term rentals, I think we should really in tandem be considering doing something about having a noise ordinance, because we don't right now. And if it comes up that we're going to be doing something ordinance-wise with short-term rentals, we need to have that noise ordinance as well. And those are my comments.
All right. Excuse me. Doing a great job, Tana. You know, and you know, willing and able to do this in that time, you know, frame. And you said you had an intern. You know, that's wonderful. You know, the study is really important. I forget who it was. I don't know if it was Supervisor Kirk that said it, but you know, the study to get beyond what we don't know. Right? This is to get us information, factual information, and then once we build up that, you know, that trove of information, then we can use that as appropriate, because we may find out things are quite a bit different than. But this one, you know, this slide, the quality of life, that's the one that you know, we get all the concern about, and the complaints, and the noise is a huge one. And we've discussed noise ordinances in the past. The difficulty of enforcing a noise ordinance is where the challenge seems to be, but other jurisdictions are doing it. So, but you know, be the noise, and then you know, right on the heels of that is the trash, the sheer numbers of people. It's all stuff that we know. You know, nothing new here. Somehow, you know, we got to figure out a way to manage this, and it really comes down to accountability with the owners of these properties, right? And you know, they need to, you know, if I'm sure there's plenty of good actors out there, and it doesn't take many bad actors to, you know, make things, you know, look ugly, you know, and we see that too often. But you know, the owners need to be a good neighbor, right? They need to say, hey, this is my business. I run, and you know, take that attitude. I need, you know, I run a good, clean business, and hey, if there's a problem, I want to know about it. The idea of, you know, having a 24/7 phone numbers, you know, listing, you know, all that's good. So we can build that in, but that accountability, you know, there needs to be something strong enough that there's consequences, and I really like that 1, 2, 3 year out. You know, I mean, that's huge, and there may be legal implications that it's, you know, those types of things aren't as easy as they sound, but something has got to be done stronger than we're doing. So thanks for the work and the, presentation. And I don't think we don't really have a vote or anything on this, do we, today? Or is this just,
See if there's any clarifying questions they might have.
are there,
Yeah, we're happy to take public comment.
okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Public comment, please. My bad. Been a long day. Yes, sir.
My name is Eric Carla, and I did write the board last month after the ordinance came out. And I recently became a permanent resident of Tuolumne County, and I've operated don't call it an Airbnb, it's just a short-term rental because I don't advertise on Airbnb, but I've operated that for almost 25 years now. And it's a larger one. It's a 14-person cabin. And I've done it without any problems. The reason I wrote the letter was I belong to a large group of owners on social media regarding short-term rentals. When these ordinances came out, they were pretty much well received. All the requirements for fire, safety, and so on. We only had one objection, and that was the 24/7 rule. And the reason for that, and I think you guys all received that letter, is it's virtually impossible to require somebody to be responsible 24 hours a day and available to respond within 60 minutes. We just can't select one person and do that. In general, we can have somebody on call, but to require that person to be within the county and available 24 hours a day to respond is a little onerous.
Yeah, sometimes, and I'll just speak to that briefly. Sometimes you have within X amount of hours or something, but granted,
Right.
you're correct.
And in my letter, I also expressed that I've never had the need for a local contact when I was a remote owner. I did have one. I had a neighbor across the street, and a lot of us do have neighbors that are like that will come and help if that's needed. Like I said, mine's operated largely without problem. I did have an over-occupancy event once, and fortunately it wasn't a large party, but it was a group of, it was a group of cheerleaders and their parents. And I started getting complaints from my neighbors. Hey, there's cars in my driveway. So they left the next morning, and they left the house in great condition, no noise complaints or anything, but I went to the sheriff's department after that to find out what could I do. And I think we're fortunate to have a sheriff's department that actually realizes, okay, this isn't a civil matter. Those are short-term transient occupants, and we can trespass them. And what they required was an occupancy list in order to go over there and determine who belonged in the house and who did not. And I think that's a great idea for a short-term rental. It also, I expressed this in a letter, if there's an evacuation event, a fire, wildland fire, or a gas leak or something like that, our department needs to know who's in that house and how many people are in there and how many people are out. So, but in regards to the trespass violation, the sheriff's department has.
I'm sorry, that is the time.
The sheriff's department has a requirement that the owner fill out what's called a trespass violation letter.
Yeah.
And that trespass violation letter is good for 6 months.
Perhaps you can get together with staff after, because we've run out of time. I appreciate your comments.
No problem.
And stepping up as an owner, it gives us some insight, so thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Ron Kopf, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Business Council and the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. So I don't think there's any discussion that we're not going to go forward with the study. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we should be quantifying what the issues are that we want to go forward and look at. Supervisor Brandon, you added the 25% of the homes that are sort of, vacant that expands this quite a bit from the short-term rentals that are less than 4% of the county. So that may affect your timeframes, but there's probably a good reason to do some surveys and things like that. And the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors does have some different funding sources and things like that that might be able to help with some of those issues. But there's a lot of issues to resolve and look at as we analyze this. I think we should be looking at, it says, what are the impacts of short-term rentals? But we all have talked about there's a lot of benefits to short-term rentals. And as we all know, a lot of people have come up here and found this county by coming to a short-term rental. The 25% or the 4% of the people that have those, there are people that have rooms and ADUs, that are behind, but the majority of them are probably homes that if we tried to run them out on a monthly basis to workforce housing and things like that, the economics of that just simply don't work. So we have to look at what makes sense for that. So if we want to support housing and get more housing, I think what we're looking at with Title 17 and supporting staff to look at going forward with that makes a lot of sense. So, there's a lot of issues that we need to research. There is a lot of numbers that the tax assessor has. We have a lot of numbers with the Board of Realtors and look at that, and we can put some surveys together to analyze this. So I look forward to coming back with some more quantitative data to look at. I think your comment with the noise ordinance is it's not going to make a whole lot of good to try and enforce this, where I think everybody's heard that the major issue is noise. If we've got some people out there, and if you don't have a noise ordinance where you can enforce it, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So there should be some regulations. When I've talked to other government affairs directors in other areas that have tourism-based components, they said what you want to do is you don't want to overstep on the regulations you put in place, because they said a lot of times if you put in place some reasonable regulations and come up with that, you'll find that resolves it and go forward, and then you can tweak it as you go forward. If you come up with something that's too onerous to begin with, then you get the unintended consequences and it doesn't make sense going forward. So let's work on it together and come up with something that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, now I'll bring it back into the board. Anyways, sorry.
David, just wanted to
Yeah.
echo your comments to the gentleman that spoke. Thank you for coming forward. You kind of have a unique perspective on it. And I think, of course, we're going to be including the business council in any discussions, realtors and folks. But I really hope you continue to engage. And certainly I'd like to see that, because I think you're exactly the perspective that is not going to be absolutely not, don't do anything that makes this, no matter how good the idea, or, just absolutely crack down completely. I like that you mentioned in your letter some tangible things that you said, something I got to do, but it makes a lot of sense. And thank you for taking the time to send in a very thoughtful and informed kind of response. It taught me some of it, what you were dealing with, so.
Yeah, also you mentioned a social media site. Is that a closed group or, okay.
I also run a website for direct bookings and
Okay. All right. So, have what you need.
I think
Thank
we
you
got what we
again.
need, and thank you all for your time,
Okay.
and thank you
Thank
for
you.
everyone who spoke.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's take a short break. Okay, go ahead. 7 minutes. We're going to take a short break, 7 minutes. We'll come back at 4:07. Yes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. If the clerk can please read item number 11.
Item number 11, presentation for board acceptance of the Fire Safety Advisory Committee's work goals and priorities for 2024.
Very good.
Good afternoon,
right.
Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. Quick little update and just a few slides. Pursuant to your governing body handbook that was approved this year, the board created a policy advisory called the Fire Safety Advisory. And that particular committee will serve the board and help achieve board goal and priorities, ensuring policy items are coming to the full board for review, provide a place for investigation of specific policy issues that will be brought to the board. And in that handbook also, it lays out the authority of any board policy committee to complete their work and align their kind of goals and work plan. And that annual committee work plan or work program will be developed and forwarded to the full board for approval to the items to be worked on, the priority and order which they would be addressed, and also the use of the resources to pursue the same. So I want to just tell you that the Fire Safety Advisory Committee met in December and then in January to develop these committee work programs or goals and prioritize. And they consisted, so that they would be consistent with your board's priorities. Following the work goals were approved by the committee as a recommendation to your board. The top 4 are the ones that actually fit within your priorities already identified for 2024. I don't necessarily go through all 8 of them, but it was what the committee discussed as some priority projects and work goals for the committee. I want to emphasize that this advisory committee is truly to support your board if items are considered and not to get into the operational staff work that we are all doing, but simply to support your priorities as a board. So with that, I just want to highlight the top 4 of those particular work goals or work objectives, work programs for the committee. First and foremost is support sustainable funding for fire service. Again, this is one of your board priorities for 2024. The Fire Safety Advisory Committee also wants to help develop recommendations to support the recommendations to the board for fees for service, efforts to offset costs and reduce non-emergency call volumes. Again, this is also related to exploring potential local revenue sources that would support or report then to the board on any option. So really, again, is to support the efforts that are occurring and the work that you are doing. Also, one of the key work programs or work goals identified in the Fire Safety Advisory Committee was to support hazardous vegetation ordinance inspectors to be included in the fire budget. This also, too, is one of your identified priorities for 2024 by the board. And lastly, to support recommendations for relocation improvement of county sheriff's dispatch with long-term options such as developing a regional facility. This is definitely in line with board priorities, and the Fire Safety Advisory wants to help support your board in finding solutions to that situation. So with that said, staff recommend that you approve the 4 work areas for the Fire Safety Advisory Committee for 2024. First and foremost, to support sustainable funding for fire services, to develop recommendations to the board for fees for services, to support hazardous vegetation ordinance inspectors to be included in the fire budget, and not least and not last, but most importantly as well, supporting recommendation for relocation improvement of the county sheriff's dispatch. And these are the recommendations and as staff to the Fire Safety Advisory Committee. We are just following the handbook and asking for your approval for the committee.
Very good, thank you. So, look to the board for any questions. Okay. Seeing none, I'll put it up for public comment here. Anybody would like to comment on this item? Okay, back to the board then. I'll close public comment. Back to the board for any comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. With these 4, I have no issue with that. There were a few others that were on there for community evacuation exercises that I thought might be appropriate for our community partners on there. And then the fire insurance rate impact advocacy. I agree. I think that would be a helpful group to throw those 2 on. But either way with it, I had 2 main comments. One of them is I would like to see us have our finance committee meet. I know sustainable funding, it's not just specific to fire service. It's generally general fund that we're looking into. And I think this would be either a good collaboration or place to speak about it. And 2, what I would at least relay back, what I would hope to see the committee discussing when it comes to that stuff is the fee recovery on medical calls for fire service, which can be up to 85% of many of our responses. I think this is a way to be able to help cover a lot of the costs. I know we brought this up for a while. I'd like to see this, I say we, that might just be but I'd like to see whether that is a viable thing that we can implement here to generate additional funding. So.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Happ, do you have anything?
I really don't have any additional comments. These are, some of them are right in line with what our board priorities are anyway. And I really would like to see people in support of number 3, having inspectors get out there and start educating people, because we said we were going to do that for the first 2 years, so that people really know. In fact, I haven't even seen the brochure. Do we have a brochure now?
Yes, we do, and we've sent them
Oh,
out. So
yes, that was last year.
That's the ones
Okay.
that went out with the
Right,
tax
right. We do have those. But have they gone out en masse?
So I'm going to defer to Chief Murphy, but we do have prevention staff that are out, and they have access to those brochures and are educating as they're going out and talking about multiple things, but hazardous vegetation management is one of those. So prevention staff have already been educating property owners based on call volume and other issues that come in. So.
Anyway, long story short, I support all 4 of these. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I'm the chair of the Fire Safety Advisory Committee this year. I serve with Supervisor Goldenberg, and we have a phenomenal committee this year, and we have in years past too, but a good mixture of fire personnel with that level of expertise, law enforcement professionals, and members of our community that know what it's like to be a resident and own a home and deal with high insurance costs and finding ways to make fire funding sustainable. And so these were kind of the priorities that they had expressed interest in, and I think they're eager to get to work on with their role in supporting the board and conveying the community's interest in these 4 priorities. So I think I'm very supportive of them, obviously. And I really appreciate the work that you, Dory, have done and your team at OES, and of all the community members that contribute to the advisory committee.
And my sentiments exactly. Thank you, Dory, for you and your team, all your hard work. You guys are just knocking them out of the park left and right, and much appreciated. Yeah. I mean, obviously, this came out of the committee that I serve on. We discussed this at length, and all the committee members, as Dory indicated, they understand. It's not the committee doing this; they're making recommendations, but they've been an especially good group for research and doing things like getting out to motels and handing out pamphlets and doing lots of different things. So this is great. I really appreciate it. Is there any public comment? Okay. So bring it back here and let me double check, sorry.
Chair will move, are you looking for a motion?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Chair will move that we approve the staff recommended action.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Hath. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? No. 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next up here. You could please read item number 12.
Item number 12, consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 2.40, Emergency Services of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, making the change for the Assistant Director of Emergency Services from the Assistant County Administrator, and setting a second reading for adoption on March 19, 2024.
Me
Well,
again.
welcome back to President again.
That worked out in my favor, I guess. Dory Beats, Swampy County Office of Emergency Services. As stated, this agenda item is consideration of waiving the first reading of the ordinance amending. As many of you know, the job title for the OES coordinator changed to the assistant director, and thus we needed to change the emergency services ordinance. And this particular board item is specific to those changes. So you can see both in the memo as well as the red line, as well as the final copy. We made a few changes whenever it said the OES coordinator. We changed it to the assistant director. Nothing else changed. Again, we did this 2 years ago. I have to think and look back when we made some changes. The OES director is served by your CAO. And then in her absence, obviously the assistant county administrator would fill that role, but we have replaced the OES coordinator with the assistant director, which is the new title.
Very good. Any questions from board members on this? Cleanup thing, make sure we got it, all our stuff in order here. Any look out to the public here? Any comments from the public on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any additional comments or a motion.
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so I have motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
And I just wanted to clarify for the public, we will have a second reading on March 19th. So that will be the second reading of this ordinance.
Thank you for stating that. All right, so the clerk, if you could please read item 13.
Item 13, presentation of the Tuolumne County Emergency Operations Plan update for 2024.
Hello.
All right, here I am again. I do have a presentation, Heather. I'm not sure why it's, there we go, perfect. So before you is a presentation on our emergency operations plan update. I'll walk you through a few slides, happy to answer any questions, but first and foremost, I just want to reiterate for the board as well as the public that an emergency operations plan, or what we call an EOP, is an operational plan focused on the overarching roles and responsibilities, coordinating, and that coordination between the various Tuolumne County government agencies, especially our first responder agencies, jurisdictional and federal partners, private sector partners, community groups, the public, et cetera, before, during, and after an emergency. What it isn't is a plan listing every issue that the county will encounter in every emergency what-if scenario. We also must ensure that through this planning process, there is a whole community approach. So we have involved and engaged the tribes, and also a new component that is specific to inclusive planning, which is including access and functional needs as well as cultural competence. So why do we do an update to the existing plan? Between 2016 and 2023, there have been 8 bills amending or adding to government code regulating county emergency plans. Remember, our current plan was dated 2012. So those bills introduce new requirements regarding county emergency plan, the submission, the content, the planning process itself, and the review. In addition, recently, AB 1638 adds to government code relating to local government providing emergency response requirements on the manner in which information is provided in languages other than English. And this will commence January 1st of 2025. A little review, your board approved $75,000 of ARPA funds for a portion of the costs associated with updating this plan. Cal OES Homeland Security grant funds paid for the balance. The total cost for the contractor was $127,569. An RFP was issued last January. The contractor was selected and work began in February 2023. The contractor met with county staff and all the different departments and multiple partners throughout the process to develop a draft that was completed in September of 2023. As I said, there were many agency and partner engagement process. I hope I didn't leave somebody off the list, but a lot of collaboration among the partnerships within multiple county departments and multiple stakeholders you can see on the list. Obviously, our office, our tribal partners, our ham radio partners, our Tuolumne County Animal Control, Tuolumne County Social Services, Health and Human Services, Public Health, Sheriff's Office, our County Fire, our CAL FIRE, and our partners at the Sonora City. We're all a part of monthly planning meetings where the contractor facilitated discussions and components. They were all part of the review process and final review prior to this final plan before you. I want to talk real quickly. There are two components. There is the basic part of the plan, which addresses the county's response from small to large scale emergency situations. And those are associated with both natural and or human caused emergencies. And it really is truly a management plan that we hope folks will read prior to any emergency that occurs. It's not a book that you open up and go play by play when an emergency happens. It is designed to really outline the activities of all Tuolumne County departments and our partner agencies and really work and embrace those capabilities and those resources that we can share in a broader emergency management community and includes everyone, our businesses, our individuals, those NGOs or non-governmental organizations, our tribal governments, as stated, our cities, and even the federal government here in Tuolumne County. There are, again, components of the plan. The basic plan really describes the methods for carrying out those emergency operations, the process for rendering mutual aid, the emergency services of governmental departments and its agencies, how resources are mobilized, how the public will be informed, and the process to ensure continuity of government during an emergency or disaster. Then there are the functional annexes as well as the hazard-specific annexes. And I want to describe those. Again, the hazard-specific are based on a lot of work that we have done and seen through our hazard mitigation plan. So those types of hazards that are most frequent or could occur here in Tuolumne County. The functional annexes, and you'll see in this plan, there is debris removal. On this slide, we're missing one, but we do have a mass care and shelter plan that we are currently updating as an annex. Again, recent law that occurred this last year is mandating changes to our mass care shelter plan to help include co-locating pets when we do any type of sheltering. So we need to reevaluate and include that. That will be joining this particular plan, as well as our alert and warning plan that will lay out all of the ways that we'll alert. It will also include our outdoor audible alerts, how those are utilized, what they mean, how we get education about our emergency alert notification system. And then our third one that is not listed on here will be included is our evacuation annex. And that is something we're working on through a grant currently right now. So I just wanted to walk you through those components of the plan that are covered currently in the plan before you. One of the biggest requirements per SB 160 is the public engagement process, and there were 3 public informational meetings that were held. We had them in person as well as virtually, and we wanted to make sure that we were engaging in the public in the process in their input. We also then created a survey where we invited the public to participate in what they thought and maybe those recommendations in that particular plan. We also, because of the timing, we also included all of the month of February as a social engagement, social media engagement, making sure that folks were aware. You probably saw it on My Mother Load, you saw it on our Facebook, you saw it shared by many of our partners to really engage the public in the overall plan. One of the other requirements under AB 580 is that the county will send a copy of the plan to the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. This is why we had a plan in September finalized, and we had to submit to Cal OES. We did not receive their review until December. So that is very typical of 90 days is what they ask or tell us to anticipate for review of that plan. In your packet, I did include the comment letter from Cal OES where they called out where we can strengthen a few things. And we did take the time between that December and during January and February to incorporate those changes if there were any, or strengthen some of the language that they recommended within the plan. Also under AB 580, it is required now that Cal OES review 10 counties per year in their emergency operations plan. Had nothing to do with who they chose, but we were one of them that they chose. So we were able to have them review the plan and provide those comments. And obviously, as you can see, we had a lot of favorable comments by the state in the review of our plan. So real quickly, plan approval, implementation, and modification. Once you have concurrence and you approve it, the EOP will be officially adopted. We ask, obviously, County OAS will be responsible for maintenance of the plan. It will be distributed to all the different county departments, all of our support and allied agencies and partners who are assigned primary functions within the EOP. We should be revisiting that. We plan to revisit it regularly. There should be a periodic comprehensive review, 3 to 5 years. I will say that there is legislation proposed that will possibly mandate that EOPs be updated every 2 years. Yes, I know, but I just want to gear you up for that. But we're pretty happy about this revision and this update. Again, any base plan changes will have to be updated by your board. The hazard-specific and functional annexes are more of a high level and reference documents which may change frequently. OES will be responsible for changing or adding the annexes as needed, but your board will then have to approve any of those base plan changes. So staff is recommending that you adopt the 2024 update of the Emergency Operations Plan. Then you would be designating the board chair to sign the letter that is in the plan. County OES staff will then disseminate to all the county departments and partner agencies, and we will then send an official copy to Cal OES as required. We will also, as County OES, review the plan annually and prepare for any substantial changes to be brought to the board every 3 to 5 years, unless we are mandated to do it more frequent. And County OES will also add any additional functional annexes like the mass care, shelter, alert and warning, and the evacuation that I described earlier. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, look to the board. Questions?
Wouldn't happen to be a funded mandate, would it?
Well, you know, that is what all of the operational areas commented when we first saw it, that it needs to be a funded mandate because it is time consuming and obviously costly if we are going to hire a consultant.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering who are the consultant companies that do this kind of work, and do they have like a friend somewhere?
I'm not sure, but
because it's a very specific set of expertise that you need to have in order to do that, these kind of studies. And you know, there's going to be, if every county has to do this 3 to 5 years, there's going to be a lot of demand. And so if you happen to have one of those companies that does this, good for you.
yeah, I will give a shout out to our contractors that we did hire, Constant and Associates. Several of them were former Cal OES employees who worked in emergency management and also in recovery. So they truly knew what OES was going to be looking for when they reviewed. So we were very fortunate that we selected that team.
They were in recovery from OES?
Yes. They were in recovery, yes.
That's an inside joke.
Yes.
Okay, look to the public. Any public comment on this plan? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dory Beats, you are so awesome. And I really appreciate your passion and your enthusiasm, and I know how much work this was. And I just thought you did an excellent job. And I'm happy whenever I can help you with whatever. And I did fill out the application.
Great.
I thank you that, and it definitely was a team effort. There were multiple individuals, including OES staff. Sarah Daniel went page by page, checked every link. County staff also did, county council staff did that, public health, EMS coordinator, Katie and Dr. Freeman, fire, share, multiple agencies reviewed this and really helped us keep track of the things that we needed to change to make it a really great document, so.
Absolutely. Any other members of the public wish to comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Any comments? I have a couple of comments, but I'll look to the rest of the board first. Okay, I was just going to mention that, you know, the importance of doing a plan like this. And, you know, so our plan was about 12 years old. And, you know, that's way too long in emergency services to go, you know, that far out. It's just way too important. So it's, you know, when you do a plan like this, though, even if it comes down to 2 years, which seems pretty aggressive, you know, a lot of times that 3 to 5 year period seems more common, but your information isn't as stale generally if you haven't gone that long. So it's not as difficult as one might imagine to update, you know, things when you just look at what's going on currently and you merge it on in. So, yeah, other than that, I'm all set here and look for a motion.
I'd be happy to make the motion to approve of the updated emergency operations plan and staff recommendations.
Okay, so I have motion by Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstains? 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to my seat now. So
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you.
We'll allow you.
Okay.
All right. We are 14? Yep. Clerk of the board is going to read our next item, 14.
Item number 14, waive the second reading and adopt ordinances adding chapter 8.80 and adding chapter 12.40 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to cleaning and clearing homeless encampments and critical infrastructure, and find the ordinance is exempt from CEQA pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Sections 15301, 15307, 15308, 15269C, and 15330.
Very good. Thank you. And, you know, as we're aware, this is waiving the second reading. So, you know, this is something that we got in and discussed quite a bit, but look forward to the presentation.
Thank you, and I will keep this short. Maria Sullivan, Deputy County Counsel. As you mentioned, Supervisor Goldenberg, we've read through these twice now, so I'm just going to briefly go over the ordinances. Firstly, the Critical Infrastructure Ordinance, which is an ordinance that will prohibit camping, sleeping, occupying a tent, recreational vehicle, shelter, or structure, vehicle, or igniting or maintaining a campfire or open flame near or around critical infrastructure. As your board determined back in December, there was a limit of 25 feet within the proximity of the critical infrastructure, and then 150 feet from navigable waterways. Today, the CAO's office is going to bring item on with their proposed list of critical infrastructure, which you should have before you, and I will let them speak to that. So I will move on then to the Clean and Clear ordinance, which this ordinance would apply exclusively to county-owned property and prohibit individuals from establishing encampments that would create a nuisance, and also allow the county through the code compliance department and their task force to routinely or one-time clean and clear any kind of encampment to remove waste, illegal dumping, refuse, and other similar hazardous materials. Both ordinances allow for sufficient notice, 72 hours notice to all of the residents of the encampments to clear their spaces and remove themselves from the site. Also offer people up to 90 days storage for individuals who may not be present when the encampments are cleared. They'll be given notice of where their items are being stored and have an opportunity to come and retrieve those things, with some exceptions as to hazardous items. Then an enforcement that will be civil in nature, and that there won't be any kind of criminal enforcement. There won't be any arrests for violation of this ordinance alone. It would be based on fines for violations. Of course, if there are any sort of criminal violations occurring at the time that the encampments are being cleared, then law enforcement would be present to deal with that. But these ordinances alone only allow civil enforcement. So I don't know that I need to go into it any further unless you guys have questions, but today we're just asking that the board waive the second reading and adopt the ordinances and find them exempt from CEQA.
Alrighty, thank you. So, to the board, questions? On here? Okay, very good. Just want to see something here. At what, okay, never mind. Look into the public. Is there any public comment on this? Welcome, thank you.
You all pretty much know me. My name is Jennifer Salazar. I'm not here today to try to convince you not to pass the ordinance. I see that that's obviously not going to happen. My concern is about the procedure of how this ordinance was passed. In the last meeting, it said that there was going to be a second reading and a hearing held on this agenda item. It said that the second reading was going to be waived and the resolution was going to be adopted. Already feels like it's been decided. Jaren's post also described this decision in past tense, like it had already been decided. I don't think that the community was given an opportunity to speak. This is not a public hearing. We just had a public hearing. I think that if you pass this without having a public hearing, it's going to not only be scary to the unsheltered, but also to people who are sheltered, knowing that you can bypass a public hearing at any point and make your own decisions. Kathleen Half had stated earlier that we all voted you to represent the population, but if you're not allowing for public input, I don't see how that can be represented well. I also think that the ordinance is not fully prepared. I think that it should also include how many beds are available, how many beds for senior citizens, how many people with substance abuse issues, how many people for disabled, how many people would have jobs and incomes, people with terminal illnesses, what services will be offered, how long it will take for the vetting process to take place, and how this is going to go in, when this is going to go in effect in 30 days. What are the plans? I think that needs to be written into the ordinance before it's passed. Also, like are these beds and places going to represent the demographics of the people that were counted during the pit count? So I would just like to recommend that this item is tabled until there can be an official public hearing and the document can be completed to include the full wraparound services.
Thank you. And perhaps if we could have council just give a quick overview of how we, got here as far as the hearings and legality.
Sure.
portions. Yeah.
So, and I'll let Mr. Schmidt jump in. I think he had some statutes, but I will say that this was set for a first reading and a second reading. We weren't required to do a public hearing on these matters. It was 2 meetings that were properly noticed. We did publish a public notice of the ordinances in, I know at least today's meeting. Last week, I think it was published on the 27th or 28th of February. And Mr. Schmidt, do you have the statute that?
Yes, that's Government Code 25131. And our understanding was there is no legal requirement for a public hearing, and the public did have 2 opportunities to provide input for the ordinances. So whether or not there may have been a misstatement, sometimes there's confusion between hearings and meetings. But there is the same opportunity to provide the input. We believe it met the notice requirements for this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's important to understand, and it is complicated, right? None of this is easy, and the laws that affect things, and when we try to enact something to, for a good purpose, for the community as well as, and now we're stymied, obviously, if we have a clean and clear, but we have no place to bring people to, and we're working on that, and seriously, and we understand the importance of it. So, any other from the public? Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chris Nez, Homeless Outreach Coordinator for the City of Sonora. The City of Sonora did this thing roughly 2 years ago, I'm going to guess. I wasn't involved with the city at the time, but they made sure that people had a place to go, whether it be hotels, motels, whatever the case was. I think it was for a week, maybe 2, I do not know. Where are these people going to go? Navigation Center is not going to be open for Lord knows when. The parking lot thing, that's still got grass in it. I bet you can't even drive a vehicle in there right now because it'll sink a foot. So where are these people going to go? I understand the clean and clear, and I understand you guys' concern. I totally do. Where are these people going to go? The homeless community is a community, whether we want to realize it or not. In the homeless community, you've got people who are bad people. You got people who are good people. You got people who are handicapped. You got people who have no income. Where are the people who are handicapped, who have no income, and who cannot get into housing going to go? The only shelter in this town, I used to run it for 8 years. It's maxed out. I just talked to the coordinator, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. It is full. That's the only one in town. There's another domestic violence one, but that's all for domestic violence. And I don't even know if they're even operational anymore. So feels like, I understand your guys are clean and clear, and I get that. But where are these people going to go? Where are the 30% of the people that are homeless who are handicapped, who have no money, whose life has thrown them a curve? What are they going to do? There is no plan for that. None. Navigation Center, when's that going to happen? Lord knows when. The parking thing, same thing. I've heard so much talk about homelessness and stuff, from the pallet shelters to all sorts of stuff, and nothing's happened. And I think something needs to happen. I understand, like I said, I understand the clean and clear. I get it. But what are we going to do with the 30% of the people who are not the trouble that are homeless? So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
And your points there, nobody has said, in fact, we've made a point to tell people in open meetings, that we can't do this, we can't enforce this until we have a place to move people to. So nobody's suggesting that we're just going to take people, uproot them, and throw them out there with no place to go. I just wanted to make that clear because we've discussed that at length and publicly. So just so that that's clear, please. Thank you. Okay, back to the board. Any further comments or anything? If not, we'll look for a motion to.
Okay,
Go
just
ahead.
gonna go for it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, and I just wanted to say thank you for coming up and talking about it. I think, as opposed to it's such a complicated issue that we have been taking this in chunks, and we did a code compliance effort related to it, and then we did a navigation center. We've recently talked about a few of the 2-year facilities and trying to move those forward, but it is taking time. I think one of the reasons with this is, as we saw with the recent storm, there are some of these sites, and the rivers in particular, where it's hazardous to these people also to be in that spot. And it is hard because it says, where do they end up going with it? They have right now, and I'd say to anybody watching with it, there's 30 days from the point, if we pass this today, to be able to find a location and ask for help. And I think we're trying to do better with offering that. We have placed 130 people in a service. One, I think, byproduct of what the city did is it did push a lot of folks who were in the city limits out to the county because it was a much broader ordinance than this is. And even if they're getting a week hotel stay with that notice, and I know that is a legal requirement with it, it's not yet the permanent housing type of thing to be able to address it. And we're trying to move that forward and work with the city too. So it's something that's important. I think it is separate from what we're talking about here. We're going to keep basically solving one issue problem, and then where the next one emerges or the next component of it kind of goes in. I think that's the approach we kind of have to take because it's a changing legal environment. The finances change based on what's available to do it. And then we only have so much staff time to work on one thing. I wish we could bring back, it's a 300-page plan. It lays out absolutely everything we're going to do, but we don't have the staff resources to pull that all together all at once. We have to do this. I mean, this was a major effort over the past, I think, 6-7 months. And I want to thank our staff for doing that because in particular, and this is not just a District 5 issue, this is Elsie's Pond and Sullivan Creek. This is our public safety facilities. This is, a lot of other areas too. But obviously one of the things spurring this was Rawhide Bridge and that encampment, which has been dangerous and a pedestrian hazard. And I just want to say that I very much appreciate the priority that this was given, the time put into it. And I know that this was difficult and involved a lot of conversations about what can and can't be done. So just my appreciation to that as well. And it's not going to be over after this. We're going to have the next challenge on this issue as well. We'll be working with this for quite a while, I have no doubt, but this is a big step.
Supervisor Heft, do you have any comments?
Well, I think that was pretty comprehensive, what Supervisor Brandon just said. The only thing that I might add is that we are in the process of hiring or looking for a navigation center manager. And I think that's the last step before we've definitely got people in the wings through our social services that are receiving services now. And the last part will be to start placing them in the navigation center. Only a few at a time to get started. Again, we're not going to start by filling the place up, but that's on the horizon now. So we're looking forward to that too. As you can tell, we're using both approaches. We're trying to be able to look at every aspect, and we started with the concentration of giving help to those who really wanted the help. And we spent a lot of time, as you know, on that. And now we're spending the time on protecting our own resources and making it habitable for the rest of the people who live here, and hopefully holding people accountable that maybe don't necessarily want to be held accountable.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I agree with the comments of my colleagues. I certainly have talked with a lot of people that are experiencing homelessness and heard their stories and what people are going through. And I think, as others have said, this is a component of addressing not all of, but a part of the homeless issue that we have in our community. And, the comment about where are they going to go, I think it's been quite well publicized that the county is purchasing properties and looking at locations for people to go. The county's also spent hundreds of thousands of dollars placing people in hotel rooms over the past several years, and it's just not sustainable to do that. And so that's why we're looking at some of these more long-term options. But I don't think it's if you read what's in the ordinance for Clean and Clear, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask people that are camping on public lands to follow some of those rules. Because they are public lands, they don't belong to any one person, they belong to all of us as a community. And it's important to keep that in mind, that we're talking about areas that affect all of us, watersheds, public buildings, parks, public spaces, these types of things. And so I don't think there's anything in the Clean and Clear. I've read it many, many times, cover to cover, through its various iterations. And it was with an eye to, if this was being applied to me, how would I feel about it? And there's nothing in there that if, it's hard to say what you would do if you were experiencing that, but there's nothing in there that I don't think a reasonable person would be able to follow through with if you ask them whether they're experiencing homelessness or not. I mean, we're all people, and we're all capable of having a concern for our community. And to me, that's what it is. It's acknowledging the fact that the county and our community as a whole has an obligation to help people that are in homelessness. That's why we have public services. That's why we have behavioral health, why we're looking at these properties, why we've been trying to find hotel rooms for people as a kind of a stopgap. But it also says that people that are experiencing homelessness, they have a role to play in this too. And so it's both sides of that coin. And I just don't want to lose sight of that. Because it can get very emotional talking about these things, because you're talking about people that are in many cases at the lowest point in their life. And so now it could be perceived that we're making it even harder, but really it's trying to encourage good civic behavior and get people into the services that are available. And so if it takes a Clean and Clear ordinance to help do that, that's why I'm supportive of it. So.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up, Supervisor Brennan?
I'm ready to make a motion.
I just wanted to offer a couple of my comments too, and then be happy to have that motion. Just, want to state it. This journey we've gone down to address the homeless problem in the county has been anything but easy, right? It's been difficult all the way around, whether it be governmental agencies, the public, the people that are affected, that are homeless. I mean, it's just, we have made a concerted effort to move forward, and it's come at a price at times. People, in some cases, unfortunately, they just don't understand, and that's really unfortunate, because there's a lot of, different things get thrown out there, about what's causing this or that, and fear tactics and what have you. So we're making good progress. Are we there? No, we're not there by any means. This is one step amongst many that we're working on, and I'm just really glad that we're getting to this point. And with that, I'll take your motions here.
Thank you. I'm very happy to make the motion to waive the second reading and adopt the staff recommended ordinances to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code relating to cleaning and clearing homeless encampments and critical infrastructure, and find these ordinances exempt from CEQA pursuant to the sections listed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, seconded by Supervisor Ha. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstains? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, Clerk, if you could read our last item, I believe item 15.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 08-24, recognizing the county administrator's critical infrastructure list as a complete listing of locations that are officially designated as critical infrastructure for the purposes of Chapter 12.40 of the Ordinance Code.
Okay, per the item that you just heard and your board adopted, which was ordinance 12.4, this is now to establish a list for critical infrastructure. And I just want to read part of this for those who are listening and may not know all of this. So per the ordinance code, critical infrastructure means publicly and privately owned real property or a facility as approved by resolution of the Board of Supervisors that the county administrator recommends as being so vital and integral to the operation or functioning of the county that if it were damaged, incapacity, disruption or destruction would have a debilitating impact on the public health, safety, welfare, or natural resources of the county. Critical infrastructure may include, but is not limited to, government buildings such as fire stations, law enforcement, jails, structures such as antennas, bridges, roads, train tracks, drainage, waterways, computer networks, public utilities, telecommunication, and water sources. Real property or a facility does not become critical infrastructure until so designated by the county administrator and approved by the Board of Supervisors. Attached to this item is a list of those properties that we have recommending for your board to consider approving. And that I do want to go through that. There are 5 different sections within that list. There's one for government operations, healthcare, transportation, utilities, and public safety. And I won't go through and read all of these, but it does include this building because for continuity of government, jails, juvenile hall, the courts, hospitals, clinics, all waterways, bridges, underpasses, trying to think, and a whole lot of other. We do have the library, senior center, vulnerable populations. We also use both of these sites for shelters and for food distribution centers. So if anyone, this will be attached to that resolution that is in your item, and we are asking your board would consider the resolution and this list of critical infrastructure and approve this to go along with the ordinance that you just approved in the item before this one. Thank you.
Thank you. So, look to the board for any questions, first of all. Okay, seeing none, I'll look for public comment on this item. Not seeing any public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Anybody have anything here?
Seems pretty reasonable to me.
Excuse me?
Seems good to me.
Okay, yeah, I feel so too, and just wanted to state that when we discussed this list at the previous meeting, we didn't have the information. It was put together with a lot of thought, a lot of staff involvement on it from different areas, not all one function. And they brought back a list today that's pretty comprehensive. As promised, that we would have it today, so this list would be out there for the public to see, because that's important. And I'll look for, I'm sorry, did you have a comment?
I just had a comment. There was a lot of online conversations about what about. Highlighting a few things that have been issues recently, and I think that this will address, and to say thank you for the expanded list. I think it's really good. The senior center and the public library are on here. I know there's been issues about that related to that property. We've found at public schools and along rail lines and then waterways, dumping and encampment issues that have been abandoned getting into there. It will apply to that as well, and public safety facilities. So those were a few that were particularly discussed. So anybody that's watching this item, I think it's going to be, it's going to give us the tools to be able to address those challenges.
Thank you. So I'd be looking for a motion then to.
Chair, I'll move we adopt resolution 08-24.
A motion by Supervisor Campbell,
And I'll second that.
a second by Supervisor Haff. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Are there any abstain? Okay, carries 4-0. So that was our last agenda item. So looking to my fellow board members, do you want to do reports today?
Nope.
Okay, I think we're going to opt out of reports. Lacking anything else, we will close the meeting at 5:03. And thank you, everyone, for participating today.